Patrick Connors is your Premier Challenge champion.
We're going to have a champion in Emily Golan. Fantastic play with her favourite Palkia team.
Check that off the bracket. John Check is your repeat champion this weekend.
And Brady Smith is your 2019 Daytona Regional.
You always want to get good at battling, and case in point, I got Tailwind up and my opponent's got Trick Room with an Iron Hands. Uh-oh.
Well, you know.
Spadudios. But ladies and gentlemen, essentially, when it comes to Regulation I, it's double restricted, Brendan. How are you feeling with double restricted right now?
Honestly, it's all over the place because I'm seeing so many different interesting compositions people are putting together with even just the few restricted mods that I'm seeing around. Like you got, especially with I'm seeing the bikes, like say the Koraidon and Lunala, or even just Miraidon and Lunala. They all seem to really like that core, or even just people going all in with just wide guard everywhere because there's so many strong restricted mods, especially the Calyrex. Oh my goodness, there's so much Calyrex just spitting out so many Astral Barrages and Glacial Lances, and there's just damage flying all over the place, and it's just so awesome to see.
It really is sending damage out all over the place. And I like you, I've actually just started playing competitive, mostly in Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I played it a little bit during Sword and Shield, but I never really played it much with the Calyrex forms. I played it sporadically, but I never really got around to understanding what it was like to play with Calyrex Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider in a double restricted format. We played it with a single restricted format, and it ended up winning an international. It ended up winning an international and almost won Worlds.
I think it's won a lot more than that. It's just all over the place. It's such a strong Pokemon, and people just, they love it. They want to be able to find that thing that just gets them to win that trophies, you know?
Exactly. You want to find that core, so to speak. When you're building the team, you want to find a Pokemon that works with your restricted. And in double restricted, you don't just want to benefit one restricted, you want to benefit both of them at the same time. So that adds another layer of the team building. You can't just go with someone like Incineroar and Urshifu and Rillaboom and be like, okay, there's my core right there. Now, which two restricteds can I pair with them that gives me the best possible method of victory? Because there are so many combinations we haven't even seen yet that could work.
I mean, I've been seeing what's really fun is like even with something like, say, again, Lunala, so many people, they'll just have like, say, their Trick Room teams or something like that. And usually their Trick Room setter is not the restricted mon, but now that we have the power levels increasing, it's like, you know what? Instead of my one mon that sets up Trick Room that's it, like say Indeedee or something like that, let's make it something that can also at the same time dish out big damage and complement its partners.
Exactly. You want to find Pokemon that can complement the partners. And you just said it with Lunala and Indeedee. We've seen a couple of them out on the ladder right now, or just even in practice. They use the classic Expanding Force strategy because Expanding Force is a lot of fun to use when you have the Psychic terrain and you have a Pokemon that gets same type attack bonus from the Expanding Force, and then you add in a Pokemon that can boost that power even further with a Helping Hand boost, and God forbid you even add in a Meteor Beam boost on top of it.
I've been seeing that, especially with Twisted Spoon too. That's been so fun. Just people are just stacking as much additional power to their Expanding Force just to do so much damage. And it's insane to me. Like, I remember seeing back in earlier regulations, we'd see the like the side spam and whatnot, especially with like Indeedee and Armarouge or Hatterene. Nah, let's do that, but we're going all the way out. We're going with Lunala, or I've even seen the rare the Necrozma Dawnwings.
Necrozma Dawnwings, yes. That is a Pokemon that even I wasn't knowing much about, but I have seen it, and it does a lot of damage. And it actually, if I remember correctly, it day 2'd Milwaukee Regional Championships with Luke Bauer was the piloter of Necrozma Dawnwings on a hard Trick Room team with Alchemy of all Pokemon.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. It was a fairly interesting team. I remember, honestly, with Milwaukee just being the first major Regulation I event of the season right now, it's been a bit of a wild storm with just seeing all these different teams that people are coming up with, because there's nothing that's been really solidified yet of what the current meta can be. So that gets what makes the early parts of any regulation so interesting, because people, or the players, they like to really be creative, find their own core to be able to use to try to win really big points, you know?
Exactly. And as we do see on the screen right now, Brendan, when it comes to legendary Pokemon, or restricted Pokemon as they are commonly referred to in the competitive Pokemon landscape, trainers right now can use up to 2 of any of the Pokemon that we see on screen right now. And there are some options there. There are some that are more used than others, but then there are some that, you know, make it an appearance here or there. And then there are some where it's like, you're using that?
I mean, I've seen it a few times myself where it's, I mean, you can bring 2 strong cores if you want to for restricted Pokemon, but what's really funny, I've seen a few times here and there, is people will bring their one definitive restricted Pokemon. They're like, yeah, this is great. I love using this for my team. and they'll think to themselves, well, because I'm so strong with this one restricted mon, I'm going to use a second one that maybe not a lot of people would come to expect. Like, I've seen a lot of Giratina every now and then. I've seen, again, the Necrozma Dawn Wings, maybe a few of the Duskmane also.
I think I've seen one Duskmane recently, and it also went to Milwaukee. Marcos Perez went, I believe, 4-4 with it at Milwaukee Regional Championships. The one that really surprises me, Brendan, now, I don't know if you do the online grassroots tours, but there was a tour on Thursday night, and somebody made top cut with, wait for it, Mewtwo. Mewtwo top cut an online grassroots tour.
Holy moly, how did you do that?
I kid you not, it made top cut. Now, it lost in the first round, but it made top cut. So, when I saw that, because I like looking at those recaps of tournaments online, because the online grassroots community is just as great as your local scene, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever want to go and play at a tournament, locals, online grassroots, those are the best places to start, because you also get to meet some incredible trainers and cultivate relationships that will last you a lifetime, especially when it comes to team building too.
I mean, I'll be honest, personally, I haven't done many grassroots online tours myself, but I have played a few, and
Did you ever think you'd hear the day when Mewtwo made top cut?
No, I did not think that. But you know what? I mean, that's amazing for that player to be able to do that, because, I mean, it's not like you can't say he just got lucky. He was able to bring Mewtwo battle so many different trainers who brought probably well more optimized teams, but it doesn't matter because they all lost to Mewtwo, and that's just such an incredible thing to hear about.
Now, of course, next to Mewtwo on this screen is Lugia.
Ooh,
I think it's safe to say that most people, when they see Lugia right now, they are probably thinking about a certain individual who very much enjoys playing Lugia with Psycho. And it involves Muck and Smeargle with it as well.
Oh, boy.
I believe that combination is known very well. Outside of those two Pokemon, which again are not more commonly seen of the restricted Pokemon, we just saw Ho-Oh make 6th place with Joey Pokeaim at Milwaukee Regional Championships. The Weather Trio does really well in online tours and at actual tournaments. I believe Rayquaza actually did make day 2 in Milwaukee. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't think it might have, but I did double check the Utrecht regionals earlier today. I think there might have been someone who actually got to day 2 with Rayquaza. I'm not 100% sure, but it is fairly interesting to see even Rayquaza, of all people, being able to make that kind of cut for day 2. I don't think it's even done that in Reg G before.
I think it came close in Reg G. I'd have to go back and do some research on that, but I do believe it came close. I had a friend, Owen Ferruolo. He used Rayquaza with Chen Pao. He liked that really dominant Swords Dance, Terra Normal, Clear Amulet, Extreme Speed, just click buttons. It was Dragonite taken to another level.
It reminds me, even back then when we saw in earlier formats with the Dragonite, it just do the same sort of thing. You know, it's spamming E-Speed. It's got its best friend, Chien-Pao, next to it, just doing so much damage. But now, here comes Rayquaza, and that thing is a whole nother level of power, and it's just insane to be doing the same thing. Now it's got Clear Amulet and Swords Dance next to Chien-Pao, Terra Normal. It is knocking out every single Pokemon that is not a Ghost type.
And then when we also look at other Pokemon on this list, now going into Milwaukee, Brennan, I don't know if you were of this mentality, but did you think that Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta was going to be the quote-unquote favorite to win the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
I mean, it's probably the core that I've seen a lot of people speculate, like, yeah, you know, you got your super powerful Calyrex, Shadow Rider, you got Zamazenta here. That does big damage, but mainly people love it because it's so strong and it can also do wide guard. So it's fair to expect a lot of players were hoping to see that those two Pokemon together would be able to win Milwaukee. Exactly.
And then we've seen Calyrex, Shadow Rider paired up with a bunch of other legendary restricted as well. I mean, I've seen a couple of Calyrexes with Terapagos right now. I've seen Calyrex Shadow Rider with Miraidon to get like that really powerful special attacking core together. And I've even seen I saw one Calyrex Shadow Rider with a Groudon.
Ooh, I haven't seen that one before, but I can imagine that's just a scary core to go against with so much power.
It can be. But getting into more about this local. Now, this is a VGC Cup. So, to get the cup, that actually plays into your best 4 finishes at a cup. And to make it to Worlds for this year, you have to be one of the top 75 players of the Masters division in your respective region. So in the US and Canada, top 75 gets you a Masters invite. Top 75 in Europe gets you a Masters invite. Top 50 in Latin America, top 20 in Oceania, and top 5 in the Middle East and South Africa. But we also have to remember, if you win a regional or you top 4 one of the 3 internationals, you bypass the top 75 requirement in your region and you automatically get an invite to the World Championships.
Right. At this point in the season, we got our competitors. They are going.
I believe we have just over 17 today for this tournament. So getting into the points themselves for the Video Game Cup today that we are going to be casting for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, the champion is going for 50 championship points, which is a big, big, big amount of championship points for that winner, because it could be the difference between a top 75 placement and just missing out. The finalists, they get 40 points. Top 4 gets 32. Top 8 gets 25. Top 16, 20. Top 32 gets 16. And top 64 gets 13. Now, unfortunately, we probably don't have enough to get to the top 32 and top 64 today, but that happens later in the season because people are, more looking forward towards next season. They're starting to get those builds up. They're trying to keep it close to the vest so they can showcase their creativity in the concurrent season.
It's always interesting to see the creativity that our players have. And this late in the season, every amount of points that you can get really matters because at this point, there's not going to be many more opportunities to get more points. So they really just want to be able to try to lock in that top 75, get that Worlds invite.
Exactly. And we do see our top 16 players. Now, these are the top 16 players in the state of Florida for championship points. You do see at number 1 is Riley Factura, who did win the Monterey Regionals. So he, despite being the number 1 championship points player, he has a automatic invite. Second place, Hunter Braum. He won the San Juan special event. He has an automatic invite. Then we have Kerry Diortona, Brady Smith, and Patrick Connors. They are in the top 75 for the World's invites. And after that, it's anybody's game. Andrew Figueres, top 4 at I think it was.
It was in an.
It was one recent. I'm blanking on the location right now.
It was Vancouver or Toronto.
No.
I remember it was the really strong Sun team. I can't remember.
Yeah, it had the scale shot Koraidon, but he got top 4, so he is right on the outskirts of the top 75. He is right there, so a win today might actually bump him into the top 75. After him, you got Caden Owens, who just got a top 8 finish at the Atlanta Regional Championships, the final event of Regulation G, and he had an incredible run to top 8. That was an incredible performance to see. After him, you got Zach Holowiak, just under 700 points. Don Check at 551. Brent Cahy, Benji Carney, Adit Selvaraj. Adit, one of the best South Florida players and a former Day 2 player at Worlds, no less.
Yeah, he's been a really talented player. I battled him a few times, and I just love doing every match with him. He's such a talented player. I love his passion, especially for... he loves to use his Hisuian Arcanine all the time.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Hisuian Arcanine made Day 2 at the Utrecht Regionals in Europe today. Ooh. I believe Hisuian Arcanine is in Day 2.
Hope that gives him some inspiration. Maybe see how this guy's using Hisuian Arcanine himself, and maybe D can adapt to that and maybe bring it to, I don't know if he's going to Portland or anything like that, but it'd be really cool to see.
I'm not 100% sure if Adit is going to Portland or not, but rounding out the top 16, we have Max Simon at just over 500 points, Riley Wilcox at 476, Christopher Baez at 467, and this is what's crazy, Brendan. You have Landon Moorhall at 425. The 2 players below him, Jonathan Martin and I forget the third one.
I think it was Logan.
I think it could be Logan. They are separated that 16th spot by 3 championship points, with the Portland Regionals, NAIC, a couple more cups and challenges in the state of Florida to go. But I believe all of them have maxed out their BFLs for challenges and cups. So this cup today could be the determining factor of who is the 16th best player in the state of Florida for championship points for the 2025 season.
It's been really hilarious because a lot of our players are just so driven. Even if they're not making that Worlds invite, they just want to get on this graphic right here. They want to be able to prove to themselves and to everybody that they are within that top 16 of Florida.
I can tell you this straight up, though. Top 750 for championship points in North America. So let's go. I'm top 750 right now. But Portland and NAIC, and I'll probably be out of the top 750. But it is what it is.
I don't know about myself. I know I haven't gotten that many championship points. For the most part, Reg H was kind of a bust for me, but it's okay. And Reg G also. But I did get at least some points myself in Atlanta. What was it? I went 0-3 in the main tournament, and I just dropped immediately. It's like, no, I'm not feeling it. But I was like, no, I'm not out. I'll go sign up for the Premier Challenge that day, and I won that. So
hey, you won the Premier Challenge. That's what we like to hear about.
So I'll take some points anywhere, and I'm so happy that I went through. I didn't give up. I didn't keep my head down. Just said, you know what, pick it back up. If I can't win here, I'll win somewhere else. And I felt so great, but it's okay. You know what? If it's not for me, that's okay. I'm just here to enjoy Pokemon, and we're going to make it off.
I mean, at Atlanta Regionals, I'll say this, Brendan, I went 5-3, top 256. I was one of the only 2 people who used Iron Boulder at that tournament.
Oh, my goodness. That's insane.
So highest placing Iron Boulder player at Atlanta Regionals. And before we get into our first matchup, I do want to ask you, because this was a point of sort of contention, but not really. What did you think about Atlanta as a city for a regional, and do you think the Pokemon Company should return to Atlanta for a regional?
Honestly, Atlanta was pretty fun and whatnot. I mean, I didn't do too much city exploring myself, but I mean, it was just a really great venue. There's a ton of stuff going on, whatnot, and even then, the places we went to for food, oh my goodness, the food was so great.
The food was very good in Atlanta. And now, I don't know how many people drove on I-85 in Atlanta, but yeah, that's I-85 in Atlanta. I think I speak for all of Georgia when I say I-85 is so much fun to drive on.
I mean, I-85 is something. I mean, it's no I-4, but you know.
I know this is a point of contention. I'll say it right now. I-4 is bad. I-85 is worse. I-85 is worse.
I think I-4 just being considered the worst, it's just because, like, I don't know what statistic that comes from, because, I mean, I drive down it all the time. It's nothing to me. I go down I-85. That is scary half the time.
Exactly. I-85 is worse than I-4. I think I speak for most of America when I say that, because you are basically in bumper-to-bumper traffic every second that you're on. I left Atlanta on Sunday at 2 o'clock from the Georgia World Congress Center. I left at 2 o'clock to drive home. That was about a 6.5 hour drive. No big deal. But I was in traffic at 2:05 on I-85. I kid you not. I'm like, how? It's 2 o'clock on a Sunday and I'm in traffic?
It doesn't matter. It's traffic any time of day.
It's Atlanta. You can't get away from it. But other than that, Atlanta was a good city. I do hope that we get another chance to go up to Atlanta. I mean, naturally, I would prefer Orlando because it's right in our backyard.
Exactly.
But if we can't get Orlando, I think most of Florida would handle Georgia over, like, I don't know, Missouri.
I mean, I'd love to go back to Atlanta myself. I mean, I've been a busy college student, so I didn't get much time to do any sightseeing and whatnot, because most of my time was just go play Pokemon. I mean, I love that, and that's what I came here for. But I would love to be able to see some of the great sights around there, because, I mean, Sunday, what was it? I watched all of Top 8 and everything, and immediately I told my buddies, all right, got to go to the airport. I can't miss school the next morning at 7:30 in the morning. So it's like they need to bring Pokemon back to Atlanta, because not just for the game itself, but I just want to be there for the city, you know?
Yeah, the city of Atlanta is absolutely incredible to go and just enjoy the city. I've been to Atlanta. That was actually my 3rd time being in that city, and it's just as great as it always has been, minus the traffic. But speaking of traffic, we're about to collide with our round 1 matchup, Brendan. And what a matchup for round number 1.
Snap.
We have Andrew Figueres versus Patrick Connors, 2 of our top 16 right off the bat.
Holy moly, this is going to be a really good match. See, I'm seeing just some of our top players, and oh my goodness, look at Patrick's team.
Patrick's running a very unique team, a Calyrex Ice Rider and Koraidon team, and that's actually very interesting to see that it's Calyrex and Koraidon, but then we see it's Calyrex and Kyogre on Andrew's side, so we've got a weather war right off rip.
Oh man, I'm so excited, especially because I know Koraidon will be complementing Patrick's team so well between having the Brubana, you got just pretty much everything on Patrick's team. Just loves the sun, and then he's got his signature Calyrex Ice Rider in the back right there, just for if he wants to change things up a little bit.
Exactly. Patrick, I mean, as we all know, is the reigning defending NAIC champion right now, and I believe he is going to New Orleans in 2 weeks' time, or is it 3 weeks? I think
3 weeks.
3 weeks' time. 3 weeks' time, Patrick Connors will be at the Ernest L. Memorial Convention Center to defend his title and the state of Florida, and he is probably going to do it with a Calyrex Ice Rider.
I wouldn't doubt it in any sense, but looking at Patrick's team right now, ooh, there's some interesting options right here. He's got his Flutter Mane, it's choice specs. You don't see a lot of those these days.
You don't see that every day now, but you also see it's got Power Gem, a rock type move, which actually helps out for any opposing fire types, such as Koraidon if it terastallizes, Groudon if it terastallizes, Ho-Oh. I believe Choice Specs Power Gem might actually come close to knocking out a Ho-Oh in one shot, and Ho-Oh is a very special defensive masterclass, so to speak, of a Pokemon.
I would like to believe that Power Gem is probably just for Ho-Oh, but you know it does help out against any other fire types. I see the Brubana also, pretty standard stuff. It does have Crunch. I feel like I don't run a whole lot of Brubana myself. I'm normally seeing the Seed Bomb on it, so it's interesting to see an alternative right there. Probably for opposing Psychic types or Ghost types, especially I'm thinking for the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And for me personally, for my first regional, which was 2 years ago at Orlando, it's nice to see Brubana getting some love, because I didn't know about Amoonguss back in the day of how good it was, and I used Brubana. But looking at Andrew's team, Andrew's also running a Calyrex Ice Rider, but this is interesting.
Ooh.
It is a Terra Grass with Seed Bomb on that Calyrex Ice Rider. That is something that you almost never see on a Calyrex Ice Rider, which is really fun for like just team building in general.
It's going to be really interesting to see with it, because even then, this Calyrex, it is, since it's Terra Grass, that means Andrew's going to have to be really careful. He's going to need Kyogre to keep Calyrex safe, because with Patrick's Koraidon, it can just do as much Flare Blitz damage as it wants and have no worries about Terra into something else, usually like water or fire. Even then, I'm also noticing with the Calyrex, it has the Never Melt Ice. So in this round, it'll be okay because Patrick doesn't have Incineroar, but that will make it pretty challenging in any future battles.
Exactly. And we also have to note there's an Iron Jugulis on Andrew's side, and that plays into the Koraidon, or not even the Koraidon, and it plays both for the Kyogre and the Koraidon, because Kyogre has the Drizzle ability, which turns Hurricane into a guaranteed hit when the rain is up, and that is super effective on Koraidon when it is not terastallized into a fire type. However, if Koraidon is out after Kyogre, then the Sun turns Hurricane from a 70% accurate move into a 50% accurate move. It is essentially a coin flip to whether or not that Hurricane will hit.
At that point, that means that Andrew's going to have to be really careful with how he maneuvers his Kyogre, because he wants to be able to do some big damage, no doubt, to that Koraidon. Exactly.
And also, Andrew's Kyogre is carrying Thunder as well. That is something that can benefit Andrew's side in the event of an opposing Kyogre with Terastallization already used on his opponent's team. But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started here. Andrew Figueres versus Patrick Connors. One of our 2 top 16 trainers will get an early 1-0 win in this VGC Cup here at Versus Games. Let's get into the action. as
see what we got.
Andrew leads with his Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre, and Patrick leads with his Calyrex Ice Rider and Ogerpon Hearthflame. So right off the bat, we see both horses. It is a horse race. Do you have a bugle, Brendan? Do you have a bugle?
Not this right now, but we do see with the Kyogre coming out, we got the Grizzle being set up, so that's going to make it a little harder for Patrick's Ogerpon to be able to do some big damage to the Calyrex, but he might be able to say, you know what, the Kyogre is a bigger threat right here. Oh, he just goes for the spiky shield, just want to play it safe, scout out, see what Andrew has in store for this first turn.
And we see the Calyrex Ice Rider also going for a protect on Patrick's side as Kyogre opts for the Water Spout, a very powerful move because Kyogre is at full health. It does 150 base damage spread to both the Calyrex and to the Ogerpon. And Andrew also going for the Glacial Lance as well, just trying to spread out that damage with attacks left and right, potentially even calling a double protect on Patrick's side.
Trying to do some big damage. And with the scouting right now Patrick can really adjust accordingly to see what he might need to do to be able to make sure that throughout the rest of this battle he can play as optimally as he can.
And we see Patrick switch out his Calyrex Ice Rider here, and in comes the Koraidon, which is now going to activate the Sun via that Orichalcum Pulse. And not only will it benefit Patrick by removing the rain, it's going to benefit that Ivy Cudgel, which is super effective, and that is a one-hit knockout into the Calyrex on Andrew's side. And this Water Spout comes out. Now it's going to be negated because of the Sun. And look at that damage. Koraidon resisted, barely takes over 20%, and the Ogerpon, it's like it did nothing.
Ogerpon barely taking like about 45%, so it can probably stick around for another turn. And we got Andrew, he brought in his Urshifu. I believe that is the Rapid Strike. So it's going to be a little tricky from here on out. I'm thinking Andrew might have to figure out what to do with this the sun is up, so he's going to have to switch out his Kyogre so he can bring back later so he can have better control over the weather right now. In comes the Amoonguss.
And that is a great play on the Amoonguss switch for Andrew. He gets the Amoonguss play. That is a resisted close combat. And this Amoonguss is also carrying the Rocky Helmet. So this Koraidon just took Rocky Helmet damage and Life Orb recoil. In comes the Horn Leech. Urshifu survives the Horn Leech here. And Ogerpon returns back to full HP. But in comes his close combat into the Urshifu for the Koraidon. And that knocks out Koraidon. So now Patrick has lost his weather advantage in this battle.
May have lost the weather advantage, but he's not out of the battle at this point of the game. So he can probably adjust. He's got his Brute Bonnet in the back. He also has his signature Calyrex Ice Rider. Thinking about switching that in. With the opposing rain coming in at any point, Patrick's still in a good position. He can do tons of damage to either of the Pokemon. It's pretty impressive, even with the Koraidon did a little under 50% to the Amoonguss with the close combat. So I'm thinking that his Ogerpon might be able to clean up with either of the Pokemon that Andrew has on his side of the field right now.
I think you're right here, and it's also important to note that Andrew's Amoonguss is carrying Protect here, but instead Andrew opting to switch out the Amoonguss here to activate that Regenerator ability and bring in Kyogre to get that weather back in Andrew's favor.
Weather back on.
But a Horn Leech into the Kyogre spot here. A Surging Strikes comes out on the Ogerpon, and this will most likely knock out the Ogerpon here, but at what cost? Because that was huge damage on that Kyogre switch in.
Huge damage right there, but I have no doubt that Patrick knows what he's doing. I can imagine he's going to go for some damage. Both two Pokemon at low health right now, and all that he has in the back is the Amoonguss and a Kyogre at such low health. It's not going to be able to do a lot of damage with any Water Spouts.
This is a single target Glacial Lance, and it does enough to knock out the Kyogre. And a critical hit to boot on the Kyogre knocks it out. I do believe that critical hit might have mattered.
Oh, I don't know about that one, but I mean, you know what?
I mean, critical hits always matter, but more importantly, that Calyrex gets a chilling Neigh boost, and all that Andrew has in the back is that poor Amoonguss. The Mushroom is all that remains on Andrew's side.
Let's see what he can do at this stage in the game. I mean, Andrew can just do what he can, but against a opposing Calyrex Ice Rider that has +1 attack, it's going to be very hard to go from this point in the game. I'm thinking Andrew might just call it quits. He might be just taking his time because he wants to do some more gameplay into game 2.
It's very possible that that is what Andrew might be thinking about here, because again, the Amoonguss is all that remains on his side for game number 1, and this Calyrex is in a prime position, and knowing that that is the option, Andrew decides to concede. He wants to keep his momentum for game number 2, but what a performance by Patrick, risking losing his Koraidon and the weather and still managing to call Andrew's switch in. That switch in on Kyogre, calling the Horn Leech, that was incredible play by Patrick.
Yeah, that was a really cool matchup right there. I think he just wanted to try to bring back his weather as much as he can to do what he could with his Urshifu next to it, try to get as many boosts as he could for his the Surging Strikes, and was able to knock out the Ogerpon because of that.
Yeah. I mean, getting the Surging Strikes into the Ogerpon was not. I wonder if close combat might have been a better play on the Ogerpon. Just let the Amoonguss potentially go down. I mean, yes, Calyrex would have gotten a potential +2 on the Glacial Lance because Urshifu was so low on its HP, but you would have had Rocky Helmet damage on top of the close combat damage from the Life Orb. Ogerpon might have gone down, and I think it would have been a fair trade for Patrick there, and it might have even swung the momentum back for Andrew.
Interesting thing I remember noticing throughout this battle that none of the players actually used their terrestrializations, so it's pretty interesting because if they didn't do it now, that's something you're probably going to be expecting to see more into this game too. They might be in their adjustments.
That is actually a good catch, Brendan. I didn't even realize that they didn't terrestrialize here, but we're going to get into game 2 here, and game 2, it is the same lead for Andrew for that Calyrex and the Kyogre, but Patrick with a little bit of a switch up here, he is bringing out that Raging Bolt here. So Raging Bolt is in place of the Ogerpon, but he brings out his ace at Calyrex Ice Rider.
I think the Raging Bolt might be a pretty good adaptation because with the rain from Kyogre in game 1, Ogerpon wasn't able to do as much damage without Patrick having to switch into his Koraidon to change it to the sun. But Raging Bolt right now, it's assault vested, so it can take any ice beams potentially from the Kyogre right now and be able to punish it with a strong electric attack.
You are absolutely right here, but however, Andrew's Kyogre does not have Ice Beam.
Oh, snap.
It does not have Ice Beam. It has 2 water moves here. As the Calyrex on Patrick's side going for that Protect here, potentially to scout out the Kyogre going for this Water Spout. This is a full damage Water Spout. The Raging Bolt is resisted with the Assault Vest. And look at that. That is still major damage into the Raging Bolt. A Thunderbolt coming out into the Calyrex. A critical hit, but no paralysis. That is huge for Andrew, and in comes his Glacial Lance into the Raging Bolt. Unfortunately, the Raging Bolt cannot withstand that Glacial Lance, and it goes down. So Andrew getting a KO on the first turn and getting that Chilling Neigh boost. But in comes for Patrick that Koraidon, and it resets the weather.
Resets to where we're going back to the sun with the Orichalcum Pulse boosts. Now it can do really big damage into either of Andrew's Pokemon right now, and ooh, I'd like to see where this is going. We're going to see some huge damage in this turn right now. Patrick just seems to be ready to go all out. He already lost his Raging Bolt, so he just says, you know what, we're going to kick into High Drive right now.
And see, this is where normally a Calyrex Ice Rider would potentially be looking at clicking high horsepower, but that is where the Seed Bomb comes out on the side of Andrew. And we do see Amoonguss make a switch back onto the field as Patrick has activated that Terra Orb. You called it, Brendan. He calls the Terra Orb. Koraidon taking advantage of that sun and bursting out in flames with the Terrifier.
I am so excited to see how much damage Patrick is going to be able to do with his Koraidon right now. Goes to Protect with his Calyrex Ice Rider, but I don't think that matters too much right now. He is ready to go for close combat. I already seen it did about 45. That's very good damage right there. And now he's going to follow it up with a Glacial Lance. I am going to see how well Andrew's Amoonguss can take this damage right now. It's super effective, so I can't imagine very well at this point.
Probably not, but we're going to see this Glacial Lance come out here. Calyrex has ran it itself, and it has knocked out that Amoonguss. Amoonguss is down, so now both Calyrexes have their Chilling Neigh boost, and they are both at +1.
they still have full health too, so they are just going to be staring down each other. They can do so much damage into either of their opponent's Pokemon right now.
Right now. And in comes for Andrew that Kyogre once again to reset the reign for Andrew's side. Now, what's important to note is Patrick does have an ability to switch out his Koraidon and gain the Sun back. However, Andrew, his Kyogre can't go for something like a Water Spout here, and it'll still do major damage into the incoming Brubana potentially on Patrick's side, and that might actually help out for Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. With Brubana back for Patrick, it's going to be really tricky. Like, do I want to switch out and put my Brubana in a very tough position where it can take huge damage from a Glacial Lance?
Well, in comes the Life Orb, Terrifier, Flare Blitz
see
in
this.
the rain. Oh my God, Calyrex survives! It survives the Flare Blitz in the rain!
It lives at 2 HP
And then it comes this
and
full damage Water Spout. Oh,
Oh
my
my goodness.
God, into that Koraidon, a one-hit knockout, and almost gets major damage on the Calyrex and knocks it out in one hit.
Calyrex has so much few HP left. We're going to see a Glacial Lance. It will be able to knock out.
It's
Andrew.
a resistant Glacial Lance too, but it's got the Never Melt Ice and that +1, and Calyrex goes down.
Patrick only has his Brubana left, so it's going to be really hard to be able to pick up from this position at this point.
Oh my God, that was incredible. The Calyrex survived. It had to be like 1 HP.
My goodness. I mean, that's some real bulk right there. I think Patrick's just going to call it quits for the rest of this battle, but it's okay because, you know, he still can pick it up in Game 3 at this position, do some scouting, think about what he wants to do to really try to win it for this round 1.
I'm just stunned at that. That's where the weather came in for Andrew, having that weather, because if it was sun, the Calyrex has never melted ice. I think it might have finally melted. But with that rain helping Andrew, he manages to survive the Terrifier Life Orb Flare Blitz from just over half HP and forces a Game 3 against Patrick Connors.
It's amazing. You can tell that Andrews has really prepared for these matchups because he knows that there's so many common Koraidons out there that he wants to be able to live any attacks that he can, especially those Flare Blitz with them. Terrifier and the Life Orb, my goodness. So
I can't even believe that happened. I really thought that Calyrex, now it was possible based on that damage output though. It might have been a roll too. It might have been one of those critical damage rolls that went in Andrew's favor there.
at that point, I have to think you're probably right about that because, I mean, with all those odds that the Koraidon is living at such low HP, it's a miracle to see Andrew be able to close it in for this game 2 like that.
Exactly, but we're getting that all-important Game 3, Brennan. Patrick or Andrew will start off this Cup 1-0. Who is it going to be? Will it be Patrick Connors? Will it be Andrew Figueres? Game number 3 is about to begin. And we see it is the Calyrex and Kyogre lead for Andrew, and it is once again the Ogerpon and Calyrex Ice Rider from Game 1 for Patrick Connors.
Nice to see that Patrick, he's probably thinking, you know what? Raging Bolt just wasn't doing it for me this battle. I'm just going to bring it back. I'm going to bring what worked. I'm going to go all in with the Ogerpon, and we'll see how much damage he can do.
And we do see the Ogerpon is out here, and it does have access to that Ivy Cudgel, and if Patrick potentially decides to switch out the Calyrex here and bring out the Koraidon, suddenly that Ivy Cudgel is going to do major damage even without the terrestrialization.
I think Patrick probably feels confident right now. You know, I have the Koraidon, but I can bring it back later, do some big damage now.
And we see Andrew switching out his Kyogre here, bringing out the Urshifu, actually. This is very interesting here
Very
as the
risky
Horn
play.
Leech, once again, he gets the Horn Leech call
Will the
correct.
Glacial Lance knock it out from this state?
It is going to be very close here. Here comes the Glacial Lance. Urshifu is inside that ice, and it goes down! Urshifu is down!
Urshifu goes down. Andrew has already lost his first Pokemon. That was such a risky play right there. I'm thinking, you know, Andrew was probably anticipating another Koraidon switch in such an early game, try to save the Kyogre for later, but no, he just immediately loses his Urshifu so quickly, just like that. Now Andrew's gonna have to really try to pick it up.
Exactly here, because now Patrick is in such an advantageous position. His Ogerpon can go for that Ivy Cudgel potentially into either the Calyrex or the Amoonguss here, and he could switch in the Koraidon and reset the weather.
Exactly. I would love to see something like that. With Andrew already losing one Pokemon, the Ogerpon can just do so much damage into any of Andrew's remaining Pokemon at this stage in the game. We're going to see a Terrassalization from Andrew's side is going to be into the Amoonguss, is going to turn into that Water Terra type.
Water Terra is a very good common type on Amoonguss for the Terrassalization, and it's taking into the weather as well. We saw Koraidon take advantage of the sun and heat up for that Terra Fire, and now the Amoonguss here, it's taking in the rain and becoming a Terra Water. In comes the Glacial Lance, so it's also proving that Andrew's Calyrex might be faster than Patrick's Calyrex. A very good information to note here, but we do see a Spore come out. Spore has come out, and Calyrex is taking a nap.
Calyrex is falling asleep, taking a sweet little nap time right now on the battlefield. Patrick's going to have to adjust what he wants to do throughout the rest of this match right now. He might be thinking that was a good time to switch into his Koraidon, being able to do big damage. But it looks like, that Patrick is ready to lock in with his own Terrassalization right now. See what he's going to do with that.
This is going to be very interesting to see what Andrew does as well, because if he were to potentially bring in his Kyogre still has the rain, but that allows Patrick to set up Koraidon in the back and reset the weather, and suddenly Ogerpon is +1 attack from the Embody aspect with the Fire Terra, with Ivy Cudgel, a high critical hit move in the sun.
I'm thinking, yeah, Andrew really wants to keep his Kyogre in the back because he's hesitant. He knows that the Koraidon could come out at any moment in the battle and then switch the weather. He really wants to make sure that he has control over that in this late game scenario.
And we see the Embody aspect has come out, giving the Ogerpon that +1. Amoonguss opting for a Protect here.
Ooh.
Very interesting decision by Andrew here, but the Ivy Cudgel comes out. The Embody aspect +1, super effective in the rain.
Oh, it's gonna
and
be
it
enough.
knocks out the Calyrex.
Nice work right
With
there.
a critical hit too. The
Oh,
high
come on.
critical hit move. We'll never know if that Ivy Cudgel could have survived.
I thought I was saying the game, it's really hard to tell, especially after that game 2 where it survived the Flare Blitz. So anything's possible at this stage.
But now what's important to note here is that Andrew is forced to bring out his Kyogre. Now Patrick can bring out Koraidon, and suddenly the weather is in Patrick's favor. However, by virtue of Ogerpon being the Terrassalization mon of choice, it has removed its grass type, and therefore it has removed its immunity to Rage Powder and Spore on the side of Patrick Connors here.
It's going to be really tough for Andrew to pick it up in this late game. One thing I'm noticing is that since he's already used his Terrassalization on his Amoonguss, that means that both of Andrew's Pokemon are water types, so he can just keep going for free Horn Leeches as much as he wants to.
He can, and he just went for one right there. He will take Rocky Helmet damage, but more importantly, Amoonguss goes down to the +1 Horn Leech. Amoonguss is down, and then it's a Kyogre in the sun against the world. A full HP Water Spout, though, however, and it will take out that Ogerpon. Very important there that Ogerpon goes down. So both Terrassalizations have been knocked out in this game 3. But you have that Koraidon with full HP and the Life Orb, plus a Brute Bonnet in the bag. We're finally seeing Brute Bonnet come out onto the field here for this game number 3. It's going to activate its Photosynthesis and get a defense boost over this Kyogre.
Not that it matters too much with the defense boost, but we are seeing the game is just over right now. Andrew's just throwing it in. He knows that he can't really recover much of that state in the game. But congrats to Patrick for winning our round 1 right here.
That was an incredible adjustment by Patrick Connors in game 3. Getting those reads correct every single time. Calling that Terrassalization on Ogerpon, he was risking the potential of a Spore going into that Ogerpon slot as well. But Patrick just played the Ogerpon expertly throughout that battle, especially by getting the Horn Leeches off into Pokemon that were weak to those grass-type moves.
It was amazing seeing how he used the Ogerpon in Game 3. Game 2, he brought the Raging Bull, and we quickly realized after that battle was over, no, that is not the game plan. We got to go all in on that Ogerpon. It has so much coverage over all of Andrew's Pokemon nearly, so it was really amazing just to see how well he was able to optimize that.
Exactly. Just having that Ogerpon there, it gave Patrick so many options. He didn't just have to click Follow Me and Trick Room. He could go for moves like that Horn Leech. He can go for moves like the Glacial Lance. He could go for high horsepower in the event he wants to now, but he opted just going for the Protects and the Glacial Lance. I don't even think Trick Room was clicked once by Patrick in this battle.
No, he didn't need to at that point. I mean, he could just do as much damage as he wants. He had such a winning position, especially with that Ogerpon right there. Probably the fastest thing on the whole field right there. So it just makes it a lot hard for Andrew to be able to adapt to that, especially with that kind of coverage that Patrick has.
Exactly. And just going the way that Andrew was, I mean, he played the Kyogre expertly in Game 2. He got the positioning right. He was able to call the weather into his favor, and that just shows how well the weather wars go in restricted metas or just VGC in general. If you have a weather matchup and you can win that battle against your opponent, that war of attrition, it is very difficult for your opponent to succeed in countering your team.
I tell you, I've been playing competitive Pokemon since Gen 5, since the early days of Weather Wars. It's just such a fun meta to be able to play around with, because everyone's fighting. They want their weather on the side of the field. And sometimes even, like Patrick, he had a little patience in Game 3. He did want to bring out the Koraidon right away. He knew even with his Ogerpon, it was still able to do well even in the rain right there.
Exactly. Now, I do want to ask you said you played in Gen 5. Do you want permanent weather back, though?
Ooh, I might love permanent weather. I mean, it just lasts forever. I had my Sun teams. I love having Jump Love right next to me. I just keep going for those sleep powers all day, every day, and it was hilarious.
Why Jump Love, though? Wouldn't you want Venusaur?
Nah.
Jump man.
Jump Love is fast, and he just...
This is a fair statement. This is very fair. But honestly, I mean, looking at these two players, it just showcases how good they are as we go for these final events, Brendan.
Exactly. We're going to be seeing so many amazing matches throughout the rest of the day right here, right now. Let's go check out some of the profiles right now and see about some of the different Pokemon that we've been seeing here today, because I know there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff to look out for.
I'm actually curious about some of these profiles right now, Brendan, because, I mean, we only saw... let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 unique Pokemon in this round 1. So I wonder what else we could possibly see today.
I know I've seen a lot of passionate players. They really want to use the, as they call it, the Swordfish combo with the Kyogre and the Zacian setup. But we got Kyogre right now. That's pretty much the standard stuff that you normally see. You got the Origin Pulse and Water Spout. They just loves doing so much big damage to 2 targets at once. And if you can't do Water Spout because you know you lost some HP, it's okay. You got Origin Pulse in the back to be able to also do some big damage.
Now we also have to remember the Origin Pulse, despite being a spread move, it is 85% accurate. So sometimes you live by the Origin Pulse and you might end up losing a game by the Origin Pulse.
You know what? I don't think that really matters, because we see so many other players, they'll bring in their Chi-Yus for the Heat Waves, or every Tornadus you see just has their Bleak Wind Storms. Moves miss, but you know what? We just love those moves. We're just going to keep clicking them.
We're just going to keep clicking them until the cows come home.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, I forgot. I should have said Miltanks come home, because that's our cow.
Exactly. You got the Miltanks. I know it ain't exactly a cow, but you got the Go-Go's. Those also learn the Milk Drink move, so
ooh,
that's something to think about.
Good catch on the Miltank on the Go-Go as well. But also, we have to keep in mind, you did say that this combination of Kyogre and Zacian, it's been collectively referred to as Swordfish, because you have a fish, you have a sword. It's very simple. Swordfish.
They complement each other well, especially with the Drizzle setup that removes one weakness that Zacian has to worry about, because now it's not weak to fire moves anymore, so now it can maybe adjust to be a different Terra type or something like that to cover one of its other weaknesses.
Now, I also want to point out here, because even though we don't have a specific Pokemon based on it, it is Swordfish season for the actual Swordfish.
Oh man, I'd love to see a Swordfish Pokemon come in a future game. That would be so cool to see.
I mean, we did get a Barracuda and Barrascuda, so maybe next up is the Swordfish.
Between that, I remember seeing so many fans for years and years. They've been always asking for a Dolphin Pokemon, and we finally got that with Palafin. And my goodness, that thing's a monster.
You know, where is Palafin right now? I haven't seen one of those in a while.
What was it? I remember it was towards the tail end of Regulation H, I believe it was. Just this one Palafin just came out of nowhere. I believe it was at one of the European Special Events Regionals. And I'm thinking made top cuts, so it was pretty interesting to see something like that.
So it actually came out of hiding from its dolphin cave.
Exactly. It might have been, I could be wrong, it might have been not been Regulation H. It might have been something where even with competition, especially from other strong physical water types like Urshifu, this one player just passionately said, you know what, forget all those. I love Palafin. I'm bringing it in anyways, and I'm going to win this. And he did so well with that.
Exactly, and we do see on this profile for Zacian, Behemoth Blade. Now, it's important to note, if you go to an event, you are not allowed to choose Behemoth Blade when you do your team sheet submission. You have to choose it as Ironhead, because Ironhead with the Rusted Sword turns into Behemoth Blade when you actually send in Zacian into a battle. That is something that most trainers don't know about when they do their team sheet submission, and you get that open team sheet and you might go, Judge, this is Ironhead, and they just click Behemoth Blade, or Judge, this is a Zamazenta, it has Ironhead and it just used Behemoth Dash. In order for Zacian or Zamazenta with their item to change that move, they have to have Ironhead. They could in theory go I don't know, Heavy Slam on Zamazenta, as we have seen Heavy Slam over Ironhead. I can't think of a Iron type or an Iron type. Iron type? What's an Iron type? Steel type move that Zacian has used other than Behemoth Blade.
No, it doesn't need to at that point. That's his big damaging move right there, Behemoth Blade. It may have lost the benefit to be able to do big damage against Dynamax when that's not in this game, but that's okay. It still can do a lot into any opposing Pokemon, especially after it gets the +1 from its Intrepid Sword ability.
Which is only done the first time that it switches into battle now. That is important to note. Intrepid Sword was changed from Generation 8 to Generation 9, that it only works the first time Zacian is on the field. That's why you don't really see Zacian's lead as much anymore, because you only get that +1 boost the first time. So unless you have Swords Dance on your Zacian, it really doesn't help out to get that Intrepid Sword right as the battle starts, unless the matchup is favorable.
I tell you, I've even ran Swords Dance Zacian myself. I don't care if I already have a +1. I'll go for a +3 at that point. I just want to be able to knock out anything that's in front of me at that state in the game, whether it's early, late, I don't care. And it's so much fun to use, especially have partner Pokemon that can do fake outs or redirection with Follow Me and Rage Powder. It's just such a satisfying strategy to be able to use.
I would agree with that, and honestly, I mean, I've yet to really use Zacian in Regulation I also haven't really seen much of it, but I know that there was an Assault Vest base Zacian that day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. So you don't even have to use the Rusted Sword.
No, you don't. I mean, even then, Zacian without the Intrepid Sword, it is still an extremely strong Pokemon with a high base attack stat. So whether or not you have Intrepid Sword or the Rusted Sword doesn't matter, because it's still Zacian at the end of the day.
Exactly, and we also have to remember, Zacian in its normal form and its crown form, it always outspeeds a Flutter Mane and an Iron Bundle without a booster energy. The only Pokemon in the game that it cannot outspeed under any circumstances, naturally, is Calyrex Shadow Rider, Regieleki, Ninjask, and Deoxys Speed.
You don't need to worry about those latter two Pokemon, but even then, I've been seeing a handful of Regieleki online lately. There are just players that just want to go all out, especially going for the normal gem Terra Normal Explosion boost, especially from, I believe it was from last weekend with the recent global challenge that was going around. Some people were just having a lot of fun with those kinds of strategies.
You are right. We actually did just have a grand challenge over the previous weekend, and how did you do in it, Brendan?
I'll be honest, I'm a busy college student. I completely forgot about it. I wish I could.
Oh, man. Well, honestly, I played in it. There were some matchups that I had that were good. There were some matchups that I had that were bad. Second I got myself in the top 10 24, I held, and it worked. I got top 10 24.
Ooh, not bad, not bad. That's real good. Did you got points for that?
I got some championship points for the Grand Challenge, and I end the season with 150 championship points. A little bit lower from the last few seasons, but it's not the end of the world. What matters is we come out, we enjoy these battles, and we just make more lasting relationships with everybody.
Exactly. I'm not playing for points ever. I just love playing it for the game itself, like just the fun, being able to interact with so many amazing people out there. That's the thing that just makes Pokemon so great. It's not about win or lose, because you know what? It's Pokemon. It's going to happen, okay? But you know what? You just do it, and just go out there, go have some fun.
Exactly. And our final profile that we're going to do for round 1 today, Brendan, we're going to talk about what we just saw on Patrick Kana's side. We're going to talk about that Koraidon here. Normally, you see the clear amulet as its item, but we did see Patrick Kana's run it with the Life Orb. We've seen I've seen a couple of choice scarves every now and then. I saw a choice band once or twice before. We know Andrew Figueres, he ran a scale shot Koraidon with scale shot instead of breaking swipe. So Koraidon can do a couple of things here and there. Though I think what really hurts Koraidon more so than Miraidon is its typing.
Yeah, that fairy timing, or the fairy weakness that it has, is really the hardest part about it, because with Pokemon like Fluttermane being so common, and even then I've seen a lot of the Lunalas running around with their Terra fairies just dishing out Moonblast. It kind of forces half the time for Koraidon to be your Terra Hog, essentially.
Are you sure it's Moonblast? Because I think it was Moonlight on the Lunala. I think it was hitting the Koraidon with Moonlight.
Oh man, I don't know about that one.
Oh man! But ladies and gentlemen,
Can't fool me.
Oh man, I tried. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break here at the Versus Games League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 will be just around the corner.
As always, make sure you have a good day.
Welcome back to Versus Games and the League Cup here in Orlando, Florida. Brendan Nassir, Joe Carlino here. Brendan, after that round one, what more can we see, man?
At this point, it's all up in the air. There was so much flying around in round one. It was incredible seeing those two players being able to dish out so much damage against each other. The weather wars, oh my goodness, it was just insane.
Absolutely. Brendan Nassir, I'm sorry, I call Brendan Nassir like he's a player or something like that.
Me?
Yes, well, I mean, you are a player, are you not?
I mean, yeah, I'm a player. I'm a player in many things, but I'll play Pokemon today, but not today.
This is a good point right there. But honestly, after that round one, now we get into round two, and we have 3 more rounds of Swiss before a top 8 cup. We have confirmed that, ladies and gentlemen. We have 17 players here today, so that means 5 rounds of Swiss into a top 8 cut. 18. Sorry, my bad.
18. One extra player. Not bad. 19. Oh my goodness.
Here. I'll make it 19. I'll add my Switch. I'll take a round 1 loss.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I didn't bring my Switch today. I had to bring all my plushes here today to have fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, you brought Screamtail and you brought Pelipper. A nice little touch to the Pelipper that you got to receive for Patrick Connors winning NAIC with Pelipper.
Exactly. I mean, this Pelipper in particular actually won it after winning that Premier Challenge at Atlanta. It was at the prize booth. I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta get this for the Spirit of Florida VGC.
For the Spirit of Florida. And you're even modeling our Florida VGC shirt.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that recently, and I was just like, ladies and gentlemen, this is a prime shirt to get to support the greatest VGC state. We are better than the New Jersey area, and the New York area, and the Massachusetts area, the DMV, the Texas. Like, it's Florida, man. Florida's where the VGC scene is.
Florida is just so dominant with so many strong players. I mean, you got our reigning NAIC champion Patrick Connors, but even then, some of the other players that you've seen from earlier in our top 16, they have been so consistent every season. They just dominate at all the regionals and whatnot. It is just incredible because they bring it back home and for the state of Florida to represent.
Well, I mean, maybe not Hunter Braun though. Maybe not Hunter. I hear like he's like a mystery. He's like the blind bandit. He shows up, then he disappears without a trace, and we don't know where he is.
It doesn't matter at this point. He's got a Worlds invite in his bag, so he is ready to go and win more battles at that rate.
He might be ready to win some battles, but we'll see how he does at the World Championships in August in Anaheim.
Exactly.
I was about to say San Francisco for some reason. I'm flip-flopping San Francisco and Anaheim for the World Championships. And honestly, I mean, there's a possibility that we make it to San Francisco next year, Brendan.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see my face on the list of my name on the list of players in that top 75. That would be beautiful to see.
It'd be nice for myself to be on that list as well, but that's next season. Right now, we're still in this season, and we have round 2. We've got Jonathan Martin versus Riley Wilcox for our round 2 matchup here in Oviedo.
Exactly. I'm excited to see this next battle. I battled both these players before many times, and they are such talented players. We got Jonathan. He's bringing the same team that Andrew had in round 1.
Wow, really? Ooh, look at that. Yeah, you're right. Jonathan Martin has the same team as Andrew Figueres with that Calyrex Ice Rider Kyogre team, but Riley Wilcox, you know, we just spoke about it with that Pokemon profile on that Swordfish combination. Checking my notes here. Yeah, that's a Swordfish.
Yeah, he's got the Swordfish combo. It's a pretty balanced team. You know, you got your Rillaboom, your Incineroar, your Tornadus for a little extra speed, and then you got your extra water damage with your Urshifu Rapid Strike right now. So Riley's been pretty prepared for this battle right now. I know he's been very passionate about Swordfish. I remember I was talking to him before Milwaukee Regionals, and he's been talking about even over a month in advance. He was like, yes, Swordfish all the way.
And we were looking at the teams here. Once again, Jonathan Martin as Andrew Figueres ran in round number 1. He is running the exact same team of that Urshifu Rapid Strike, Amoonguss, Grass, Terra, Never Melt Ice, Seed Bomb, Calyrex, Ice Rider, which in a matchup like this, it actually plays into Jonathan's favor, having that Seed Bomb over something like a high horsepower.
Exactly. That Seed Bomb's going to do really big damage, especially into that Kyogre slot. But he will still have to be careful, though, because he did sacrifice the Common Clear Amulet for Never Melt Ice. So, if in the chance that Riley brings his his Incineroar with the Intimidate, that's going to be the Calyrex not doing as much damage as it normally would be able to do. Even then, Riley also has the Parting Shot, so it's going to be pretty tricky. You might not even see Calyrex in this battle.
Might not, but we also look at Riley's team. As we said, Iron Head is the move of choice on the Zacian. In battle, that Iron Head will turn into Behemoth Blade. So Jonathan has to remember that if he sees Behemoth Blade come out, that means it is Iron Head on the team sheet. You cannot select Behemoth Blade in a team sheet submission. It automatically changes it to Iron Head Behemoth Blade in battle itself. And Riley rounds it up with that Intimidate Incineroar, everybody's favorite Pokemon. We all love the cat, especially, I believe we're going to be getting an Incineroar in a couple of weeks at NAIC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're going to be getting Wolf's Glix winning, or the EUIC winning Incineroar.
And even better, it's going to have that partner ribbon, so when you say it, it'll say, "Go, Wolf's Incineroar!" And then Wolf will be like, "Wolf's what?"
Exactly. He's like, oh no, he knew this was happening.
He is probably in DEF CON 1 somewhere in the DMV area right now. But he actually just released his Toronto video today, 4.5 hours long.
Oh my goodness, that's going to take me forever to watch that on the car rides to and from school.
But it'll be worth it,
Exactly.
as we are going to get into game 1 of round 2. Jonathan Martin versus Riley Wilcox. Who is going to advance to 2-0? Riley is going to lead off with his Incineroar and the Zacian, while Sora leads with the Rillaboom and the Calyrex here. So now it comes down to which Pokemon will be faster for that fake-out slot here.
At that point, we're seeing Grassy Terrain does set up on Jonathan's side, so we're going to be having these Pokemon probably stick around for a little while, getting their little HP recovery back. Intimidate does come in, like I mentioned before. That's going to make it a lot harder for both of Jonathan's Pokemon to do some really big damage, especially the Calyrex right away, because now he's in a position where he might have to rethink of what he wants to do.
You are right there, Brennan, and it's also important to note that on Riley's side, he does not have a Fire-type move on his Incineroar. He only has Fake Out and Knockoff for damage. Now, Knockoff will do big damage on the first turn, as it will remove the Calyrex's Never Melt Ice or the Rillaboom's Assault Vest, but after that, it will just be a base Dark-type move.
At that point, I'm thinking, Riley's going to have a hard time just being able to deal with any of Riley's Pokemon at this rate, but we do see a Protect from the Calyrex.
And it is a Behemoth Blade and a Fake Out combination into that protecting Calyrex here. So this allows Rillaboom to get a U-turn off here. Not much damage here after the Intimidate from Incineroar, but more importantly, it allows Rillaboom to switch out and reset its attack drop from that Intimidate.
That's a good position right there, especially he knows, you know what? The Rillaboom's just not going to be able to cut it for this match, this position right here. I'm going to switch him out, but not before doing a little bit of chip damage at the end of the day. And he brings in his Amoonguss now, which will probably be able to help out a lot more, being able to spore anything he wants to on Riley's side of the field at this rate. He's got to be careful, because he might also have that Rillaboom in the back.
He might have that Rillaboom in the back, Riley. But what's also important to know is that Riley's Incineroar is using the Taunt move, which would actually negate Amoonguss' Spore, Rage Powder, and Protect for the remainder of this battle, or at least as Amoonguss is on the field.
I've been seeing with Riley, he's talked about it before, he loves putting taunts on his Incineroar because it just comes in clutch into so many different positions, especially against...
And there's the taunt into the Amoonguss here. So now Amoonguss cannot go for the Spore after the taunt. But Kyogre did take big damage from that Behemoth Blade, a +1 Behemoth Blade with the resist, and it still did very respectable damage.
At this position, we're going to be seeing Jonathan doesn't have Origin Pulse on his Kyogre. Instead, he has the Hydro Pump, so single target damage. It can still do big damage into any of Riley's Pokemon from this position. We'll see if Riley has his Rillaboom or his Urshifu back in the back and later on in the match right now. But it's going to be pretty tricky to see what Jonathan can do from this position in the game.
It is very possible to see what Jonathan will do to adjust here, as Riley has decided to activate his Terra Orb here. He is going to fire that Terra Orb at the Zacian, and the Zacian is not going to change its types. It is going to be a Stellar Terra type, which only helps out for the first time it clicks a move each turn. And it's going to be that Terra Fairy Play Rough at +1 Stellar Terra, and it knocks out the Kyogre!
Kyogre is knocked out. That poor Amoonguss is by himself on the field. He's already been taunted. He's not going to be able to do anything. We're going to have to see how Jonathan can adjust for that state in the game. But Terra Stellar Zacian is so uncommon to see, but it's just doing so much work for Riley right now. And it's amazing that he was able to knock out the Kyogre from that position.
You are absolutely right there, Brennan. And because Amoonguss went for the side Pollen Puff into the Kyogre, it is going to fail on this Pollen Puff here, and it's going to be a moot turn for Jonathan. Riley with a beautiful turn there.
He's been playing every turn of this battle just incredibly. It's going to make it so hard for Jonathan to be able to adjust as this stay in the game.
I think you're absolutely right there, because when we look at Riley's team, he actually does not have a ground type move. He does not have high horsepower. He does not have Stomping Tantrum. But Amoonguss still cannot use Rage Powder to negate Zacian from going for something like a Behemoth Blade into the Calyrex here.
I believe probably at this point in the game now, it might be best for maybe Jonathan to try to change things around. Maybe a good idea would be to go for a Trick Room or something like that, but we're going to see Terrestrialization from Jonathan's side into the Calyrex Ice Rider, turn it into a Grass type now.
Very impressive. The Grass Terror here on the Calyrex here. It will turn off its weakness to the Behemoth Blade here, which is going to get that Stellar Terror boost. It's actually going into the Amoonguss here.
Ooh.
This is very...
Oh my
goodness.
That's so much
damage.
damage.
And the Rillaboom goes for the drum beating into the Amoonguss here, and it does knock out because of the grassy terrain power up to any grounded type grass Pokemon move.
At that point, that's probably all he needed, because I can't imagine it wouldn't be able to knock it out without that grassy terrain. But we do see the Glacial Lens. It's just going to knock out Riley's Rillaboom straight off one-hit knockout and get that Chilling Neigh boost.
Exactly. The Calyrex now has that Chilling Neigh, but Zacian is gaining a little bit of recovery here, and in comes Gaston, which is the Incineroar once again for Riley, but Rillaboom comes back out for Jonathan. And now, here's what's important to note. The Calyrex just got its Chilling Neigh boost, but the Intimidate negates it. This Calyrex is now back at neutral for its attack stat for the remainder of this battle, as long as it does not get another knockout for the remainder of this battle.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised we're seeing, with the Incineroar still around, I might just go all out with maybe more parting shots or whatnot, just try to cripple down that Calyrex as much as possible from the stay in the game. Goes for a fake out, though, into the Incineroar just to make sure that it can't act on this turn.
And we get the Rocky Helmet damage too. The Zacian going for that Behemoth Blade into the Calyrex just to get a little bit of damage in there. Doing well over 50% even without the Stellar Terra boost there. But Calyrex ends up going for that Trick Room here. Very important for the remainder of this battle that Calyrex is in its element here with the Dimensions Twisted.
It's also helping right now with that. The Behemoth Blade just barely did a little over half.
But that's massive right there too, Brendan. The grassy terrain has just ended, so now Rillaboom cannot get the Grassy Glide priority here, which might actually help Jonathan get the KO on one of these two Pokemon here.
Exactly. We're going to see a Glacial Lens. We'll see how much damage he's able to do. Not a whole lot to either Pokemon. And then we're going to see the Parting Shot going straight into the Calyrex. Now it's going to be a -1 attack, so it's going to be a lot harder from this point onwards to be able to do any more damage.
We do see Incineroar switch out via the parting shot here, and in comes Lil Guppy, which ends up being his Kyogre.
Shiny Kyogre, that is impressive right there.
And a Wood Hammer coming out. This is not going to do much because of the grassy terrain, and it will not knock out the Zacian, but Zacian going for that Behemoth Blade into the Rillaboom here. Very interesting, but it does get the KO because it is still +1. So now, even though the Calyrex is in Trick Room, it is all that is left for Jonathan here. It's still a possibility, but it's very light.
At this point, I just want to see how much, if he chooses to go for it, the C-Bomb goes into that Kyogre. If he chooses to go for a move like that, because, I mean, that could really help Riley, or for Jonathan later on to maybe a game 2. See how much C-Bomb can do and then can adjust accordingly with that knowledge.
And we do see a switch out here. Incineroar coming right back out onto the field, getting an Intimidate off here. Now this Calyrex, it is -1 on its attack. So this is going to be a resisted hit, and it's going to do just negligible amounts of damage into the Kyogre. In comes that Ice Beam, and it does enough to KO with a critical hit to boot.
That is so much damage at this end game scenario right now. Jonathan, he might have lost his battle, but you know what? He can still pick it up in game 2. I have no doubt about that. He's such an incredible player. We're going to see what he can do with that knowledge that he's picked up from game 1.
Now, see, that was impressive by Riley in game 1. Now, we did talk about it with Zacian before round 2 started, that you don't really see many Zacians lead in battles. You normally see it come out on the back because of that Intrepid Sword getting that +1 to its attack only on the first time it is used. And Riley correctly identified that Zacian was in a prime position in this battle, at least for game 1. I don't know how games 2 or 3 will go, but he saw in game 1, he saw an opportunity and he took it.
Exactly. With no Intimidates or anything like that to lower the attack on Jonathan's side of the field, he's just thinking, you know what, I'm just going to go all out. I have Zacian. I can just go for +1 right away, get the Stellar Terra boost, and I'm just going to knock out as many Pokemon as I can with it.
You are absolutely right there that Riley just decided, hey, let's get those attacks up. And the play rough doing as much damage as it did, getting that one-hit knockout on the Kyogre and negating the Pollen Puff from Jonathan. That really put Jonathan in a bad position. And give him credit, he managed to fight back as well as he could.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Jonathan is an incredible player. He can make those kinds of adjustments to make it so we can possibly take this to game 3 and then just to be able to close out the whole set.
You are absolutely right here on Riley's side.
Got a surprise guest from Andrew right now, who also brought the same team as Jonathan. I'm going to see what he thinks.
All right, so the key in this matchup for Jonathan is he needs to bring the Urshifu. Cannot be intimidated, and it one-shots most things on this team in range. So that's an adjustment I'm hoping to see. I don't love this lead, just because you can't really touch the Zacian at all with Rillaboom or Ice Rider, so you need to be leveraging the Kyogres and the Urshifu in order to do something to Zacian, because the problem we saw last game, Zacian took like a grand total of like 2 damage within the first 5 turns, and that's just not doing anything for Sora. I clicked Behemoth Blade, Play Rough into half his team, and he just did not respect it enough. So what Sora needs to do is he needs to say, okay, wait, no, I saw what's in the back, and it's not very good. So he left the Urshifu at home again. He's going to go for fast mode, it looks like, with the Iron Jugulus in the back. And I think his goal here is to probably kill the Torn to make it so that Riley can't put up a Tailwind of his own. Once Sora's in Tailwind, he might be able to do something with Kyogre. However, because you don't have Urshifu, you have no way to stop him from just protecting through Tailwind. And once he gets past the Tailwind, it's very difficult for Sora to win the game. Anyway, I'll let you guys do your job. I just wanted to give my opinion on the matchup.
Well, thank you, Andrew.
Well, thank you for the scouting report. Andrew Figueres with the scouting report there, Brendan. That is actually something very fun that you can do with locals. You can have a scouting report.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go all out. Let's have a little fun. Scout, do what you want to do.
And we do see Zacian going for the Protect there. Rillaboom going for a Fake Out into the Zacian slot. It will not work. but this Calyrex ended up going for that Glacial Lance. This is a -1 Glacial Lance into this Incineroar through the resisted hit, and this is going to do
Oh my goodness.
damage. It did damage. It did damage.
You know what? I mean, that's all you can do. Just try to do any damage you know. But we're going to see probably some adjustments from Jonathan right now because this poor Calyrex just won't be able to cut it right now. Thinking about going for the Trick Room right now. I'm thinking, that actually might be really helpful with so many Riley's Pokemon, especially that Zacian being so fast.
And we see
turn
the
tables.
And we see the Terrestrial Orb activated on Riley's side once again, going
Oh,
into
boy.
that Zacian, and that Stellar Terra has once again been activated on Riley Wilcox's side. This Zacian has just powered up even further than it already was.
As Zacian now with the +1 and the Stellar Boost, it's going to be knocking out any Pokemon that it feels like at this point. We do see the Calyrex is going for that Terra Grass. Mainly, I would imagine, just to make sure that it's not weak to that Behemoth Blade from that opposing Zacian.
And we do see the Fake Out come out into the Calyrex slot here. Very important to get that Calyrex faked out on this turn. Behemoth Blade +1 Stellar Terror going into the Rillaboom here. And it was on 1 HP!
Oh my goodness!
1 HP! The Invisible Focus says!
1 HP!
But it died to the... Oh, I didn't even notice it. It died to the Rocky Helmet!
No!
Oh, no! What a turn there!
And poor Rillaboom, it didn't even matter!
Oh no! The poor Rillaboom. It faints into the Rocky Helmet recoil, but the fact that it lived that Behemoth Blade.
You know what? It is a real trooper right there. It was able to take that +1 Behemoth Blade with the Stellar Terra Boost, 1 HP. That I salute to that Rillaboom for being a real trooper for that one battle.
That is absolutely incredible right there. And we do see Kyogre switch out here, bringing out that Amoonguss for Jonathan's side. The Amoonguss is now onto the field as Calyrex going for a Protect here, trying to call any damage on Riley's side. And we do see a Play Rough, and it's a Play Rough though, but it goes into the Amoonguss here. This is resisted. +1 with the Stellar Terra gets the Rocky Helmet damage, but Incineroar going for a taunt into the Calyrex here. Very interesting decision there. Very nice play.
Taunt being blocked by the Protect, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be very scary. I'm thinking at this point, at this range, you know, that Incineroar can just go for it again into either of Jonathan's Pokemon because, especially that Amoonguss, that all it can really attack with is the Pollen Puff, but it's just going to go for a Rage Powder instead. We're going to see
the Behemoth Blade come out at +1. This did do big
no.
damage, and it will knock out the
gone.
Amoonguss here at +1 with the Behemoth Blade. What did Riley go for? If he went for a taunt here into this Calyrex, it is a taunt!
Just go for
It's the taunt again, and Calyrex is taunted. It cannot go for that Trick Room.
No Trick Room for here today. None for Calyrex.
Oh my God, what a battle here, ladies and gentlemen. Riley Wilcox is piloting his team to perfection right now.
It's just so incredible. I mean, Jonathan, he still has his 2 restricted Pokemon on the field right now. That Calyrex may have lost a few of its attacks right now, especially the -1 from the Intimidates and everything, but we're just going to see a
super effective Water Spout, but because it was in the yellow HP, the knockoff comes out and knocks out the Kyogre! Kyogre is down!
Kyogre is down. That poor Calyrex is all that is left. He is trying his hardest in this battle right now. He's going for another Glacial Lance. That's all he can do after that taunt. But it's just such little damage into Riley's Pokemon at this stage in the game.
I also want to make note of it because I just saw it now. That was a Splash Play Kyogre.
Yeah, that is Splash Play. You know, he's trying his hardest, but you know, he just couldn't do it in this battle. But you know what's okay, because Jonathan may forfeit, but no doubt in my mind that this probably won't be his only loss. Oh boy. Looks like we got
that was an absolute monster performance by Riley Wilcox there. A clean 4-0 in Game 2 to win the set 2-0 over Jonathan Martin there. What a battle by Riley.
Riley played that battle so incredibly well, being able to pilot that Zacian. I don't think he lost a Pokemon game 1 either. Oh wait, no, he lost the Rillaboom.
Yeah, he lost Rillaboom to the Glacial, so it was very close to a clean 8-0 for Riley in this set. Now, that's sometimes when the matchups are favorable. We have seen that happen before in a best of 3. That the matchups are favorable, you can win a set 2-0 the way that Riley Wilcox did. And he played it expertly, getting those taunts off properly, right on time. And also in game 2, Zacian knocking out the Amoonguss there with the Behemoth Blade allowed Riley to get that taunt off and make sure that Trick Room could not go up.
At that point, it was just really tough for Jonathan to make any kind of recovery. Riley played it so well. He is probably the best Swordfish player that I know, especially in the CFL region right now.
Oh, you're in a CFL. Okay, so we're
CFL.
playing we're playing Canadian football now. We're in Florida, but we're going to Canada.
All right, I'm down to go to Canada. We can dominate so many of our U.S. regionals, so we'll take it back, bring it back to Toronto, we'll bring it back to Vancouver. We're going to go all the way, and we're going to dominate all the world if we can. in Pokemon.
Maybe we should have a Montreal regional.
Ooh, I want to see that.
Yeah, go to Quebec. Go to Quebec.
Take that. I got a buddy we got in Winnipeg, and he tells me it's such a great city. We're gonna dominate all of Canada. We'll take it to Montreal, Winnipeg, all of it.
What was Calgary? Could go to Calgary.
Exactly.
I can't think of any in like Newfoundland though, or whatever. But getting back to Pokemon and everything, we were talking about regionals. Let's talk about this local, Brendan. Let's talk about some of our usage rates.
Yeah, I'd like to see what Pokemon we have. Ooh.
Wow, look at this. We've got the Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Incineroar as our top 3 of the top 12. But looking at other Pokemon here, there's Iron Jugulus, there is Grimmsnarl at 21% usage. Landorus Incarnate, I have yet to see a Landorus Incarnate.
It doesn't surprise me seeing that Iron Jugulus. I was talking with some of the players earlier today. I think we're going to be seeing Iron Jugulus a lot here today because a lot of people are running the same Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider team.
And we also do see that there is a different type of giraffe in that final spot of the non-restricted Pokemon usage, and that would be that for Farigiraf, which is still a very dominant Pokemon in Regulation I.
But actually, getting some feedback. So we had Iron Hands, Heart Flame, Ogerpont, and Raging Bolt. They all tied for last in the
usage.
So
very interesting that we have some Iron Hands usage here. A Volcarona is making an appearance potentially.
Ooh, I'd love to see that.
I mean, Volcarona can help out with access to Rage Powder, access to Quiver Dance, Flame Body for a potential burn. That can go a long way towards negating a physical attacker such as a Zacian.
Exactly. What was it? Volcarona is such a versatile Pokemon. I love to see all the different kinds of strategies people have for it. They can make it really defensive, go for Struggle Bug to maybe take down those Calyrex Shadow Riders, maybe not do as much damage. Now we got a restricted Pokemon right now.
And we've got our pairs. We do see that Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre pretty popular right now, and we did just see Calyrex Ice Rider, Kyogre. We saw our Kyogre and Zacian, also collectively referred to as Swordfish. We saw our Calyrex Ice Rider and Koraidon, but we have a Ho-Oh and Miraidon as one of our top pairs. That is actually really interesting to see.
I'm going to guess that a lot of people are just running this course, especially after taking inspiration from a lot of the results that we saw back at Milwaukee last weekend.
Exactly right. The Ho-Oh and Miraidon, a very good combination here. But I'm actually curious as to how these Pokemon are looking when they're not paired up. What about you, Brendan?
I mean, I've seen Miraidon. It's just so good at anything that it does. We're seeing it. Made 3rd place today. Not too shabby for Miraidon, I say so.
Not too problematic there for Miraidon being in 3rd place. We do see Kyogre leading the pack with a 47% usage rate at this local, and getting a little on the side of it. It is May. We're almost in June. I wonder if Florida players are trying to say, hurricane season is coming up.
Hurricane season is coming up. We got big rainstorms coming up ahead, and we already saw with Kyogre and
We
Iron Jugulus right next to it. He's going to be dishing out tons of hurricanes himself.
let's just hope they're not any major hurricanes.
No, you don't want to see anybody get hurt, you know?
No. But looking at some of the lesser used restricted Pokemon, such as our bottom 4 of our top restricted, we do see Ho-Oh, we see Koraidon. They are tied at a 15% usage. We have a couple of Lunalas in the field, and we have a tie for that last restricted spot between Terapagos and Zamazenta. We have Zamazenta, so both dogs are here. But where's Calyrex Shadow Rider?
You know, I just realized that. Where's Calyrex Shadow Rider? What is that one Zamazenta paired up with if it ain't Shadow Rider today?
I am now very curious as to what that Zamazenta is paired with that is not the Pokemon that we all thought early was going to be its go-to partner in building.
You know, I do remember, I think I saw, if it was in Milwaukee, it might have been Utrecht, where I did see a player, or maybe two, with the Zamazenta and Miraidon. So it might be something like that we might see later on in today's battles.
Interesting, because you could even go Wide Guard plus Terra Electric Discharge
Exactly.
on the Miraidon there, and that would actually be a lot of fun to try.
Ooh, I had to try that myself when I get the time for that. Between that, I know they might be able to partner up with a Kyogre, not too bad right there. We'll eliminate one of Zamazenta's weaknesses to fire right there with that Drizzle ability set up.
You are absolutely right. And we do have confirmation that we have one lone Shadow Rider in this tour. So there is one person that is running the Shadow Rider. I think I have a feeling I know who that player is.
Based on who I've been chatting with earlier, I might have an idea who that might be as well. I'm hoping to see them make it to the top cut today because I want to see what they can do with that one Shadow Rider.
It'd be nice to see Shadow Rider have its day in top cut because we've been having a good horse race right now. All we're missing is the Bugle.
Exactly.
All we're missing is the Bugle right now because we've seen a lot of horses, and actually, believe it or not, today is the Preakness for the Triple Crown. Now, unfortunately, we won't have another Triple Crown winner because the winner of the Derby is not racing today.
Nah, that's a shame. But you know what?
But we have our own horse to try to win.
We got so many Calyrex Ice Riders today. They're just so many different players. They're all so passionate about this one particular Pokemon. It does so well into the Regulation I format. Just being able to, do big damage or, change the pace of the game just by going, especially for that Trick Room.
You are absolutely right, Lunala right there. But then I'm even looking at that Ho-Oh because Ho-Oh not only is a very defensive Pokemon, it hits really hard on the physical side with moves like Brave Bird, Sacred Fire, which is an incredible move with a 50% chance to burn your opponent. So, much like Flame Body, which is a 30% chance, but you have to take damage, Sacred Fire, you do the damage, and then you just hope the coin flip works in your favor.
Oh, you know what? My coin flips have been really bad lately. I don't get those burns myself, but you know what? Sacred Fire is still such a great move to have, especially on Ho-Oh. It can do so much. It wasn't that common to see in Regulation G, but in Regulation I right now, it's such a viable partner, especially between doing big damage from two of its great attacks between Sacred Fire and Brave Bird. It does also have the option for Tailwind to support its partner Pokemon.
You are absolutely right, getting that Tailwind up there. And honestly, I did see this a couple of days ago. Somebody on the, just the regular ladder, I saw Air Cutter Ho-Oh.
Ooh, Air Cutter. That's double targets right there. You know what?
Spread damage move with a high critical hit ratio on both targets.
Man, I love to see that battle again someday.
I would be very interesting to see how a special Ho-Oh would work in this meta.
I had to relook at how Ho-Oh can be built for those kinds of scenarios. If it's just Air Cutter, who knows what other attacks it might have been running. It could be running Heat Wave. It might be a different kind of Chi-Yu.
Well, yes, but do we have a pair of glasses that can fit Ho-Oh?
We can find some kind of spectacles for that one bird Pokemon right there.
That is a good point, Brennan. That is a very good point. There's probably a pair of spectacles that can fit Ho-Oh. Maybe even just get him a monocle. Little monocle there, just try to at least always hit the target that you want it to hit.
That's all he needs.
That's all it needs. Oh, But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break for round 2 here at the Versus Games League Cup in Oviedo, Florida. Round 3 will be starting up very shortly, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
You have a good day now.
Welcome back to Versus Games and the League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. We have just gone through 2 rounds of Swiss. Brendan Nasir, Joe Carlino, and we are getting ready for round 3. Brendan, the rain is coming. The rain is coming.
The rain has just been everywhere over the place. I haven't seen many hurricanes yet, but there's been a lot of rain.
There has been a lot of rain, and, you know, I'm okay with the rain because there is one thing that's a positive about the rain, and you know what that is?
What's that?
Not that much heat.
You know what? I mean, it's Florida. Some people love the rain. You know what? I'm not going to say I don't like the rain, but you know what? I've lived here all my life. You know what? I'm okay with a little heat every now and then.
It depends on the heat, really. It really just depends on the heat. Like, if it gets to, you know, drought level from a Groudon at like 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, okay, you got me. But I don't need 90 degrees at 8:30 in the morning.
I mean, regardless of weather like that, if it's that hot, you know what? Take advantage of that. Make it a beach day.
There's beaches in Florida?
I think there's like 3 sides of beaches.
But then again, I mean, you know what happens at the beach, though, right?
What's that?
You gotta watch out for tentacles and tentacruels.
Oh, man, I hate those things.
Yeah, I mean, they're everywhere out there. And then maybe a couple of Sharpedos.
No, the thing that scares me the most, you find far out a little bit, go swimming too far, might encounter Frillish, and those are very scary.
Yeah, I mean, Frillish are pretty scary, but I hear Jellicents are very sensitive.
Yeah, you know, they're a little squishy, and you know what? You just talk to them a little bit, they might come to understand you.
You are absolutely right there, Brendan. But we are going to get set for round 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 incredible players, and one of them is actually in our top 16 of the leaderboard right now, Brendan. It is Kerry D'Artona versus Andrew Navarro for round 3.
Ooh, I am excited for this battle. What we got in store? Oh, we got the same team again for a 3rd round in a row with the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Kyogre. But we got on Andrew's side, we see the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the one and only for today. And then we also have a Terapagos on his side. This looks like a very common team I've seen many times before, especially in Regulation G, where they have that same composition, but they're just going to put in a Shadow Rider because it just fits so well.
You are absolutely correct there, Brendan, with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. This is the only Calyrex Shadow that we have at this local. But what's even more crazy, there's a Terapagos on Andrew's side. That's what's even more incredible.
I'm looking at this Terapagos. It looks like it's the one that just I've used personally a lot in all of Reg G. It's that common Calm Mind set, and just brings it so far back. You know, I love that setup. The Terapagos is such a bulky Pokemon. It can take so many hits, especially with that Terra Shell ability. Well, it just keeps, you know, setting up more Calm Minds. It has Incineroar and Rillaboom as partners to help with the fake out pressure. Got Ogerpon for Follow Me redirection. Just helping every Terapagos every step of the way to make sure in an endgame scenario it can really do some big damage.
You are absolutely right there. With partners like Incineroar and Rillaboom, a Calm Mind leftovers Terapagos can get those Calm Mind boosts off, boost its special attack and special defense, and then just be able to survive hits. And that's what you want out of Terapagos.
Terapagos, I mean, he's a little guy that can do so much for you, but we're going to take a look at Kerry's team. It looks very similar to what we've seen the past few rounds. One thing I'm noticing, can't recall 100%, but I see a different kind of Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Life Orb. I don't think we see too many of those every now and then.
I actually did run Life Orb at Atlanta on Urshifu. It was a lot of fun, even though I didn't really have the greatest matchups with Life Orb Urshifu, but when I brought it, it did damage. People you can't underestimate an Urshifu with a Life Orb.
You know what? It's helpful because you see so many Urshifu. They might be Mystic Water just to get boosts on only the water type moves, or they go for choice, but that also kind of restricts you into only one attack. But you know what? It's okay. Let's try Life Orb. Let's get a little experimental. Give you more versatility with your moveset.
And looking at Andrew Navarro's team here, we do see that lone Calyrex Shadow Rider. It has Pollen Puff and Encore on its set, alongside Terra Ghost with the Focus Sash. So with that Focus Sash, it will live one full knockout hit at 1 HP, But with Encore on the Calyrex side, you can say lock that Rillaboom into Fake Out, or you can lock the Calyrex into Trick Room or something like that.
You know, I see so many of these Calyrex showers. They're running the Encore nowadays. It's so interesting because a lot of people, they get scared of the Astral Barrage. They might click for a Protect. You can't do that anymore because now you got the Encore in your moveset and just punish players who want to play defensively against Shadow Rider. And like, no, you're going to have to take these Astral Barrages or find some other way around to beat this Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And also noting on Andrew's side here, his Ogerpon does not have a grass-type move. You are not, your eyes are not deceiving you, ladies and gentlemen. Ivy Cudgel is a rock-type move on Ogerpon Cornerstone, but he does not have Horn Leech, he does not have Power Whip, he has Knockoff.
Knockoff is an interesting adjustment. I wouldn't be mistaken. Probably, aside from doing major damage to any opposing Shadow Riders, not that we're going to see any more today. But even then, there's still so many other Pokemon. You know, there's a handful of Lunalas out there. It can be a really interesting choice for this Ogerpon right now. Ooh, and he leads with it along with his Terrapagos.
And we do see it is the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Iron Jugulus for carry. So this is our first seeing a sighting of Iron Jugulus today, Brendan.
Iron Jugulus is such a cool Pokemon. It's like the Hydreigon, but he's a robot now. And he's got the Quark Drive. He's going to boost probably his speed. And yep, there we go. And what the Iron Jugulus does best, it can just set up Tailwinds. It can set up Snarls to make sure, in this scenario, Snarl will make it a lot harder for Terrapagos to be able to set up with his Calm Mind attacks.
You are absolutely right here. And also with Snarl, it will break Ogerpon sturdy if it manages to connect into the Ogerpon, because we have to remember Snarl is a 95% accurate move, so there is that chance that it will miss and Sturdy survives for at least one more turn.
It's going to be really scary because you go for that Snarl, break the Sturdy from Ogerpon, and then he still has his Calyrex Ice Rider to be able to do a Glacial Lance, could possibly just knock it out right then and there.
And we see Iron Jugulus has been activated with its Terra Orb, and it must be Halloween time in May because that's an axe in its head right now.
It's got an axe in its head. It's going to use a Snarl. Is Steel type so it can resist any potential rock attacks coming from that Ogerpon.
But we see the special attack drop on both Pokemon here on Andrew's side. The Ivy Cudgel is going to go into the Iron Jugulus. It is a resisted hit now as the Terrapagos going for that Calm Mind and getting that all-important special defense boost. Now, it won't get that special attack boost. It goes back to neutral. But more importantly, this Glacial Lance is going to do big damage because of the Terra Shell. It knocks out the Ogerpon, and suddenly Ogerpon is down, and Carrie Daytona has a Calyrex at +1 with a Terra Steel Iron Jugulus.
Carrie is such a good position right now. He has barely taken any damage from Andrew's Pokemon. And even then, all that Terrapagos has to show for it at this rate in the battle is it has half of its HP and +1 in its special defense. So it's going to be a very uphill battle for Andrew right now.
And it's also important to note that this Iron Jugulus has Snarl. It is a 4-time super effective move into that Calyrex Shadow Rider right now. But the Calyrex Shadow Rider does have that Focus Sash, which would prevent it from being knocked out in one hit with a super effective Dark-type move here, as Andrew has opted to Terrastalize his Terrapagos, and the hidden treasure of Area Zero has Terrastalized into its Stellar form.
Stellar form, Terrapagos. Right now, we see a Protect coming from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Playing it safe right now. I wouldn't doubt in any way. We're probably going to see a big Terra Starstorm coming from this Terrapagos. We're going to see how much damage it might be able to do at this rate.
This is a +1 Glacial Lance here through the Tailwind, and it doesn't KO the Terrapagos. It is very close, but this is a Terra Starstorm neutral, but it will be super effective into that Iron Jugulus because Stellar Terra is super effective. Jugulus survives! It lives!
1 HP!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, and now Carrie is such a good position. He can just go for Snarl right again, just do a little more chip damage, but it doesn't even matter. He is ready to just be able to retaliate after that huge attack coming from the Terrapagos right now. We're going to see what he can do in the next battle. But also with the Calyx Shadow Rider, it previously just did a Protect last turn. Now it has the opportunity to go for whatever moves it wants. It might be even just go for an Astral Barrage.
And we see the Snarl come out. It actually doesn't do enough to KO the Calyrex or bring it down to its Focus Sash. But we do see the Astral Barrage come out on this Calyrex. It will take out that Hydreigon from 1 HP. And it did big damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider with the super effective Ghost-type damage. But this Calyrex Ice Rider is not going to be faster than the Terrapagos here with a Glacial Lance at +1, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Terrapagos are down on Andrew's side, and Calyrex is now at +3 on its attack.
My goodness, this one Calyrex Ice Rider is just going to be ready to clean up, and we might be able to finally see a victory for this team today. We'll see how Kerry can pull it off in the rest of this battle, because I believe both of Andrew's, both of his restricted Pokemon are gone, so we're going to see what he has left in the back at this point in the game.
And we do see it is the Rillaboom in the back. Now, what's important to note here is that the Rillaboom does have access to Fake Out, which could work for the Calyrex on this turn, but Calyrex will still probably be faster in the Trick, in the Tailwind for that last turn, as we do just see a Water Spout come out, doing big damage, and the Rillaboom hits it, but it goes for the Drum Beating, actually, into the Calyrex. Will it do enough? It does! On 1 HP!
Again!
1 HP! Kerry Daytona's Calyrex barely survives in the home stretch and ends up knocking out all of Andrew's Pokemon.
My goodness. I don't know what Kerry's doing with his Pokemon. They are just so bulky. They are living every single attack that's being thrown at them.
Unbelievable right there. Kerry Daytona with the Calyrex getting all 4 knockouts in that game 1, Brendan.
My goodness. I can't believe that Kerry was able to pull it off so incredible in his first battle like that. He just showed such dominant energy the whole battle.
I mean, getting that the Steel Terror off on the Iron Jugulis there on the first turn, just risking that that Andrew would go for an Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Jugulis and not even trying to risk it into the Calyrex there. That was a big play by Kerry, and then getting that Glacial Lance off because it was doing more damage thanks to Terra Shell being broken.
You gotta also remember that because he went for that Terra on turn 1, no doubt, that means he put him in a pretty tough position because he knew, hey, right next to it is the Terrapagos. It can just go for Terrassalization at any point with that super effective Terra Starstorm right at the Iron Jugulis and knock it out. But he knew it's all going to be worth it at the end of this battle because he can put himself in such a position where neither Andrew's restricted Pokemon would be able to retaliate with any big damage back.
You are absolutely right. And how about that Iron Jugulis? The Calyrex living on 1 HP. The Iron Jugulis living on 1 HP. Those are the kinds of damage rolls that you hope for as a trainer because you train your Pokemon as hard as you can. And when they get that 1 HP survival, that 1 HP in a dream, and help you secure the victory.
There's no Focus Sashes for these Pokemon, that's for sure, but they don't need them anyways because they are built so bulky that they will always make sure to stay at 1 HP no matter what.
You are absolutely right, Brendan, but we are going to get into game number 2 here. After that game number 1, how will Andrew Navarro bounce back and force a game number 3 against Kerry Daytona, or will Kerry move on to 3-0?
Going 3-0 would be an incredible feature against so many strong trainers here today, but it shows that Kerry is just as strong as all these other players.
And we do see Andrew leading off with the Calyrex and the Amoonguss here. Meanwhile, it is the Iron Jugulis and the Kyogre on the side of Kerry. So Kerry with the same lead here, but Andrew switching it up.
Andrew's switching it up entirely between 2 different Pokemon. He's got the Amoonguss there, which can do a lot of trouble for Kerry's Pokemon, especially if with that Spore pressure. But at the same time, Kerry does have the Rain activate, which means he can get those Hurricanes to never miss straight into the Amoonguss or any of Andrew's Pokemon for that matter.
And also, because the rain is up, Carey has Thunder on his Kyogre, so much like Hurricane, in rain, Thunder will never miss unless the opponent protects.
Unless they protect, but I don't think he needs the Thunder at this very moment. But you know what? Rain is up. He doesn't have to worry too much. He can just go for all the water attacks he wants and do as much big damage as he can. I don't know about the Water Spout against the Shadow Rider being faster than it and clicking any Astral Barrages, but we'll have to see a Thunder. Ooh.
We do see a Thunder come out, and a Hurricane also was the move of choice on that Iron Jugulis. So in a very nice turn of events, we do see that Hurricane be clicked, but we also see the Thunder. We did not see a spread move get clicked on that turn.
I'm thinking, yeah, he went for that Thunder, probably just to scout out if that Amoonguss might even possibly do a Terrestrialization into the water type, so he wants to make sure he is covering all of his grounds against Andrew's Pokemon.
And we do see the Snarl come out now, which does big damage into the Calyrex. Again, doing well over half damage on Calyrex, but it just does big damage here. And we do see a Pollen Puff actually chosen on the Calyrex here. Very interesting. Because a Water Spout coming out, and the Calyrex will go down to that full HP Water Spout here. But now it comes down to, what did this Amoonguss choose? Andrew has chosen to sacrifice his own Calyrex Shadow Rider here to get that Spore off into the Iron Jugulis. A very impressive play by Andrew there.
With the Spore on the Iron Jugulis right round now, that means he can't go in for more Spores. So it gives him a good position. He's going into his Ogerpon right now, actually. Now, unfortunately, this one Ogerpon does not have any grass moves, so it's going to make it a lot harder for it to really be able to do any big damage to this Kyogre, except for any Ivy Cudgels or knockoffs.
You are absolutely right here, but we have to keep in mind that Ogerpon, like you said, it only has Ivy Cudgel and knockoff here. If Ogerpon goes into something like that Iron Jugulis with Ivy Cudgel, it would be super effective right now. And Ogerpon could go into the Kyogre, get some damage, but that Kyogre, as we end up just seeing the battle be...
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
Andrew has opted to end the game, actually. Very interesting decision there.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a pretty tough choice. He already lost his one restricted Pokemon. He's probably just looking at the writing against the wall. He only has the Amoonguss, his Ogerpon, and possibly his Terrapagos in the bag. Is be frankly a very hard position to be able to recover from that kind of battle.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting, but the fact that Iron Jugulis would have had to take that one guaranteed turn of sleep, I do end up wondering what Andrew could have done on that turn. He probably could have gone for an Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Jugulis, make sure that you have the priority and you don't have to worry about Tailwind. You would still have to worry about the possibility of a Glacial Lance or a Thunder or an Origin Pulse or a Water Spout or a Hydro Pump. You'd have to worry about that, but you wouldn't have to worry about the speed control unless Trick Room goes up.
Right, I mean, Iron Jugulis was such a key Pokemon on Carey's team, being able to go for Snarls and just to make sure that Andrew's both of his restricted Pokemon were not able to do any big damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah.
I'm very curious as to why the immediate cancellation of the battle, though, because I feel like Andrew could have maybe clawed it back and forced a Game 3.
He could have. I mean, when you have that kind of Terrapagos on your team it relies on Calm Mind setting up, it makes it a big target because it's not attacking and gives Carey such a free position to just attack it. You know, what's Terrapagos going to do? It's a little turtle. It can't attack back at that point.
You're absolutely right. But honestly, now that we've got this done, you want to do some trivia?
You know what? Yeah, let's do some trivia. Let's have some little fun right here. Let's see if we can test our viewers or anybody else watching. See how well they know their Pokemon stuff.
I haven't done trivia in a while yet. I mean, I do pride myself in being very knowledgeable, so to speak.
I'll have to see about that.
I wonder what kind of trivia they've got for us.
I'm excited. Ooh, let's see. Who's that Pokemon? It's Herculean powers that can easily throw around 100 times its own weight.
Oh, okay. So we're doing Pokedex entries here. Oh.
I can't.
Oh
John-
man,
Johnson.
I
Throw.
Okay,
I mean,
so-
it could be any fighting type. I'm also thinking,
it could even be like a steel type.
a rock type.
Uh,
Ooh,
I'm trying to think here.
but it's gotta be probably something small at that point. You know what I'm thinking? What if it was like Heracross?
You think this is Heracross?
I mean, it could be possible. It doesn't mention anything about horns, so that's something that's making me think not 100%. It's not Heracross, but I think it could possibly be something like that.
And now that I think about it, you might be right because they do talk about its horn being more of its strength than its actual limbs.
Right. I mean, he's
So-
just got little bug limbs, It's the horn that's
he's,
powerful.
he's got the little bug limbs. I think he's got some wings too. I'm not. I think. I mean, he's been. It's not a stag beetle. If I
No, I think it's a Hercules.
Her-
Herculean beetle, something like that.
some you know what? Well,
I mean, that's why I also got thinking about that because that's what it's based on. I'm pretty sure it's like or a Goliath beetle, something like that. One of those beetles that you see all the time that like to flip each other over.
oh yeah, because the bug fight would. You got it. I think we gotta lock in Heracross. I
I'm
think
gonna
we gotta
lock
lock
in
it in.
Heracross. We're gonna see what.
Hey, it's Heracross!
Yeah!
Let's go! And also, I think my friend Courtney Rogers, if I would have gotten this question wrong, I think she would have she would have been Barney Stinson. Friendship over.
Ooh, that's gotta be rough, just because of one Pokemon right there. But let's see if we can kick it off with another trivia question. I would love to see. Ooh, since it can't generate, it sticks to large body. Oh, that's Joltik.
Yeah,
That's Joltik.
Yeah, you can already see that one like coming from a mile away.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, Joltik.
Yeah, that was just a little. I think they're giving us some warm up questions.
Oh.
I think they're giving us some
Ooh.
warm up. They're giving us some warm up, and then they're gonna hit us with the right hook and the left.
Oh yeah, I gotta see what we got next. Give me something.
All right,
good.
let's
Ooh.
see what we got next here. Oh man, I'm having fun with the trivia though, because
Ooh.
this Pokemon is very tenacious. Once it targets its prey, it won't give up the chase, no matter how far the prey goes.
That could be any Pokemon.
I mean,
What's-
tenacious prey giving up the chase.
It's something that's very aggressive. I'm almost thinking it could be a Paradox Pokemon. I don't think it's that. No. All the Paradox Pokemon have like that same sort of Pokedex where it's like there's not much known about Pokemon.
For me, what's getting me is the part where it says it won't give up the chase. Now, this may be a little unorthodox here, but I do remember a long time ago they used to say it. Don't look a primate in the eyes. Otherwise,
Ooh.
you will never be able to avoid it. So I think I'm going to lock in primate.
All right, let's go with Primate.
Oh, it's Arbok!
Arbok. I would have never guessed that. Wow.
And actually, funnily enough, the Pokemon Horizons anime, they just had their most recent episode in Japan yesterday. They actually had a Arbok in the episode.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Like Arbok was one of the featured Pokemon for that episode, and man, I can't remember. I thought I saw somewhere I was out of regionals or somewhere some events VGC. Someone was using Arbok and like actually popping off with a little bit.
Really?
And not day two. At least no way it's day two. But
Well, never say never.
But let's never say that.
Never say never.
but someone was winning a few battles out of regionals or some major event with an Arbok. And I'm thinking, man, I gotta find that player. I gotta ask him like, what were you cooking with that? But let's see if we got another trivia question for us.
Yeah, I wonder what this one will be. I mean, that one actually was a little bit tough because, I mean, like, you see, don't give up the chase. That's what got me with Primate, is because of the eyes. If you see it, they say if you see a Primate in the eyes, it will chase you until it dies. And
Ooh,
then technically,
it
it'll probably
understands
chase
human
you.
speech and is highly intelligent. It has a tender and dislikes fighting. Ooh,
Milotic. Milotic.
Right.
That's Milotic right there.
No!
Oh, it's Latios!
I didn't think it'd be Latios. That's not the more offensive one.
Oh, I mean, okay. See, now we're getting into that. We're just answering. We're just trying to guess quickly. We're just trying to guess quickly. We're going.
We gotta think these things.
We have to think. We have to use our collective intellect here, Brendan. We got to use our collective intellect here. Oh man, I wonder what the next one
I
is
was,
gonna.
to be honest, I was thinking it was Gardevoir for a second. I was like, nah.
Ooh, well, no, it didn't say black
Groups
hole.
of them beat up anything that enters their territory. They can each spit acidic liquid from its mouth.
Groups of them beat up anything that enters their territory.
Territory.
And acidic liquid.
So, yeah, it's got to be a poison type right there. But territorial, how many territorial poison types can you think of? I mean, I was thinking Grafaiai for a second, but I don't think the Pokedex goes into that. It probably just goes into it how it's like, doodling, stuff like that.
yeah, I mean, it goes like off of that, but I mean,
What if it's No.
but also acidic liquid from its mouth? Grafaiai has the
right? It's on the finger.
Yeah, because it's based on the ii monkey.
So it's spitting out. I was thinking Drapion, but probably not that.
I was thinking like originally like Seviper or something like that. I'm thinking like something like a Seviper or I don't know, maybe like
What if it wasn't a poison type? But that could be it. Like I mean, what else could spit acid?
but beat
Ooh.
up anything that enters their territory.
So maybe what if it's like Toxicroak? No, not Toxicroak. That is just spit.
Well, I mean, that is something because like it has the poison dart sack and everything.
Ooh.
Let's say
What if it's a poison or a bug type?
Well, again, let's split this off. So you have an answer, I have an answer. So let's not just lock in the same answer.
I'm gonna go with, as much as it's not spitting much, I'm gonna go with Toxicroak.
Okay, you're gonna go with Toxicroak. I am gonna go with screw it, I'll go Drapion.
No, I mean we're
Scrafty!
Scrafty. Okay, you know what? I was at least getting somewhere with the fighting type thing.
But acidic liquid from its mouth.
What if you ever see Scrafty spitting on anything?
Yeah, like I didn't even know that was in its Pokedex entry.
I guess, yeah, in the Pokedex or something. I gotta look that up. It's gotta be one of these games. It's just talking about spitting Scrafty.
Yeah, I mean, I would have never seen that one coming in a million years.
I think it at least gets gunk shot. I mean,
No, it does get going, but at the same time, like you don't think of acidic liquid.
no. I just think about it's got the baggy pants. And
Yeah, I mean, we see it. We see Scraggy's black and white sprite. It literally pulls it up.
the pants.
Whoop.
It's trying. It's like, I can pull them out, and they just fall back down. It's a lot of loose skin.
Exactly. But hey, that was a good tough one.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if we got another one.
Oh, they're gonna. That gave us trouble. I can't wait to see what they got next. Like the wind, it can slip through. Oh! Whimsicott.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Wait,
What?
no. At least balls a white fluff behind. Shoot.
Oh.
No. It's Whimsicott. It's Whimsicott. I got this. It's Whimsicott.
I think it's either Whimsicott or Jumpluff, but I'm gonna go with Whimsicott.
It's Whimsicott. Yes,
All
Whimsicott.
right. All right. It was Whimsicott because again, like the balls of white fluff, Jumpluff, the white balls.
I mean, I have a passion. I love Whimsicott, so I read ever since Black and White. I'm always reading the same Pokedex entries every time. That was stuck in my mind. I know that somehow, I guess Whimsicott's like an octopus. It can just go through any crack that it wants to, and then you know what? It's just leaving fluff behind.
Whimsicott being based on an octopus, I have now heard it all.
And they got it slips through anything, like the they don't have the bones.
Yeah. Okay. So again, that was
This
this
bone-
brutal Pokemon travels the skies on its 6 wings.
All right, come on.
Anything that moves seems like a foe to it.
Okay, come on. Come on. That's Hydreigon. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like we just saw Iron Jugulus, so it's like
It's fresh on the mind.
yeah. Now of course we do have to believe. Do you believe that a Culture magazine from Scarlet and Violet?
Oh, no.
That
Oh, no.
Iron Jugulus fell in love with a robot.
There's a lot of strange fiction, but they're saying no, this is nonfiction that actually happened. Like,
I mean, we have to remember though, the Scarlet Book was considered a Culture magazine at one point, but then thanks to the player characters and Briar, that actually turned out to be a legitimate publication.
right? I mean, Anything's possible in the world of Pokemon.
I believe so.
Let's see, we got another one.
I wonder what this one will be.
Ooh.
Because we've gotten some stumpers, but we've gotten some easy ones.
All right.
I think this one will be a hard one coming up.
Ooh, they build huge nests with many rooms that are different purposes, such as eating and sleeping. Nests. So it's gotta be a bug type, right?
Why am I getting Combee or Vespiquen with this?
I mean, it could be something like that. I'm also thinking, what if it was? No, I think if it was Durant, they'd probably talk about more of like its metal body, something like that. So it's gotta be some kind of bug type that's not Durant. I mean, huge nests with many rooms that are used for different purposes, like eating and sleeping. Like, it almost sounds like it's just making like just houses or like apartments or something like that. It's just like, you know what? This will be that room. This will be that room. That's the eating room. That's the kitchen. That's the living room. You know? That's the bedroom.
That's the master bedroom over there. That's the game room. This is the battlefield room. This is the bonus room. This is the garage.
So, you want to lock in Combee?
I think I'm gonna lock in Combee.
Let's lock in Combee.
Mousehole.
Yeah, you know that
Okay,
makes sense.
that does make sense. I mean, because again, like we're thinking, like many like building nests. You don't really
Yeah.
you think of Mousehole tidying up. You don't think of it making nests.
You know, they're just little families, whatnot. I don't think like lots of little families just all together. I mean, yeah, maybe that is real estate for Mousehole real estate right there.
Yeah, Mousehole real estate. Yeah, I mean, hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to start a real estate company, Mousehole real estate.
Mousehole real estate. All right.
TPCI exclusive.
Ooh. All right.
Let's do one more, Brent. I think we got time for one more,
One more? Yeah, let's go for one more.
and hopefully it's one that we can differentiate on. And this will be the tiebreaker, so to
All right.
speak.
Ooh, all right. Let's go.
Oh man, I'm very curious on this one.
Let's shoot for for all the marbles for this one. You know what?
I've
Those are all warm-ups. This 1 point right here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got Pelipper and we got Screamtail here. Maybe we'll get one of them.
Oh man, that would be really useful. I gotta represent my boy Screamtail right there. Always doing my everything, all my wins for me.
Oh, hold on. I gotta be Coral in the anime.
Oh man! Oh!
Ah!
A pair.
Maybe seen rubbing their cheek pouches together in an effort to share. Okay, so right off rip,
So it's one of the those little electric types.
it's one of the
cheeks
it's one of the Pikachu clones.
together in an effort to share stored electricity. A pair. I mean, so I'm thinking when it says pair, I'm thinking plus or minus, but no, because a pair would mean two of the same Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to be plus or minus. So it's not going to be Raichu, because Raichu's thing is about zapping Indian elephants.
Yes.
So we're not going to do that one. So we got Pachirisu, which I'm thinking, that one's probably all about, between that and Morpeko, they're all about snacking, They're just little rodents, like on the cheeks.
Pachirisu is more like mischievous.
Yeah.
Like we saw Dawn's Pachirisu in the anime.
Yeah, they're right there. Amalga, that one's flying. We got the Dene.
But then again, I mean, we have seen in the anime. I mean, Ash's Pikachu and Iris's Emolga.
Oh yeah, they're rubbing the cheeks.
They rubbed the cheek pouches. It could be Emolga.
I think that's just like, that's just a thing they all do. Like, any of them. I mean, we gotta think. What else do we got? We got the Dene. We got Togedemaru. We got Morpeko. We got who's our newest one?
The Palmy line. The Palmy line.
Ooh, the Palmy line. Ooh.
I mean, again, this is for all the marbles. We got to choose one of each. You know what? Just because it says it in there, I'm gonna lock into Dene. What are you gonna lock in?
Ooh, lock in. I'm gonna go with. You know what? Let's just go with Pikachu.
Okay, you're gonna go Pikachu. I'm gonna go to Dene, and the answer is. Pachirisu!
It was Pachirisu. The VGC poster child, Matt Pachirisu.
The 2014 World Champion!
Oh, I'm sorry, Pachirisu. You know what? I'll do better next time.
If I could speak Korean, I would say I'm sorry to Seijun Park.
You know what? I mean, right now he's probably wrestling his sleeve. It's like someone's dishonoring Pachirisu. It's like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll get it next time. I love your Pachirisu. I love your passion for the game, your creativity in this game. But you know what? We'll get him next time.
Well, I think we have to do one more now because we got it wrong. So we have to see if one of us wins. So we got to get one more.
We gotta do it until one of us gets it right. At this point, we just keep
until one
going.
gets it right and one gets it wrong. We got to try one more. Now we kind of figured out with the Pika clones though.
Yeah.
So it was
We're close. I mean, it could have been any of them in that race.
it really could have. But again, if it said snacking, we would have said okay, more Peko.
More Peko. If it was like, the Pulse on Mayan thing, there's that. And I know Pichu, that thing just can zap things.
They travel in groups of 4 or 5, leaving signs for one another on trees and rocks. They bring down their prey with coordinated attacks.
I know this one! No, I can't remember it. They leave their signs. What fish is Grafii? No.
I'm thinking Paldea, but I'm going to go a different route. Because coordinated. I'm going Spidops. I'm locking in Spidops.
Alright, we'll go Grafii. I knew that one!
I just thought of it now. I just realized
Remember
it.
the old the snow?
The TCG pocket,
Yeah,
the
one
rainbow
card.
art.
Was it the Snom card?
No, it
No.
was Swine.
Swino, right? And then
it was a Weavile card.
they're all circling around it.
On the Swino.
You know what?
You know what? After that, I think we need a break.
Yeah,
I think after that we need a
that's
break.
enough trivia for now.
Because I think the crowd is ready to beat us up for how long we've been.
Yeah,
So
we don't know our Pokemon enough, but you know what? It's okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with round 4 of the Versus Games League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. So don't go anywhere.
Have a good day.
Welcome back to Versus Games and the Oviedo League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. After 3 rounds of incredible Swiss and some unfortunate trivia, Brendan Nasir, Joe Carlino, we are back. And Brendan, well, that was fun for trivia.
You know what? I'd say it was pretty good. We got at least half of them right. I mean, you go to school, you get half of them right. That's an F. But you know what? We're going to do better next time. We're going to get that D-.
I mean, in all fairness, I can't use my right arm right now because, as we said, the crowd was less than happy with our performance in the trivia. So I kind of lost some feel in my right. Oh, hold on a sec. Ugh, there we go. Okay, I got the right arm.
All right, good to see you're doing better.
All right, we got both. I'm ambulative in both arms. I was trying to think of the word.
All right, sounds good to me.
But we have a fun matchup here in round 4. Now, our top table of undefeateds is Kerry D'Artona versus Patrick Connors, which is, I would say, expected.
Right, yeah. I mean, they're both talented players, so yeah.
They are pretty talented in their own perspective. But we do have our own special matchup here. This is going to be a matchup to potentially earn a spot in Top Cut for the Oviedo League Cup, and it's going to be Eddie Guns versus Raymond Pini.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I've battled both these players before. They're very strong players. They both like to use some very the same Pokemon. I've seen them use even throughout Reg G. They are very passionate about some of their restricted Pokemon. They don't change all that much.
They really don't, but one thing to note about both of these these trainers here is that Raymond is very well known in the Florida community as a Zacian lover and a Chen Pao lover. He really loves both of those Pokemon, so to speak. And that's actually very interesting to see that he is running the Kyogre and Zacian, but there's no Chen Pao.
Nah, you don't need it for every battle, but you know what? He's got his Zacian. I think he's happy enough with just that one for today. He's got another Swordfish team. We got both players with Swordfish teams, actually. Very similar in that sense. But we got, on Raymond's side, he's got his signature Zacian, the Kyogre. He's got his Tornadus. He's got the Urshifu Rapid Strike.
The top 4 are pretty similar in Pokemon, but their compositions are a little bit different between Eddie and Raymond. But we do see at the bottom there, Eddie has an Incineroar and a Rillaboom, but Raymond has a Brute Bonnet and a Grimmsnarl. So again, it is nice to see Brute Bonnet getting some representation at this League Cup.
Well, we got with Eddie's side, he's got, instead of those two, he's got both the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. So those are more for fake out pressure, it looks like. And then you got his Incineroar. It can be very scary, actually, against the opposing Zacian on Raymond's side. It has the Will-O-Wisp, and I believe, Raymond's Zacian is Terra Fairy, so it's going to be pretty tricky, but it does also have substitutes, so we'll just see how the Incineroar can be useful in this battle, potentially.
It's also important to note that on Eddie's side, and we do see he's having a conversation with that Kyogre plush here. He's probably asking, please just hit your Origin Pulses. Please just hit your Origin Pulses.
Gotta pet it for good luck right there.
Gotta pet it for good luck. But also important to note that Eddie's Zacian is Terra Dragon. So that actually could play into a strategy for Raymond on his side, as we do see Raymond's Zacian is Terra Fairy, as you did point out, Brendan, and it has Substitute, Play Rough, and Behemoth Blade, but it is listed as Iron Head because of Iron Head turning into Behemoth Blade with the Rusted Sword item. But also important to note, this is a Terra Electric Assault Vest Kyogre.
That is one bulky Kyogre, and it feels very passionate about those Thunders. It might come into handy against Eddie's own Kyogre. So I'd love to see if we get the rare Terra Electric off of this Kyogre. If not, you know what? It's still doing a lot of big damage without those water spouts anyways.
And Raymond rounds out his team with that Tornadus, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, which will do major damage in the rain. But he also has a Brute Bonnet with Rage Powder, Spore, Sucker Punch, and Seed Bomb. So we do see a Seed Bomb Sucker Punch combination on a Brute Bonnet today with that Terra Fairy. And we also see a Grimmsnarl with a Light Clay, Reflect, Light Screen, Thunder Wave, and Spirit Break. So Grimmsnarl is mostly there to ensure that Raymond's side has defensive pressure while succeeding at keeping Eddie's team slow.
You know, with the Grimmsnarl round and we have the Assault Vest Kyogre, there's going to be a lot of defense on that one Kyogre throughout this whole battle. If you set up a Light Screen, you set Reflect, you know, those are around for 8 turns each. So we're going to see Raymond leads with the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Grimmsnarl, while Eddie just goes straight away for his Zacian and his Tornadus.
And this is a very interesting lead on both sides here, because on Eddie's side, the Zacian is naturally faster than the Urshifu without that Choice Scarf. But with the Choice Scarf on Raymond's side, Urshifu might have a shot at being faster. However, Tornadus does have the option to go for something like a Tailwind here and make sure that Zacian will always outspeed. But we do see that Raymond has activated his Terra Orb onto his Urshifu, and it has become a little bit ghosty. I think it's been around Lavender Town right now, because that is a Terra Ghost on that Urshifu.
Bouncing a little bit spookier right now. So we see the Thunder Wave straight onto the Zacian. That's going to make it a lot harder for it to be able to do any potential attacks. It might even get fully paralyzed at any turn right now. And the Surging Strikes go straight into the Zacian. Just want to try to weaken it as much as he possibly can.
3 guaranteed critical hits, bringing it down just under half HP. This Tornadus, though, going for that Bleak Wind Storm, and it hits both targets, doing 50% into the Urshifu. Lowers the speed of the Grimmsnarl, but it does not lower the speed of the Urshifu. However, Eddie's Zacian breaks through that paralysis, and Raymond not only loses his Urshifu Rapid Strike, he loses his Terra Pokemon.
He's already lost his Terra Pokemon on the first turn of the battle, but we got his Zacian back on the field right now. Gets the Intrepid Sword boost +1 attack, and then we are going to see what Raymond can really do to adjust in this current situation in the battle right now.
You are absolutely right. We do see Zacian going for a Protect here on Eddie's side. And what does the Grimmsnarl do? The Grimmsnarl, actually we're going to see the Tailwind come out first, because Tornadus is naturally faster than Grimmsnarl with the Prankster. As Grimmsnarl going for that Reflect, getting the defensive boost up right now. But we see the Behemoth Blade +1 into this Tornadus, and it will not KO the Tornadus. It survives
4 HP.
on 4 HP.
And that Tornadus is going to stick around for one more turn of this battle, potentially. We got Eddie. He's in a tough spot right now. He's got a paralyzed Zacian, but he still has his Tornadus around for one more turn. He can really be able to make some powerful plays right now into this following turn.
You are absolutely right here, Brendan, because the Zacian, by not knocking out that Tornadus, that means that Eddie has to lose one more turn of the Tailwind. And we do see the Bleak Wind Storm.
no!
That's a double miss on the Bleak Wind Storm! And the Behemoth Blade coming out +1 through the resist, and it knocks out the Zacian!
Zacian is down for the count right now. That poor Tornadus not able to do any damage this turn, and it's also going to get knocked out by the Spirit Break from the Grimmsnarl.
Oh my goodness. The Tornadus goes down. The Zacian goes down. Eddie has lost 2 Pokemon, and he actually does not have...
His Kyogre.
Kyogre is not in the pack. It is Incineroar and Rillaboom for Eddie.
Right now, Eddie's going to have to really find out how to adjust. You know, Eddie or Raymond, he lost his Terrestrialization right off the gate, but it's okay for Eddie or for Raymond at this point, because he can still do big damage with that Zacian regardless if he has that option or not.
Now, here's what's important to note in this situation, Brendan. Eddie's Incineroar has access to Will-O-Wisp. He does have access to Will-O-Wisp, which would not only, he got the Intimidate off on the Zacian, he could burn it and then lower that Zacian's attack even more. But we do see Raymond trying to call that and going for a Protect here, and it is a Thunder Wave into the Rillaboom. A very nice play by Raymond, getting that Rillaboom paralyzed here.
Rillaboom is now paralyzed. Will-O-Wisp can't connect with the Zacian right now from that Protect, but it's also going to be very hard even with or without Protect at the same time, because that Zacian has the option to go for a substitute to just ignore the Will-O-Wisp altogether.
You are absolutely right there with that substitute. And we just saw that the Wood Hammer through the Reflect could not knock out that Grimmsnarl here. That is a very defensively oriented Grimmsnarl alongside that Reflect, which negates physical damage by 50%.
It's going to be very hard for Eddie to be able to make any adjustments for the rest of this battle at this point. Those Reflect is going to last for a long time, and Eddie only has 2 physical attackers left, and they're just not going to be able to do him a lot of damage. Substitute does come out.
We do see that substitute. It has made an appearance on Raymond's side. The Will-O-Wisp comes out, and it will fail on the Zacian by virtue of the substitute. In comes another Wood Hammer. Grimmsnarl finally goes down, but it has done its job.
Grimmsnarl has been such a great partner for Raymond's Pokemon throughout this entire battle, going for the Thunder Wave left and right, and that Reflect, and just picking off the Tornadus when I was at 4 HP earlier. But now we've got the Kyogre, nice shiny Kyogre.
A nice shiny Kyogre here, and we have to keep in mind that, again, this Kyogre is Assault Vest. It cannot protect against a Rillaboom's Grassy Glide here, and because Raymond uses Terastallization on that Urshifu, these are going to be super effective Grassy Glides.
No, you can't back out of this. You're going to take a full power Wood Hammer straight to the face, unfortunately.
We do see a Terra on the Incineroar side. It is a Terra Grass on that Incineroar here, and this is going to be very interesting as we do see the Behemoth Blade come out into the Rillaboom, actually, and it'll do big damage with that +1. It does not knock out the Rillaboom here, but the Origin Pulse comes out.
No.
It missed Incineroar.
It lived at 9 HP!
It survives on 9 HP. The knockoff going into the substituted Calyrex. A Wood Hammer comes out. It does break through the paralysis. And it doesn't knock out Kyogre!
It lives at like 95% of its HP left.
What a Kyogre to live! That grassy terrain, super effective Wood Hammer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why Reflect was massive in this battle for Raymond.
My goodness, Grimmsnarl was the MVP of this battle right now. We're going to have to see if Eddie can make any adjustments going on into Game 2 at this rate.
We got the Behemoth Blade, we got the Ice Beam coming out, and Incineroar goes down. So Raymond Peony has won Game 1 of this best of 3.
That was an incredible match to see going from both ends, between the early knockout on the Urshifu, and then Raymond just being able to turn it around back, saying, I don't really need a Terastallization right now. I can win this battle without it.
He really did, and he just played it absolutely perfect. He got that Reflect off, he got the Thunder Wave to paralyze Eddie Zacian, making sure that Eddie Zacian, even with the Tailwind up, it could not be faster than Raymond's Zacian because of the paralysis, cutting Zacian's speed by 50%.
Exactly. At this point, it's going to be pretty tricky. We're going to see how Eddie can make any adjustments into Game 2 right now. Maybe even see an appearance from his own Kyogre.
It would be very interesting to see if Eddie ends up bringing his own Swordfish to this battle, because we saw Raymond bring Swordfish, so it wouldn't make sense if Eddie brings it.
I like to think that with Eddie, he's probably thinking, I gotta have the Incineroar to be able to knock down that Zacian a little bit, but I also gotta bring the Rillaboom to be able to knock down that Kyogre a little bit if my 2 Restricteds can't do it themselves. So we're going to see what kind of adjustments he can make into that.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Eddie changes up his momentum in this game, because Game 1, he did play well, but he just couldn't break through Raymond. And now, with Raymond up 1-0, who is going to win this Game 2? Will it be Raymond Peony to advance to 3-1, or will it be Eddie Guns forcing a Game 3?
I would love to see Game 3. I just want to see more battles going on throughout the day. We're going to see, looks like we got different leads from Raymond this time. He's got the Brew bonded with him. And then we got Eddie. He brought his own Kyogre this time.
Now, what's important to note here is that it looks like, on paper, that Eddie's Kyogre might be faster than Raymond's Kyogre, which means that Kyogre on Eddie's Drizzle got off first. We do see a Sucker Punch come out, doing decent damage into that Kyogre there. Bleak Wind Storm hits both targets. No speed drops on the Bleak Wind Storm. Oh, Brute Bonnet survives, and an Ice Beam comes out. A resisted Ice Beam. Not terrible damage there.
No.
Oh, it would have been crazy if there was a freeze.
You know what? I was thinking, I mean, as much as a freeze would be pretty interesting, it's not what I'm thinking Raymond was probably going for a 10% chance. Maybe thinking that the Kyogre might switch out, might catch him on that, but got another Bleak one right there. It's going to knock out the Brute Bonnet right away.
Taking out that Brute Bonnet. Very interesting decision there by Raymond to let his Brute Bonnet go down here. We do see a single target Origin Pulse though, but because Raymond's Kyogre is Assault Vest, that did virtually no damage. Tornadus barely survives that Origin Pulse here. Kyogre does good damage as well, but we do see that Grimmsnarl is coming out onto the field. The MVP of Game 1 that you said, Brendan.
Grimmsnarl back on the field right now, ready to probably do more light screens at this rate with the Kyogre out in the field. But no, all you really need to do is just go for Thunder Wave, just paralyze everything. Cut that speed in half and then do what you can throughout the rest of the battle. Grimmsnarl just does his job so well.
And we see the Tailwind come out on Tornadus for Eddie, so the speed control is on his side. Thunder Wave comes out, and it will fail because Kyogre protected. However, this Kyogre went for an Origin Pulse here. It has a chance to miss! And it misses! It misses the Tornadus! Oh my goodness!
Tornadus is around for one more turn at this rate. It can go for any
And we see
attack.
the Thunder Wave missed!
My goodness, he's missing all his attacks! Both
Oh
Kyogre
my
is
God, the
living on such a
miss!
smidgen of health left.
And the speed drop, the Origin Pulse.
Origin, it's both Pokemon. There's no light screen now. Both Pokemon get knocked out.
Oh my goodness, this Kyogre on Eddie's side. Eddie talked to his Kyogre between games 1 and 2, and he was like, I am going to bring you. I need you to hit your attacks. I need you to avoid. And he has succeeded.
Raymond down to his last Pokemon left. It's his signature Zacian with the Intrepid Sword for the +1 attack. But how much more can Raymond do at this state of the game? And it's over.
Oh my God, it's over. And Eddie Guns has forced Game 3.
My goodness, that was such a turn of events with missing both the Origin Pulse and the Thunder Wave in that Game 2. Really turns around the battle.
It really does. It just shows that when you have that critical move, just miss the target you needed to hit, it can ultimately shift momentum from your side to your opponent's side.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what happens in Game 3. See if Raymond's gonna make any adjustments, or it's just gonna, I don't know if he's got any plushes on his side of the field. He's got his Wooper and his Champ Power over there. Maybe talk to them and tell him, hey, I know you're not on my team right now, but can you help me out a little bit spiritually? Help me out here. Make sure I don't miss my attacks again.
It would help if that happened with the moves, because that was just unbelievably unfortunate for Raymond, because he was trying his best with those positions. And also, we have to remember that Tornadus, because of the rain, Bleak Wind Storm was bypassing the accuracy checks because it always hits Bleak Wind Storm, Wild Bolt Storm, and Sandseer Storm all will hit both targets in rain. The only one of those Genie moves that does not hit in the rain is Springtide Storm.
Man.
Which, in all fairness, I mean, it's an Enamorus, so...
You know what? I really tried cooking with Enamorus in Reg D back in the day, because I thought, you know what? It's gone contrary. I don't have Superior back yet, but I know he's coming. I was going to do the same thing paired up with Thunderous for the Eerie Impulse, then try to go for double target Springtide Storms with +2 Terra Fairy. It did some big damage, but you know what the problem is I would keep missing.
And we do see Game 3 is starting up here. We do see a couple of switch-ups here. We have Grimmsnarl and Kyogre on Raymond's side, but we see Tornadus and Incineroar coming out on the side of Eddie Guns for this Game 3.
This Game 3 is going to be for all the marbles in this round right now. We're going to see Eddie. He's already locked into his attacks. He has a game plan. He knows what he wants to do at this rate.
We do see the Fake Out come out. It will hit this Kyogre because Kyogre does not have access to a Protect by virtue of that Assault Vest. Tornadus getting that Tailwind up here. A Light Screen is the choice for the Grimsnarl
Interesting.
here. A very interesting decision here, but we do see that flinch come out, and that is one turn of the Tailwind already used up.
Thinking at this rate, he's going to probably go for some sort of attack. I mean, he's got the parting shot right there. He's locking into that. Not even a terrestrialization. He's just confident with that. And you know what? I'm going to...
And we see the Bleak Wind Storm, a critical hit, no speed drop, but a parting shot coming out onto the side of this Kyogre. And Incineroar not only lowers the Kyogre special attack by one stage, it gets to switch out.
We're going to see him switch out. Ooh, he's got a bunch of water types in the back. He is ready to just take advantage of that rain throughout this entire match right now.
And it's a water spout at -1. It does well over 50% to that Tornadus here. And the Spirit Break coming out as well into the Tornadus, but it will not KO. But also, by Tornadus having that Covert Cloak item, it will not take that special attack drop.
No, it will not at this rate of the battle. That any remaining Bleak Wind Storms that I can still do will do some decent damage, even with the light screen up at this point. But we're going to see how Eddie can adjust right now. He has the Urshifu on his side of the field, gets Thunder Wave, so we're going to see how that kind of pairs against Raymond's Kyogre, see how the speed interactions are with that.
We see the Bleak Wind Storm come out once again, doing very negligible damage thanks to the light screen and the Assault Vest. A speed drop coming out on that Grimmsnarl. Urshifu stays paralyzed! It stays paralyzed! And a Thunder, a guaranteed Thunder! And it hits the Urshifu!
It knocks it out of the battle.
What a Thunder call by Raymond there, going for that Thunder and getting that ultimate knockout because Thunder is just so powerful.
I always thought Thunder was a pretty rare move to see on Kyogre, but seeing it here right now, doing its job really well right now. It's the one thing that I can do to break down an Urshifu right in front of his face. We get another Thunder Wave going into Eddie's Kyogre. We're going to see how that interacts right now with the Tailwind.
You see
Another
the Bleak Wind Storm come out, doing
a little shake damage right here.
A little bit of damage there. Here comes
Ooh, boy.
Full target water spout. It will take out that Grimmsnarl here, but Grimmsnarl has done its job. It got the paralysis on the Urshifu. It got the paralysis on this Kyogre. What did the Kyogre go for? It goes for a Thunder into the Tornadus to take it out and make sure that the Tailwind is done.
No more Tailwind for the rest of this battle. We got Eddie with his Kyogre still out on the field with Incineroar right next to it. I'm going to imagine that Raymond still has his Zacian in the back. Ooh, a bit of an adjustment right here. We see his own Tornadus. So he's going to change up the tides of the battle to have his own kind of speed control right now.
Exactly right here, because this Kyogre, it's still full health on its on its water spout here on Eddie's side, but the Kyogre on Raymond's side, it does have access to that Thunder.
That Thunder is going to be really scary, but you know what? He also, it's a water type, and Eddie has his Incineroar out on the field right now. He's going to have to be very careful with how he wants to maneuver this rest of this battle, because now he's left himself a little vulnerable to any opposing Bleak Wind Storms with that Terra Grass.
You are absolutely right here, and we do see the Bleak Wind Storm. It is just a Bleak Wind Storm! It's a Bleak Wind Storm, super effective, and then the Kyogre and a speed jump!
It did both of the things I needed to do,
and the Thunder! And it does little damage now.
Not much.
There's a knockoff, though. It will knock out the Kyogre here. It really comes down to what did Eddie go for into that Tornadus? Because there's a Assault getting knocked off.
Can knock it off?
It's an Ice Beam.
Okay. Okay. It's about 60% right there. That's pretty good damage. But Raymond still has, I believe, one more Pokemon in the back. It's his signature Zacian Cupcake.
It is the Zacian. It gets that Intrepid Sword off here, getting that +1. But what's important to note here is that the Tornadus does have access to Tailwind. It has access to Bleak Wind Storm. It has access to a plethora of moves. We see the substitute is the move of choice onto this Zacian here as Tornadus goes for the Bleak Wind Storm.
It misses
Kyogre!
Kyogre!
This is Kyogre!
Kyogre can stick around for one more turn, but we're going to see what this knockoff into.
And it missed a Covert Cloak. And the Origin
it hits both.
It hits both.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, we're
wait.
going to see the Cupcake substitute fate. Tornadus goes down. It is a 2v1 between the Kyogre that is paralyzed and the Incineroar versus the Zacian, which is at +1.
Can he win this in the late game battle? Eddie is such a opportunity to win right now. All right, we're just gonna go for Protect. We're gonna
We see
hold
the
out a
Protect
little
come out here.
longer.
That is understandable. Kyogre goes for Protect on its own right. That's understandable as well.
You know what?
Trying to call the Protects on your restricted
Call-
Pokemon there.
Call some
Will-
Protects. You make me scout a little bit. Just play it safe. He's only got one Pokemon left.
But now see, it's going to be very close here because the Origin Pulse will do big damage here. But Incineroar is faster by virtue.
Will it be
of the-
enough?
It's the Behemoth Blade. It will.
It's enough.
Okay, it knocks out the Kyogre here. Very important here. Now this is a +1 Zacian, and this is a Will-O-Wisp Incineroar with no
Will it
fire
connect?
type move.
It connects.
It connects with the
Okay.
Will-O-Wisp here. So the Zacian is now burned. It is at +1 with the burn. Its only attacking move that does respectable damage to this Incineroar is Play Rough, which is a neutral target attack.
It can do that. It can. All that Incineroar has is the knockoff on its side. It's going to be pretty tough for that one. It's a resisted attack. We
Oh,
got
yes,
a terrestrialization coming from Eddie's side. It's going to be
No,
kind
it's
of
gonna be Raymond's
or
side
Raymond's
here.
side. Yeah,
And
that's right. The pure fairy type.
Love is in the air with the Zacian. It's going for that Terra Fairy Play Rough at +1 with a burn. It's going to be a neutral target hit here because of a fire dart type like Incineroar with that burn. Oh
It's
my
not enough.
goodness!
And it gets the Agua Berry.
It is the Agua Berry, restoring Incineroar's HP by 25% when it's under 25% health. Just getting that
Oh,
knockoff
boy.
there. A little bit of extra damage here. And that Zacian, it's going to come down to that Play Rough. Oh, my word.
When you're relying on Play Rough, it can miss. And nope, not this
It
time.
doesn't miss. And Raymond's Play Rough, it does enough. It knocks out Incineroar.
That was
And Raymond Peeny has advanced to 3-1 with an incredible 3-game set.
That was an amazing set, especially the tossing and turning in game 2 with the misses. But Raymond was able to pull it back in game 3 and win round 4, finishing off 3-1 right now. And we'll see how it goes on for the rest of this this tournament.
That battle was absolutely incredible. They played incredible, both Eddie and Raymond. And Eddie forcing it back as well as he could. He did get the Will-O-Wisp into the Zacian, which was absolutely critical. But Zacian going for that Protect on that first turn when Eddie tried to go for Protect on his Kyogre, that allowed Raymond an opportunity to go after the Kyogre there because Kyogre was now Terra Grass. Behemoth Blade does big damage. And if you would have gone for something like an Origin Pulse there, I think Incineroar would have had a chance to go for that Will-O-Wisp and Kyogre could have protected, but then you run the risk of the paralysis on the time you protect.
Exactly. They both played it so well in these battles right now. I'm so proud of seeing both of them being able to pull it off really well. There's just so much Swordfish running around between the 4 players that we've already seen been using it today.
And how about with Eddie's Kyogre? He talked to it and it hit its Origin Pulses. It did not miss an Origin Pulse
Not
that
a
was not
single
protected.
All right, I think that's going to do it for this round.
I think it is. I mean, congratulations to Raymond Peeny. He has advanced to 3-1. He's probably got a spot on Top Cut here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we are going to be back with our final round of Swiss. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Versus Games League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. After 4 grueling rounds of Swiss, we are at our final round before the top cut, Brendan.
Oh my goodness, it's been so incredible seeing so many amazing players battling all day today. And I'm just so excited for even then, just this next battle. Ooh, I am really excited to see this one.
I've got words for it. I've got words, but I've also got emotions. And my emotion is one of these trainers is going to make our top cut after this battle. And it could very well be Andrew Navarro, who has a very eventful day of Swiss today. Or it could be Elise Johnson who makes top cut here. And Elise is a really good player in the Florida scene.
Yeah, she actually took the bright light all the way up here from Miami area, all the way up just Orlando just to play today. So kudos to her. She's already 1 match away from top cut at this rate.
And you also have to keep in mind that she came to Oviedo over Sunrise. Because again, Florida VGC, we had cups all across the state. That just shows how competitive our state is, that we are just going and having events every single chance that we get, all kinds of opportunities for our trainers, and that's why we have the best VGC scene.
Exactly. You know, I'm excited to see this battle. I don't see Elise battle too very often, but I know she did also make top cut back at our previous cup event back in Reg G, and that was an amazing turn of events for her.
You know, I think I was on the call for that.
Yeah.
I think I was, but to be honest, I barely remember breakfast this morning.
Oh, I remember that. I remember any Terrapagos player.
Okay, this is fair because in all fairness, in Regulation G, I had a love-hate relationship with Terrapagos, but if you had a Comfey on your team, you automatically you just went to the Phantom Zone.
Exactly.
You went to the Phantom Zone if you had a Comfey on your team. I was not a fan of that one.
Oh, I did that for a few times. You know, just keep Terrapagos around a little more, and keep bringing back that Terra Shell. Just keep boosting it up, and you know what?
Yeah, don't get me started.
I love that longevity.
Don't get me started on that. But we are going to get into our final round of Swiss. It is Elise Johnson versus Andrew Navarro, and we are going to see 2 Terrapagos here. But there's a Zamazenta. We've got our Zamazenta.
The one Zamazenta today, and it's on Elise's team. I am so excited for this. She's got spread damage from her restricted, and she's got a Pokemon that can block it.
Absolutely. Elise has one of the best teams out there by utilizing Zamazenta, which technically shuts down this Calyrex Shadow Rider every chance it gets. It cannot go for those Astral Barrages. It could go for Pollen Puff, but it's a Pollen Puff into a Fighting and Steel type.
Right. You know what? I'm just excited because we got Elise. She has so many strong cores on her team right now. With the Volcarona right now, I believe this is going to be a bit of a more it's a bit of both. It's got some strong damage, and it also has the Heat Wave, and it has Quiver-Dance, but it also has Rage Power, so you know what? You can go in both directions with this Pokemon. She also has Grimmsnarl, that's always a great partner for Terrapagos. It keeps it around for a long time so it can do more damage.
And also, her Incineroar is Covert Cloak. Now, Covert Cloak has been showing up on Incineroar early in Regulation I to get around any fake-out wars. So you can go after someone like a Calyrex Shadow Rider or a Lunala or even a Miraidon and not have to worry about getting faked out. But also to note on Elise's team, that's Scary Face on Grimmsnarl. Now, Scary Face is different than Thunder Wave because Scary Face always hits, but it lowers your speed by 2 stages. So it's essentially a Thunder Wave without the cost of missing.
Exactly. You know what? The best part about it to me is that Scary Face can just hit a ground type. So you know
Scary
what?
Face can hit a ground type. And also, on Elise's side, now we do see Andrew's team once again. It does have that Calm Mind leftovers set. Elise's is choice specs on her Terrapagos, so she can go for big damage on Terra Starstorm. She can go for big damage on the Dark Pulse, big damage on the Ice Beam, or big damage on the Earth Power, but she will be locked in to whatever move she chooses. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of our final round of Swiss. Will it be Andrew Navarre or will it be Elise Johnson winning this set and advancing in the top cut? Let's get into the battle.
Ready for the big Terrapagos Wars in this battle. I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen right here, right now.
We're going to see that Andrew is going to lead with his Rillaboom and Terrapagos, and it is going to be a Terrapagos Grimmsnarl on the side of Elise. So Terrapagos is on the field for both.
So we do see, ooh, it looks like Elise's Terrapagos is actually faster based on both of them activating their Terror Shift at the same time. So that's something to keep in mind about these for these players.
You are absolutely right here, but we also have to keep in mind that Terrapagos on Elise's side, by losing the Terra Shell, it would allow the Terrapagos on Andrew's side to get off a Calm Mind here potentially, as we do see Incineroar make an appearance onto the field, cutting the attack stat of this Rillaboom and Terrapagos, and it is the fake out into the Terrapagos side as the Terrapagos on Andrew's side going for that Calm Mind.
Setting up a Calm Mind, getting its plus special attack and its special defense, but we do know that we're just going to see a Spirit Break coming in from the Grimmsnarl. It's going to lower that special attack for Andrew's own Terrapagos, and it's only just going to keep that one special defense boost, make it a little harder for it to set up throughout this battle.
But however, the Spirit Break, it does the damage. It lowers the special attack back to neutral, but the leftovers and the grassy terrain has just reactivated the Terra Shell.
So right now, it's going to be pretty hard for Elise to be able to adapt to that. It can only do so much, just lowering its special attack, just bring it back to neutral from a Calm Mind. But the drum beating now, just going to lower the speed on this Grimmsnarl right now.
And it's going to be another Calm Mind coming out onto the side of this Terrapagos to get itself to +1 on its special attack and +2 on its special defense.
No, if he's still full HP, you know what? Just set up another Calm Mind. Why not? What do you have to lose? I mean, now he's lost his leftovers right now, but it's okay because he still has grassy terrain to bring him back just a little chip of health right now, but it's going to help out in the long run probably.
And we're going to see that the Terrapagos could potentially go for something like a Protect here and maybe get back up to full HP and reactivate that Terra Shell for one more turn by virtue of the grassy terrain.
Now we got the Incineroar. It is around. It can do any big damage to any of Andrew's Pokemon right now, but we're just going to see a U-turn from the Rillaboom. Good play on Andrew's part. He's going to switch out his Rillaboom into something else in the back. We're going to see his own Incineroar get his own Intimidate drops onto Elise's Pokemon.
And we're going to see that the Terrapagos once again going for another Calm Mind. It is now at +3 on its special defense and +2 on its special attack.
It's just going to keep racking up stats, and Elise has to hurry up and figure out what to do now, because that one little Terrapagos, it just keeps gaining stats at this rate. If you keep gaining too much for too long, you're going to have a hard time in the late game.
We do see that the Spirit Break went into the Terrapagos slot here, and it will gain more of the grassy terrain recovery. And also important to note, it appears as though that Elise's Incineroar, by virtue of the turn for the grassy terrain recovery, has the faster Incineroar in this battle.
At this point, I'm not surprised that it seems like all of Elise's Pokemon that Andrew also has just having to be a smidge faster in these situations right now.
And we see the Fake Out come out onto the Grimmsnarl here. Grimmsnarl flinches, and a single target Terra Stellar Starstorm, actually not Terra Stellar, but it will do enough because the Grimmsnarl is down.
Grimmsnarl is down. There are no screens set up. There is no Scary Faces. That little Grimmsnarl didn't really get to do much in this battle. It did some Spirit Breaks, but even then, this little Terrapagos has been dishing up a lot of damage after all those Calm Mind setups.
And we do see Zamazenta is in the back for Elise, getting that Dauntless Shield off here and getting a +1 to its defense. It is going to be very close on this Terrapagos here. I think it might just barely miss out on getting back to full HP if there's one more turn of grassy terrain recovery.
One more turn of grassy terrain is probably not going to be enough from that range, but we can still see that Terrapagos has a lot of potential with the stats it's already gained throughout this battle so far.
And it's also important to know that both trainers have not used their terrestrialization yet. On Andrew's side, this Incineroar is a Terra Ghost, so it could potentially avoid a fake out here from the Incineroar and a body press.
I think they're just going to stare each other down, you know? That one Terrapagos right there, it's already gained so many stats. You go for terrestrialization now, you know you're putting yourself in a position.
What a play. The Calyrex Shadow has made an appearance. And it is a protect on the side of Andrew's Terrapagos here just to stall out another turn here. But the body press, it will not affect the opposing Calyrex Shadow. But the knockoff, it was a knockoff play into the Calyrex. Calyrex going down to its Focus Sash.
Living at 1 HP now. Get a little chip damage back, or HP back from the grassy terrain.
And it's just barely avoided the Terrapagos from getting the Terra Shell reactivated. It is so close. It would need a double protect here to potentially survive and get the Terra Shell off.
Zamazenta is such a bulky Pokemon. I'm not sure if this Calyrex Shadow Rider will be able to knock it out before this Zamazenta will be able to do some major damage, especially into that little Terrapagos right there. But we are just going to see the terrestrialization right now. Is it time for the Terrapagos to lock in and do the big damage it's from all the Calm Minds that it's gathered throughout this battle so far?
And we do see that the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero has terrestrialized on Andrew Navarro's side. This is going to be a Pollen Puff into the Incineroar, actually. A body press coming out. And it's a one-hit knockout! A critical hit knockout onto the Stellar Terrapagos!
Terrapagos just goes down in one hit after everything it's done in this battle so far. And now we're just going to get a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, just knock out the Calyrex Shadow Rider also.
Oh my god! What a turn of events for Elise there! Getting that body press, a critical hit too now. It probably needed that critical hit, I would think.
It needed that.
But oh my goodness!
Andrew is now down to his last two Pokemon. He's lost both of his restricteds in one turn.
He has lost them both. The grassy terrain is reactivated, but Incineroar on Andrew's side will get this Intimidate off here, and it really doesn't do much to a Zamazenta who loves its defense boosts.
That's exactly right, you know. Zamazenta, you can intimidate all day. He's just going to use Body Press because it doesn't matter.
And Elise Johnson has won game number 1 of this best of 3. What a ferocious comeback by that Zamazenta.
That was incredible to see it pull it off at such a critical moment in the game with the Terrestrialized Terrapagos with all the stats boosts. It didn't even matter because Zamazenta is here to Body Press it and knock it out.
That was just absolutely incredible that it happened, because I wonder what would have happened if Terrapagos went for the Stellar Terra Starstar. Now, it would have been a Stellar Terra instead of a normal type move, so it would have been neutral into the Zamazenta. It would not be a normal type attack, but I wonder what would have happened.
I don't know. At that rate, you know, we got the terrestrialization, the Terra Starstorm. It was at, I believe it was at +2, wasn't it? It can do a lot of big damage, especially to Zamazenta. I mean, it wants to, you know, keep itself as bulky as possible.
If I remember correctly, I think Terrapagos was at +1 because Incineroar did get a parting shot off onto the Terrapagos, I believe once, and also there was a Spirit Break too.
There's a lot of Spirit Breaks. I remember
I know Special Defense did not get dropped. I know that, but I failed to remember how many special attack drops there were.
At the same time, you know, That Grimmsnarl, it might have not done enough, a lot, but it did enough. It was doing spirit breaks. Maybe that's all you need. Maybe you just don't need to have your screens up sometimes, and that's just okay. Because at the very end, what's important is that you're preventing the Terrapagos from setting up all of its special attack with the Calm Mind.
And that was also an incredible play, too, getting that that knockoff read into the Calyrex Shadow Rider there.
Oh, that was beautiful. I was so happy to see something like that, That's such big damage, it really plays into the game like, ooh. Anything does not want to take a knockoff. You can maybe do bigger damage with a Flare Blitz given the right Pokemon like, say, a Rillaboom, but you know what?
And a little bit
Knockoff is just always good to use.
Getting into game 2 here, we have a little bit of a switch up on Andrew's side. He brings out the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Amoonguss here. And meanwhile, it is a switch up on Elise's side. It is the Volcarona and the Grimmsnarl.
Volcarona is going to be a very scary Pokemon to see in this battle. Now, it has the Terra Grass, which can be great against Amoonguss, so it can block off any spores against it. Which I think that might be what Elise is going to go for in this battle right now, right off the bat.
And what's also important to note here is that on Andrew's side with this Amoonguss, it does have Sludge Bomb. So Sludge Bomb is, when the Elise terrestrializes her Volcarona here, removes the fire and bug type and makes it a pure grass, suddenly the Sludge Bomb will be super effective, and it has a 30% chance to poison this Volcarona in return.
No, that's the last thing you want. You've already tried so hard to set up your Pokemon all just to get poisoned like that, We hope that doesn't happen in this battle right now. We want to see...
Oh, we see a Pollen Pup into
a
the
real
Volcarona.
read right there.
What a read! We got a Quiver Dance off, though. So Volcarona gets the +1, +1, and +1 on its special attack, special defense, and speed. And those Amoonguss goes a double read! What a turn! And no poison.
Okay, no poison. Okay, that's good. And now we got a Scary Face. We're going to see that actually coming around. I've been really interested to see that in this battle.
I'm actually very curious about it as well because Scary Face, it will lower the speed of any Pokemon by 2 stages instead of just potentially missing with the Thunder Wave on Grimmsnarl.
These trainers are concentrating. They're trying really hard to plan out what they want to do in this battle. When you have Terrapagos like that, Terrapagos is one of those little Pokemon that you just got to really think about because it's hard to really solo anything on its own. So you got to really think.
And we see the Scary Face is the move of choice, and it lowers that Calyrex's speed by 2 stages, gets the Heat Wave off in case of an encore play here. Amoonguss survives! Astral Barrage coming out! This is +1 with the light screen, though, and it will survive. And a Spore comes out into the Grimmsnarl here. That is a very fair trade-off.
You know what? That's not too bad, but you know what? We got Volcarona. It's still around. It can do a lot of damage. We're going to see if it can connect another Heat Wave in this battle, trying to see if it can pick up maybe a potential KO. But it's going to be very scary because, at the same time, that Amoonguss is still there. It still has the Sludge Bomb. Can knock it out at any moment that it wants to.
And it does have access to Regenerator as well. Calyrex on Andrew's side does have that Protect. So you could, in theory, get a Protect off here and bring out something like an Incineroar, go for a Fake Out. And this Grimmsnarl is asleep for at least 1 guaranteed turn.
That Grimmsnarl being asleep is going to be very tricky for at least throughout the rest of this battle. We are going to see a
switch out here, and it is going to be... Oh, it's
no!
actually the Rillaboom!
Oh, no!
Oh, this is going to be very interesting here.
Oh, boy. We're going to... Let's see what happens. All right.
You do see the Protect on the Calyrex here.
Protect. All right. We're going to see what happens.
And it is going to stay asleep. The Grimmsnarl will stay asleep. It's 1 guaranteed turn. Here comes the Heat Wave. It will be missing the Protect on the Calyrex Shadow.
No,
it missed the Rillaboom!
It
misses the Rillaboom!
Oh, no. It was so close to getting a clean knockout potential.
Oh, goodness. The miss.
It was such a free switch for Andrew in that turn right there. But now, Elisa's going to have to figure out what to do going forward from here on out. She has a sleeping Pokemon. She's just going to switch on Volcarona, maybe keep it in the back for later. It can still do a lot of damage at the end game.
And we do see Terrapagos coming out on Elisa's side. Remember, this is a choice specs Terrapagos, so whatever move it chooses, it will be locked into. Here comes that fake out into the Terra Shell, which will distort the type matchup, but the Calyrex on Andrew's side only has Astral Barrage, but it's not affecting
boy.
that Terrapagos.
That Terrapagos is such a great
And look at
switch
how
in.
little damage that did to the Grimmsnarl. And Grimmsnarl wakes up
Oh
at the
my
right
goodness.
turn!
That's
Here
all
comes
it
the Spirit Break into the Calyrex, and it lowers its special attack by 1 stage!
That's all he needed to do for this one turn. He got him right when he was needed, and now the Spore is pretty much nullified at this rate.
The Spore is nullified. The Spirit Break can come out into the Calyrex because it is -2 on
Oh,
its
boy.
speed. So, oh my goodness here. What will Andrew end up doing?
My goodness, is
Well, we see a switch out on the
Oh.
Calyrex Shadow Rider here, potentially bringing out the... Oh, that is the Terrapagos. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, so Terrapagos coming out here. It still has access to the leftovers, and we do see the drum beating coming out into the Terrapagos on Andrew's side for Elisa's Terrapagos here. This is going to do good damage even through the resist because of the
Wow.
grassy terrain.
That's
And a critical
and a
hit.
critical- No wonder that did so much damage right there. I was surprised for a second, thinking,
And here
wow.
comes the Specs Ice Beam here, and it
Wow.
almost KOs the Rillaboom in one shot through the Assault Vest, but in comes the Terra Shell to negate this Spirit Break. It will lower the Terrapagos' special attack by 1 stage, but because of the leftovers in the grassy terrain, Terrapagos will get the Terra Shell right back.
Terrapagos getting right back up to full HP. Elisa's going to figure out what she wants to do with this Raiden battle. I know she still has the faster Terrapagos of the two, so maybe if she's thinking about it, she could make some sort of adjustment. Maybe even potentially want to do a switch out or something, and maybe preserve for later. But no, she's just going to... I think she's pretty locked in. She just wants to knock out some Pokemon.
I think so, because by going after this Rillaboom here, you can go for something like the Ice Beam, and we do see the Scary Face is the option onto the Terrapagos, and we do see Drum Beating once again. Now, this is going to be normal damage with the grassy terrain, and it does good damage into Elisa's Terrapagos, and the Ice Beam coming out to knock out this Rillaboom, and Rillaboom is down for the count.
Rillaboom is down. All Andrew has left, he still has his Amoonguss in the back. Terrapagos is going to start Calm Minding. He's going to start getting those boosts again, so now Elisa's got to be careful. I wouldn't be surprised she still has that Zamazenta in the back, though, just for these situations.
And what's important to note here is that the Amoonguss could still Terrastalize here, but that would mean that Andrew's Terrapagos can only go for normal type Terra Starstorm.
Nah, this rate, you go for normal types Terra Starstorms. I mean, you're going to be able to do single target damage, which can really help, because the scariest thing about Elisa's team is going to be that Zamazenta with the Y-Guard, because like most of the Terrapagos that you see, they usually only carry the Terra Starstorm, but at least on the Terrapagos on Ender's side, he still has Earth Power, which can be pretty clutch.
And we see the Polypuff coming out doing very negligible damage. Here comes that Spirit Break into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It will knock out the Calyrex.
Calyrex is just going to get knocked out in the battle, and Andrew's down to his last 2 Pokemon. He still just goes for 1 raw Terra Starstorm, just barely does any damage to that Zamazenta from this state.
And all that's left in the back for Andrew is his Amoonguss and this Terrapagos, which is at full health right now, but it doesn't have the grassy terrain and leftovers recovery.
Grassy terrain may be gone, but that does not mean this battle is over just yet. We do see at least probably being a little more defensive right now. It's a little scary because you don't know what Andrew's going to do. He might just keep setting up more and more Calm Minds, trying to see how much damage he could do. Like maybe, okay, that first Terra Starstorm, that wasn't a lot of damage. Go for a Calm Mind, set up, do some more. But he also has Earth Power in the back to be able to do major damage to Zamazenta.
And what's also important to note is that if he does go for the Terrastalization, Andrew would then turn Terra Starstorm into a Stellar type, and it would be spread damage. He does have access to Earth Power here, which is super effective onto the Zamazenta because Elise terrestrialized Volcarona.
Exactly.
And we see a Protect come out on the side of Zamazenta here, and it will be a Terra Starstorm into the Volcarona! He gets the call!
Volcarona goes down. That was a great call right there. Now, Andrew doesn't have to worry about. Has plenty of opportunities in the long run. He might be able to even just do a Spore right now, but nope, not this turn with Zamazenta being protected.
Zamazenta ends up protecting itself here. The light screen does wear off, though. Now, here is what's important. By virtue of Volcarona going down, you don't have access to Heat Wave and threatening the Amoonguss to terrestrialize instead of Terrapagos terrestrializing.
At this rate, I'm pretty interested to see what Elise can do. She has her choice specs on her own little Terrapagos right now. She could go for any attack that she can, but she's going to be locked in, so she could probably go for Ice Beam, knock out that Amoonguss if she wanted to. But at the same time, you gotta be careful, because the Terrapagos on Andrew's side could still very easily just go for a terrestrialization at any moment and go for a boosted Terra Star Storm.
And we're going to see the terrestrialization come out on this Terrapagos here. It will turn into its Stellar Terra form here, and it will get the boost on Earth Power for that first turn. And we do see Protect come out on the side of Amoonguss here. So this is a decent turn. And it will be a body press. It is super effective. Okay, and it survives. Terra Starstorm coming out. It will fail into this Amoonguss because of the Protect.
That only confirms to me more that that critical hit from game one really did matter at this rate.
We are going to see the Terra Starstorm come out. It will hit the Terrapagos, and then Terrapagos goes down on the Lisa side. It is Amoonguss and Stellar Terra Terrapagos versus Zamazenta and Amoonguss. Who will come out on top?
It's going to be very tricky because I don't believe that Grimmsnarl only has the Spirit Break for an attack, and at the same time, the Amoonguss can just go for Rage Power to deflect off anything that would have been going towards Andrew's own Terrapagos right there. So we're going to have to see what kind of adjustments can be made to make sure that Elise might have an upper hand in this battle.
It's going to be very, very close here because the body press, it will be resisted into this Amoonguss. But we do see it's just a body press into the Terrapagos.
Ooh.
There was no Rage Powder on that play.
No Rage Powder. That Terrapagos goes down. Amoonguss is the last Pokemon left on Andrew's side. The field. Go for a Spirit Break. Probably do a little chip damage. But I'm not sure how much more this Amoonguss can do at this point because it can't even touch the Zamazenta with nothing more or no anything at this point because it has the Sludge Bomb as its attacking move.
What a performance by Elise, getting that Terrapagos to be put down, and Andrew Navarro puts in the slip, and Elise Johnson has won our final Swiss round.
And Elise making it through the final Swiss round. She's on her way to becoming one of our top cut players for today, no doubt about that. She played incredibly well today.
That was an absolute incredible showing by Elise and also by Andrew Navarro there. But Elise just playing that Terrapagos expertly, playing the Zamazenta expertly, putting her Pokemon in position to do the most amount of damage, but also playing to what her opponent gave her.
Exactly, it's the thing about these two different types of Terrapagos strategies. You can go so many different directions with it, and you deal the kind of damage that you want to do, especially they have the Pokemon that support them between maybe Incineroar or the Grimmsnarl. Do what you can to do so that way even your little turtle guy can make it and the victory for the battle.
You are absolutely right there, Brendan. And honestly, watching how Elise played around that Calyrex Shadow Rider in that game one, she gets the knockoff play onto the Calyrex, bringing it down on its focus edge. Essentially, Andrew was down one restricted Pokemon right off the bat, and he couldn't play around the Calm Mind strategy that he was trying so desperately to make work. And that's not to say that Calm Mind Terrapagos is not a bad set. It is a really good set, but it needs all the help that it can get just to have the potential to do the damage that you want it to do.
Exactly. Tropicos, if you are able to build it up, it can be really rewarding in many late game scenarios. You just got to protect it a little bit. You got to have a great supporting team on your side of the field.
And also with Elise, the Volcarona went for Heat Wave and it missed the Amoonguss.
Oh, yeah.
And it's still, and honestly didn't matter in that battle, but it helped Elise have Volcarona in the back in case she needed a potential Pokemon to let go to get her back into a favorable position.
I got to give credit where it's due with the early part of Game 2 with Andrew being able to call out the terrestrialization on
I get the double. Get the
double.
Get the Pollen Puff. Get the Sludge Bomb. If there would have been a poison, that would have been the trifecta.
Oh, that would have been perfect.
That would have been
Wow.
the trifecta, the icing on the cake, whatever you want to call it.
Yep. That
Well-
was such a good battle right there.
But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of our Swiss rounds. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with our top 8 players.
Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Versus Games League Cup here in Oviedo, Florida. We are about to get started with our top cut. Our top 8 players have been determined. Brendan Nasir, Joe Carlino. Brendan, it's been an incredible season finale, hasn't it?
It's been really great today. I mean, I love this whole season altogether. We've had so many ups and downs throughout the whole season. So many amazing battles, so many amazing players today. It's all going to be coming to an end, but we just got a little bit more. We got our top cut for today's VG Cup.
You are absolutely right. And our bracket, as you guys see on the screen, it is going to be Patrick Connors versus Elise Johnson, Jonathan Martin versus Riley Wilcox, Kerry Diartona versus Andrew Figueres, and our stream match, Christopher Baez versus Alexander Phibbs, who apparently is a relative nobody. I mean, we don't have a photo of him.
Well, we gotta go get one.
We need a photo of Alexander.
We're gonna have to go find one somewhere.
We will have to find one of the young man.
We'll just go on his Facebook and go find it and plaster it on there.
But looking at the
Don't
matchups itself, Kerry and Andrew, they have built together. Jonathan and Riley, we saw that matchup on stream in round 2. Riley absolutely just went crazy with his performance against Jonathan. Patrick versus Elise. Elise is one of the best South Florida players. Patrick Connors, the reigning defending NAIC champion. And then there's Christopher and Alex.
No, don't get me wrong. Christopher and Alex, they're great players. Well, I think, wasn't it Christopher that won the cup back in it was in Reg G a few months ago.
Yeah, I think he was the one who won the cup back in January, the 50-person cup that we had.
Yeah, I remember that pretty clearly right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I wouldn't cut him short or anything. Neither would I cut Alex short, neither.
I wouldn't cut them short, but it's just, always fun to do that.
We gotta respect our players, man.
But we do have our 2 trainers here, Alexander Phibbs and Christopher Baez. Christopher Baez, top 128 at the Toronto Regionals. That is really impressive.
Hey, not too bad right there. Today he's got Lunala on his team, so that's something we haven't seen so far today. And then we got on Alex's side, we got the same Kyogre and Kyrix Ice Rider team that we've seen in the first few rounds for today.
But we have a Landorus on Alexander's side. So we have 2 Pokemon that we have not seen this entire tournament in this matchup.
I'm loving the mix-ups right here. I'm excited to see how Alex can really change it up in this battle compared to the other ones that we've seen so far with this very similar looking team.
So when we look at Alex's team here, another Splash Plate on that Kyogre. It seems like Splash Plate, the Pokemon that are restricted, they really are taking inspiration from Arceus itself and trying to take a piece of the creator. And we have the grass on the Ice Rider Calyrex, but it does not have Seed Bomb. It has high horsepower.
He went halfway. I mean, he still has that Terra Grass, but he wanted to go for the high horsepower. It's a bit of a traditional move at this point. You see so many Ice Riders that they all have the same exact moveset, so keep with traditions, man.
But also on Alexander's side, he's got Sandsear Storm on his Landorus, whereas Christopher Baez, he does not have Sandsear Storm. He opted for Substitute over the Sandsear Storm. But we also see that he has the Power Herb Meteor Beam Terra Fairy Lunala. That is a really dangerous Pokemon if you let it get set up.
That Pokemon can be really scary. It's interesting that because a lot of times, you see Lunala, even with the Power Herbs one, they usually just only have 2 attacks, maybe keep a move slot reserved for a Wide Guard, but he has the Zamazenta on his team with a Wide Guard, so you know what? We'll put in another attack. Why not?
Why not? And also, Christopher, he has knockoff on his Ogerpon. So Ogerpon does not have a grass type move for this Kyogre.
Doesn't need one. He's got the Rillaboom on there. There's his grass type moves right there. We'll put a knockoff on. You go hit a Shadow Rider. Go hit a Lunala right there.
And he does have Sucker Punch and Crunch on his Chen Pao. No fighting type move. No Sacred Sword.
No Sacred Sword. He's got his Zamazenta there, body press. He's got some decent coverage. Might be missing in some moves on his Pokemon that you would normally see, but it's okay. He can just cover them with other Pokemon he's had.
You are absolutely right there, Brendan. And it will be interesting to see how Christopher Baez plays against Alexander Phipps, but one of these two trainers will advance to our top 4. So guaranteed, we are getting a Landorus in top 4.
Ooh,
We are getting a Landorus in top 4. It's just a matter of who is going to be that trainer. Will it be Alexander Phipps? Will it be Christopher Baez? Let's get into game 1 of top 8 at the Versus Games League Cup.
I'm also noticing that it's really cool with the different Landoruses. You got the on Alex's side, he has the Kyogre, and because he also has Sandsear Storm, that means he won't be missing them as much.
And we do see it is Lunala and Rillaboom for Christopher. Meanwhile, it is Landorus Incarnate and that Iron Jugulus for Alexander. And I have to just put it out there. I'm not really much of a shiny Pokemon hunter, but the shiny Lunala,
I am so envious of that thing. I've been trying to get that for Atlanta, couldn't get it in time, but you know what? That's okay. Other people will be getting it, and he is just flexing that shiny Lunala right there.
He is absolutely. And we do see Iron Jugulus opting for a Protect here, potentially trying to call that Fake Out. But we do see the Fake Out, and it is going to go into the Iron Jugulus here. Meanwhile, it will be Landorus that will be going next. It's going to go Earth Power, trying to call a Terra Fire there, and it will not work. It still does big damage through that resisted Assault Vest. Meanwhile, Lunala is going for that Meteor Beam. It will get a +1 to its special attack, and by virtue of the power, or Meteor Beam will go off on the first turn, and it goes into the Landorus! Landorus takes a +1 Meteor Beam, doing major damage.
That's a lot of damage right there, about 75% damage right there. And we're going to see how Alex can really pick it up from there. I mean, he did some damage to Christopher's Rillaboom right there, trying to call out. So he's trying to think ahead a bit, but I think right now he's thinking, you know, this Lunala is going to get out of hand if I don't snarl it soon.
You are absolutely right here. And by virtue of that Snarl, it would be 4 times super effective on that Lunala, but by virtue of the Shadow Shield, it would actually be 50% reduced while Lunala is at full HP. And Alexander is going to activate his Terra Orb here. He is going to go into the Iron Jugulus, and this Iron Jugulus, I think this robot is having a little bit of a virus because it has turned very poisonous right now.
Holy moly, not too often you see viruses on your robots every day like that.
And we do see the Grassy Glide, and it will knock out the Landorus here. Landorus goes down on this turn to the Grassy Glide. A Snarl coming out is super effective, and it will negate the Lunala's Meteor Beam.
I mean, at the very least, that Meteor Beam was able to knock out the Landorus.
And the Moonblast neutral damage, it will... sorry, not neutral damage. It was not very effective damage there by virtue of the Fairy move into the Poison type. And by Iron Jugulus terrestrializing into a Poison type, it is now grounded in the game, so it gets the Grassy Terrain recovery.
Every little chip recovery matters in this battle right now. For these trainers, they want to keep their Pokemon as long as they can to make sure that they can do what they need to do best.
But now what's important to note is that Christopher does not have Wide Guard on his Lunala here, so he could, in theory, go for a Glacial Lance and a Snarl here, and it would do major damage into Christopher's Lunala here, and even the Rillaboom.
Gotta be playing careful around that, especially Glacial Lance. Yeah, I can easily knock out the Rillaboom from this position. He's gonna switch out. I wouldn't be too surprised if we just saw the Zamazenta. Yep, there it is.
Zamazenta has made an appearance onto the field. The nice shiny Zamazenta there. It's a very nice shiny.
You know, I'm starting to think all of his Pokemon might be shiny at this point.
It may be possible, but Christopher, I know, has hunted for shiny Pokemon in the past, but that could even be the special Zamazenta from the event in Sword and Shield.
I wouldn't put that past me, you know. That's an easy way to have gotten a shiny Zamazenta back then. A little trickier today, but we're going to see a Tailwind coming up from the Iron Jugulus now.
And it's going to be a Glacial Lance. This is going to be resisted by both Pokemon on Christopher's side, but that still is big damage into that Rillaboom.
Does some damage. It's going to get a U-turn. Does a bit decent damage and just go back to Christopher's party. He's going to switch out. I want to see how he adapts to the current positioning right now in this battle. Going to bring back in the Lunala again.
But what's important to note here is that the Lunala, by virtue of the Zamazenta being out on the field, Zamazenta can go for the Wide Guard and prevent the Snarl from attacking that Lunala here.
No, that's exactly right now. So, and Alex will have to think twice about the moves that he wants to use, with Zamazenta being able to protect Lunala from any Snarls, it's going to be a lot trickier to take that thing down, especially even with the Calyrex Ice Rider on the field. Won't be able to do any Glacial Lances either.
Wouldn't be able to do Glacial Lances, but it can only go for the high horsepower, which right now is super effective. And because Rillaboom just Terastallized, Zamazenta cannot Terastallize into a Dragon type here. And there is the Wide Guard potentially trying to call a Snarl on the Iron Jugulus, but it's going to be the Hurricane, 70% accurate, and it hits the Zamazenta. Good damage into the Zamazenta, no confusion, and the high horsepower doing big damage in return.
Very good damage indeed. It's got a Moongeist beam coming from the Lunala into the Calyrex.
And it
It's
will do enough
knocked
to
it out.
knock out the Calyrex. Calyrex is down for the remainder of this battle. Now, what's important to note here is that if Alexander has that Kyogre in the back, Kyogre can only use Thunder and Hydro Pump right now against that Lunala because of Wide Guard. But by virtue of the rain being set up here with the Drizzle, Hurricane always will hit that Zamazenta.
And also still, even if he can't use his water spouts, he still has plenty of options in the back. He has Hydro Pump, Rain Boosted, and a Splash Play. That is going to do some major damage to any Pokemon on Christopher's side of the field.
You are absolutely right there, Brendan. And we do see it is the Wide Guard once again. So to try to prevent a Snarl coming out here. Is it the Snarl? It was the Snarl on the Iron Jugulus. It will protect the Lunala for this turn. Lunala will not take any damage, but Kyogre will be faster by virtue of that Tailwind. It goes for the Hydro Pump, and it misses! It misses the Zamazenta! And a Trick Room! Lunala has twisted the dimensions!
Speeds are in reverse right now. Now Christopher's Pokemon are no doubtly a lot faster. Maybe, especially with, I believe the Tailwind is still up, isn't it?
I believe so. The grass just disappeared from the battlefield. This will be the last turn of Tailwind. So in theory, you can go for something like a double protect here on Alexander's side and make sure that your Tailwind gets stalled out. And that would also mean that Kyogre is slower than the Zamazenta.
Kyogre slower than Zamazenta. You still got plenty of turns in the rain left. Try to stall it out. See, put yourself in a better position to try to seal up this game one right here. All Zamazenta can really keep doing is going for Wide Guard. He wants to keep his Lunala safe, while Lunala just goes for another Moongeist beam and goes straight into the Iron Jugulus. Doing a little bit, about 60% of its health.
And it's a Snarl again into the Iron, to the Zamazenta and the Lunala here, but by virtue of that Wide Guard, it cannot do any damage.
Tailwind is out, so now Alex can really take advantage of the Trick Room that was voluntarily set up for him by Christopher's own Lunala. We'll see how these speed interactions are between Lunala and Kyogre. I wouldn't put it past me to see if the Kyogre is able to launch a big Hydro Pump.
It's a Hydro Pump, and it does big damage. There's the Moongeist Beam into this Iron Jugulus here, and it's going to knock out the Iron Jugulus, but more importantly, the Zamazenta is still alive. It still can do what it wants to do in this battle.
All Zamazenta can do, he can just go for Body Press. It's going to do so much damage, and this poor Kyogre, it might be the slowest thing in the Trick Room, but that's not going to really do much for him when it's the last Pokemon. So I think Alex is just going to call it for this battle right now.
Alex is going to see the writing on the wall here. He has surrendered game number one. That Lunala putting out Trick Room right at the best possible moment and ensuring that Christopher takes this game number one.
See how Alex can really decide what he wants to do for game two. Got for a lot of adjusting right there. He did pull off some pretty good ideas for game one, but I'm really curious to see what he can do for game two.
What really was unfortunate for Alex in that game one also, Brendan, as we did see, was the Hydro Pump miss on the Zamazenta. I have a feeling that Alexander really wanted to click that Water Spout, and he also wanted free reign to click his Snarls into that Lunala, but because he couldn't due to the Wide Guard, and also credit to Christopher there, he was getting those Wide Guard plays correctly every time. Hurricane only hit the once, it didn't get that 30% confusion chance, and that allowed Christopher to have the momentum throughout this battle.
I think, honestly, Alex is being a little greedy with the spread moves between the Snarl and potentially any other moves you want to use for Kyogre. As long as that Zamazenta's around, you gotta be able to knock it out just so that way you can do your spread damage more, especially when your Iron Jugulus has the Snarl. It can do so much against the Lunala, but you gotta be not so greedy with that.
And it's honestly going to be very interesting to see what happens in Game 2, how Alex will be able to work around the disadvantage that he kind of had against a Pokemon with wide guard such as Zamazenta and the Lunala. And again, Lunala just played absolutely great. Even with the loss of the power herb early, he got the play correctly by going into that Landorus on Alexander's side.
Honestly, it was a really good play right there. You know, he did about 70%, was able to just pick it off with his Rillaboom at the following turn and become less of an issue for him later on in the game, especially when he had his Zamazenta in the back.
We're going to get into game number 2 here as Christopher leads with his Landorus and Rillaboom, and Alexander making a little bit of a change up here, bringing out his Amoonguss and Calyrex as well.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Christopher in this position got 2 Pokemon that are very weak to ice type attacks. You might have to consider switching or terastallizing before taking a big Glacial Lance. Or on the twist side, we could end up seeing maybe some sort of play to make sure that might get a better speed position, but no, I think we'll just have to see where he wants to go for right now. Maybe he's not as scared of these 2 Pokemon.
And we do see that Calyrex going for that Protect here to try to stall out this Fake Out here. Fake Out will go into the Calyrex slot here, but what's important to note is that Christopher does have access to Substitute here, and he does go for the Substitute, trying to bait out the Spore into the Landorus slot here, which would fail behind a Substitute. However, Rillaboom was the target, and because it is still a Grass type, it is immune to the Spore.
He's probably anticipating some sort of switch, especially when both of Christopher's Pokemon are very weak to ice moves. But at the very least, he can keep Landorus around a little more with that Substitute up. It doesn't even have to worry about Spores either. So he has himself in a very good spot right now, despite the type disadvantage.
He absolutely has him in a good spot here. Christopher can potentially even just go for a Protect here to try to call a Trick Room on the side of Alexander here, or even U-turn into something like a Lunala in the back.
That would be very interesting to see some sort of adjustment right there. But we are going to see a terastallization with the Calyrex into the Grass type. So this is going to be a pretty defensive one right here. We don't have any C-Bomb, but it's okay because now we'll be able to take better hits from the Landorus.
And it's an Earth Power into the Amoonguss here. That is big damage with the Sheer Force and the Life Orb combination. We do see a U-turn come out, and it will bring Amoonguss down into the red with the Rocky Helmet damage. Rillaboom also will switch out here and can bring in something like that Zamazenta.
Zamazenta would be great in this position right now. Easily resist any oncoming Glacial Lances. He's already got the +1 defense from his Dauntless Shield ability, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Alexander can make any sort of adjustments in this current position right now.
And because Amoonguss went for the Pollen Puff here, that will go into the Calyrex, and because it is a healing move by targeting an ally, it's just going to be not effective at all.
Pollen Puff is, yeah, that's going to help out. I was not actually aware of that. Huh.
Yes, if you use it on an ally and they're at full health, the move actually
full health,
fails.
that's right. I almost thought it was something else. My bad. But yeah, we got a Calyrex right now. It can't do much. It can maybe go for high horsepower, but that's not going to do you much. Especially with the Zamazenta around, it's really going to make it a lot harder for Alex to take down. He does have some Pokemon in the back that might be able to help out a little more than his Calyrex right now.
And we do see that Alex has opted to switch out his Amoonguss here to get that Regenerator ability off here, and ends up bringing out his own Landorus Incarnate. And as a Calyrex going for Protect on Alexander's side here, and the Zamazenta going for a Heavy Slam into the Landorus here, but it's another Substitute.
Substitute playing it very safe right now. He's calling out all these switches. He's doing big damage to whatever was coming in on the Amoonguss side. If it was just going to be Amoonguss staying in. Switch it out.
It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. Here comes another heavy slam. It will knock out the Landorus.
Just get rid of Landers just right then and there. And then we're going to see what this Landers can do. Just go for a raw sludge bomb right into that Calyrex.
And that is big damage with the sheer force and the life orb. And this Calyrex is suddenly at low HP already, Brendan.
My goodness, it's going to be so hard for Alex to be able to pick it up from this point on. That Landers is just doing numbers to its Pokemon.
We do see that the Zamazenta will get the healing off, and then Calyrex gets healing off here. And we saw how much that body press did to Kyogre in the last game. This is what's very interesting.
We do see the return of Amoonguss right now, which can help out right now. We got a very good opportunity for the Calyrex Ice Rider to be able to do something into Christopher's Pokemon right now, with Amoonguss being able to possibly do any redirections with the Rage Powder.
It is possible to get the Rage Powder off here, and you would have two Pokemon that are the slowest on your side of the field. Trick Room is a massive help for Alexander in this battle if he can get it off successfully.
If he can get off Trick Room successfully, that would be really helpful. Keep Amoonguss around, might be able to get a Spore off or two, potentially. Just have so much more control in this tough battle right now.
And we see a Protect come out from the Calyrex here, potentially trying to get a Sludge Bomb into that slot. We just see it's a wide guard on the side of the Zamazenta. And where did the Landorus attack? The Landorus attacks the Amoonguss with Earth Power, and it KOs the Amoonguss! Amoonguss is down!
Amoonguss is down. Alex still has his last two restricted Pokemon on the field, though it's going to be very tricky for the Calyrex Ice Rider. It already took so much damage from one Sludge Bomb. It protected, so it's unlikely he'll be able to get a second Protect off in a row before the Landers can possibly get knocked out by Kyogre's Water-type attacks.
It's very possible, and Landorus could even go for the double with the Zamazenta here, Earth Power and Body Press, but Alexander has decided the writing is on the wall. Christopher Baez with a 2-0 victory has advanced to the top 4.
Christopher played an amazing battle right there, especially with this incredible Landers on his team. That is the MVP for this battle right now. It was able to do so much damage to all of Alex's Pokemon. I'm very surprised, especially against that Amoonguss with the Earth Power. Wow.
The Earth Power was just doing incredible amounts of damage into the Amoonguss, even though it is a neutral hit by virtue of the Poison type being weak to ground, but the Grass type being resisted of the ground. Then you add in the Sheer Force, giving Earth Power an extra boost. Then you add the Light Orb, which adds more power to it. The Landorus was just going absolutely ballistic with its damage.
Between that, and it was just able to safely, hide behind the Substitute, being able to hide it from the spores that were coming in from that Amoonguss also. So, and he was just able to do so much damage. He got off over half onto the Terra Grass Calyrex Ice Rider.
I mean, the Calyrex taken over 50%, maybe even close to 60% just from that one Sludge Bomb that was super effective. And if it didn't have the Sheer Force or the Life Orb, then you could have potentially gotten a poison on that Calyrex too.
All right. Yeah, it was incredible to see, just how able he was to pull off in this one match right here for today. But I'm really curious, because if this one battle went really well, I'm hoping to see how the results were for some of the other battles here today.
We do see that Christopher Baez will be advancing to face Kerry Diratona, who defeated Andrew Figueres 2-0 in the other bracket. And on the top half of the bracket, we do see Patrick Connors has defeated Elise Johnson 2-0. So we've had 2-0s in every match so far, Brendan.
It's interesting because both Kerry and Andrew had the same exact team. So
that's what happens when you build with each other.
Yeah.
You know the team inside and out.
Inside and out, you're able to just play accordingly and just know, all right, these are what the damage calcs are for these Pokemon. So yeah, I'm just very prepared for this one in particular.
I would be prepared as well. And we are just awaiting on Jonathan Martin versus Riley Wilcox to see who will advance to play Patrick Connors in top 4. And that matchup is going to be incredible.
Yeah, that one's going to be interesting because that is with Riley and Jonathan right now. That's a rematch, I believe, of round 2 from today.
It was.
So we're going to see them bring it back, see if Jonathan has what it takes to really run it back, be able to bring it to top 4, and then he has to then go against Patrick. Oof, that is a tough matchup for him, but I wouldn't put it past him to be able to do it.
But they all test against each other. They all practice against each other, and that just showcases the friendship and the camaraderie that they've made from VGC, including, I believe they were part of you with that collegiate league, correct?
Yeah, we were part of the CVL Collegiate VGC League, and that was an incredible run right there. I got to battle with all three of them right there, including a few other players, and we were able to bring home the gold for Florida this season.
Well, congratulations to you guys. And you want to know how I think I want to celebrate with it?
I always celebrate.
I think I want to look at some pieces of. I think I want to look at some cards.
All right, you know what? Let's do that.
I think I want to look at some cards.
Let's look at some trading cards.
Let's look at the trading card game, because the trading card game actually had a cup today as well here.
Yeah, they're right beside us. We were going to look at all their cards and, ooh, what do we got here?
All right, we've got Justin L and Michael G. Justin L with 4 wins, no losses, and 2 time draws. And Michael G with 4 wins and 2 losses. Very impressive here.
They both have, looks like psychic type decks. I'll be honest, I'm not too informed on current meta for TCG, but
all I know about the TCG, honestly, is EX cards are like 2 prize cards, and V stars like 2 prize cards, and
Yeah.
I think the Mega Evolution is now 3 prize cards. If you knock it out, it's like 300 HP or something like that.
are there Megas back in TCG?
Megas will be back, I believe, September, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, heck yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, because they showed 2. It was Mega Lucario and Mega Gardevoir, I believe, were the
those
2
are
like feature cards.
Oh, those are like some of the staples of just Mega Pokemon in general. Everyone loves those 2 Mega Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, out of curiosity, Brendan, do you play TCG Pocket?
I'll be honest, I do not play TCG Pocket, but I do like looking at all the artwork for all
Yes,
the cards there,
look,
because it's so cool.
Honestly, TCG Pocket is absolutely incredible. It is one of the best things that Pokemon has released, especially for the mobile app. I play it usually every day. I am in no way, shape, or form as good as some of these other players are. I will be completely honest with you. But looking at some of the decks that people have made, like Jody Azzarelli has been playing really well with his TCG Pocket. I think there actually was a big TCG Pocket tournament today, if I'm not mistaken. I think it had over like 2,000 or 3,000 people.
Holy moly, that's a huge tournament for online for TCG. I mean, granted, every regionals you always see, what was it, TCG side at any regionals having like over 1,000 players, maybe 2,000 sometimes. So yeah, just being able to see for an online event is absolutely insane.
It is absolutely insane. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break while we await our final round of the top 8 to conclude, and then we will be back for top 4. So stick around with us, and we will be right back.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, our previous two wonderful casters are going to go take a break, relax their
No,
voices.
they're We killed them.
But yeah, they're resting their voices, you know, getting ready for an exciting grand finals to be coming up soon.
Oh, for sure.
So instead, hello, my name is Landon. I'm joined here by...
I'm Andrew Figueres, and we're going to be casting this beautiful match against Patrick and Riley and the semifinals of the Oviedo Local here at Versus Games.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, I've seen you guys a couple times before, especially I've played my own on stream. But Andrew, you're not a face we see too commonly. Tell us
No,
about
sir.
yourself.
I'm the resident Kyogre lover. Just collapsed? Sorry. Someone just fell for me. But
Sleeping.
But yeah, I'm the resident Kyogre player. I'm here, you know, every now and then, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to contribute to the Florida VGC scene.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the resident Kyogre player, you seem to be known for a particular cut with a different kind of weather.
Oh, I did do all right at San Antonio with Koraidon, but you know, we parted ways. I love the guy, but we got to end on good terms. You know, I have the memory of him, but I'm gonna deal with the other weather.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like for this matchup, I hear rumors that you might be having to see your demons fight it out.
Yeah, Kyogre versus Koraidon. We're gonna have a standard Weather Wars, and instead of being, you know, the typical Kyogre versus Groudon, we're getting a new face here with Koraidon.
Yeah, that Koraidon Pokemon, kind of funny, you know, looking at it in retrospect, because Koraidon generally didn't really like Ice Rider in that Regulation G format, but now, working together, you know, enemies turn lovers, I guess,
Yeah. Our rivals that respect each other, depending on how you look at it.
And now we've got our competitors on the screen. Patrick Connors, you know the name, you know the face, our NAIC World Champion. Or
NAIC World Champion.
NAIC Champion from our last NAIC in New Orleans. And facing off against him will be Riley Wilcox, another common Florida local. Those of
Yeah,
you that
they
keep
call
up
him
with
they
us.
call him the local demon because every local he's here and he's delivering.
Indubitably. In a second, I sure will probably see the teams coming by in just a second. Exchanging some friendly banter. Oh, almost there. All right, now we've got that Patrick cam going on.
What a sexy man he is.
Oh, it looks like we might be going into
Oh,
game.
we're going straight into the game.
All right. Looks like we're loading in, and then we'll go over the teams as we go. Maybe? The game doesn't look like it's having a good time.
All right.
All right, and it looks like we are going in any minute now.
Any second now. There we go.
All right, starting us off, Riley leading with that Urshifu and that Incineroar, and Patrick leading off with the Raging Bolt and that Ice Rider, two very familiar Pokemon for him.
Yeah, and right out the gate, I think Patrick right here is in a more favored lead. And Clear Amulet's kind of rendering the Intimidate not really useful into this setup, and Urshifu's under immediate pressure already with the Raging Bolt staring it down.
Indeed, and one thing Patrick needs to keep in mind out for is that Incineroar does threaten both the taunt or the knockoff into the Calyrex, meaning he could prevent that Trick Room from going up if that's the path he chooses to take. However, that Urshifu also kind of scared right now. He could go for that coaching option to get around that Thunderclap, but if he goes for the coaching, you know, you can coaching the Incineroar, get a bit extra damage, but that's not generally a mon you see as a target for that move.
Yeah, and one possibility is he just hard swaps the Incin into, is this the hard swap into Zacian?
Oh, coming out seems to
Out
be.
comes the Zacian. If this is coaching from Urshifu, it plays both around the Thunderclap and gives your Zacian a nice buff as well as resetting your fake out pressure with an Incin in the back. We see Patrick withdraw the Ice Rider, and out comes Brute Bonnet.
Brute Bonnet coming out, offering a bit of Spore pressure into that Zacian as well as that Follow Me. Coaching does
And it
come
is
out
coaching.
onto the Zacian. Now that Brute Bonnet's especially scared because I think even with those, you know, those strong defenses, Play Rough is not something. But the Volt Switch comes out into the Urshifu. Urshifu gets knocked out. It will not be clicking coaching further. And now Patrick has the opportunity to swap another Mon out, resetting his board state entirely from what he led off. Maybe putting that Bonnet in a bit better of a position to support something like the Koraidon, or like we see in the back, or the Ice Rider.
Yeah.
Brute Bonnet now able to maybe get that Rage Powder off. +1. You know, it would be really nice to get into that restricted Pokemon, but if Brute Bonnet just chooses to Rage Powder it away, that Rocky Helmet chip, and then Calyrex might be able to get something like the Trick Room on.
Yeah, I think something important to mention is Patrick has to be careful when bringing in Koraidon because this is Swordfish, and the other part of the sword is the fish. That means there is a Kyogre in the back. So it's hard for him to just hard swap into the Koraidon getting the weather, knowing that Kyogre's in the back. And in rain, there's not much he can pressure into the Zacian. Additionally, the Zacian's pretty safe right now. Ice Rider has high horsepower, but that's not doing much into the +1 Zacian. And I think with +2, this is Terra Stellar Zacian, if I'm reading the team sheet right. So I think Brute Bonnet is under pressure, even if it does Terra, because I believe Terra Stellar, Play Rough still gets in. And there comes out the Terra Stellar.
Yeah, Terra Stellar coming out on the Zacian, giving it an additional attack boost to its damage with that +2. One from the Intrepid Sword, one from the Coaching, and now another boost from that Terra Stellar. Bonnet electing to go for the Protect, however. Maybe being a bit mindful of that Incineroar, going for something like a Fake Out. We see the double Protect, waiting that Fake Out out. You know, don't want to get that Brute Bonnet faked out. Can't Rage Powder anymore. Can't set up something like a Trick Room. The Fake Out does come out, bounces straight into the Protect. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Patrick does not have that Covert Cloak item that we commonly see on the Brute Bonnet, meaning it is susceptible to the Fake Out. Player comes out, also bounces off that Protect, and now Patrick's able to threaten that Rage Powder, get that Zacian's attack away. And it looks like that might be what he's going for. Terra Water maybe hoping to live that +2. Oh!
Going the Spore and swapping into the Koraidon in the back.
Koraidon coming out, gonna give that Brute Bonnet that defense boost as well, so get, you know, Terastallization, allowing it to drop its Fairy weakness as well as that defense boost from the Photosynthesis. Now, Brute Bonnet might be able to live out that +2 Terra Stellar Play Rough, but Patrick's definitely in a bit of a scarier spot now, because if Riley chooses to go for that aggressive read, maybe throw a Play Rough into the Calyrex slide, he could lose a Restricted very early, and that's
I
not
think
something you
even
wanna
Behemoth
do.
Blade probably gets there on the Koraidon at this point. And something else you need to consider is Riley has forgone the commonly seen Will-O-Wisp or Flare Blitz in favor of Taunt. If Incin goes for the Taunt on the Brute Bonnet Spore, Patrick will find himself in a pretty rough spot because, it's Crunch and...
Yeah, Crunch, Protect. Play Rough comes out from the Zacian.
And
into
it goes
the
into the
Koraidon!
Koraidon.
All right, Koraidon gets knocked out immediately. It set the sun and immediately went away, and now Patrick loses that weather control.
Yeah.
However,
And Taunt comes out.
Taunt comes out from the Incineroar. No more spores coming out from that Brute Bonnet.
Importantly, no more redirection as well.
Patrick definitely on the back foot now. Spore fails. Patrick has not been able to get even a point of damage after knocking out that Urshifu.
He no longer has Terra option as well. That means that both Bolt and Ice Rider are weak to the Zacian's stabs of Steel and Fairy. He needs to somehow get this Brute Bonnet off the board, reset the ability to use Rage Powder, and then he needs to somehow find a way to get into Trick Room, put the Zacian asleep. But he's just on such a back foot right now.
Patrick definitely on the back foot. Definitely going to need to try up, maybe get some aggressive reads to, you know, claw back into the game. Zacian does lose the Terra boost on that play, or the Terastallization. Stellar boost on the Play Rough, so now its damage is a bit reduced, but at +2, I don't see that Raging Bolt even getting close to living it. Calyrex Ice Rider might be in a bit of a better spot, but if Riley Wilcox goes for another read, maybe something like the Behemoth Blade into that slot, I don't see how Patrick comes back from that. The Protect comes out instead. Definitely choosing to maybe take a second, let the Incineroar move around, get a bit of flexibility.
Playing around a Thunderclap and clicking Parting Shot here. Be able to cycle in
Yeah,
Kyogre, getting rid of the weather in the Proto Boost, and also applying a lot of pressure with Water Spout at full HP.
Yeah, Raging Bolt's damage definitely drastically reduced at -1 and losing that Photosynthesis boost. And there's no way for him to get it back anymore with the Koraidon being knocked out so early. Ice Rider just hit the board, and I don't see how
Out comes
Patrick,
Lil Guppy.
I don't see how Patrick gets his Trick Room up. I'd assume that's his out here, but
Yeah,
he's under so much offensive pressure.
I agree. I think at this point, Patrick's probably thinking ahead towards game 2. One big thing is that the Koraidon died in a millisecond after hitting the field. He lost weather control, and he also burned the Terra, resulting in not much momentum shift for him. So right now, Patrick's probably thinking, what adjustments is he going to make? Because I think, save for Riley missing everything, I don't think there's a way Patrick comes back into this game.
Yeah, I agree. Patrick might be hoping maybe Riley makes a misplay, a misclick, you know, sneezes while clicking the A button, something.
Accidentally forfeits.
Zacian elects to go for that Behemoth
Behemoth
Blade,
Blade?
probably straight into that Calyrex
Straight into
slide.
the Ice
I have a
Rider.
feeling it doesn't even stand a chance.
You don't think it survives?
No. Oh, what a surprise.
And yeah, Patrick now, no way for him to break through the Kyogre and the...
Yeah, Brute Bonnet, touch it, you know, it sneezes off the Ice Beam, but I don't see how much a Raging Bolt does. +2 Play Rough, even without that Stellar Boost, is threatening a lot of damage.
Additionally, Brute Bonnet doesn't have the Photosynthesis defense boost anymore, so the Play Rough probably kills it as well from this range.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I mean, Patrick might be able to get a bit of damage off with that Rocky Helmet chip, but I don't see if that changes much more. Patrick going for the Rage Powder, hopefully trying to find a way for his Raging Bolt to make it through the game. Thunderclap comes out into the Kyogre,
Does
does
a fair
about
chunk of
50%
damage.
without the boost. Play Rough comes out, Brute Bonnet does
Doesn't kill
survive.
Brute Bonnet.
Rocky Helmet chip connects, and now Kyogre's got the onus and clicks
Origin
Origin Pulse. We
Pulse.
connected to both, and Brute Bonnet,
And Brute
does
Bonnet
not
goes down.
survive. Now Patrick with the Raging Bolt. We've learned, or we've seen that the Raging Bolt is, you know, able to click Thunderclap, but we don't know where it sits speed-wise, but it's safe to assume that
It's
that Raging Bolt's
probably
gonna be
slower than
the
the
Zacian.
You think so? Yeah.
There's always that chance to miss Play Rough. I've seen it many a times before.
Yeah, I think at this point, Patrick probably just wants to see what the fourth Mon is, because what's important is we still haven't seen Riley's fourth Mon. We know there's an Incineroar, but we haven't seen the fourth one.
died.
Did Urshifu died to
Urshifu
Volt Switch?
died,
True. Never mind then.
Yeah, Riley electing to, you know, play it a bit safer. Thunderclap connects on the Zacian.
He probably
does
wants to click
about
Behemoth Blade here,
30%,
not
but
risking the miss.
Play Rough
Nope, he just
connects,
kills
and
him.
Raging Bolt gets knocked out immediately. Really well played from Riley, and it's really strong bait at the beginning, you know. Swapping that Zacian in after the fact, making sure the board was safe for it before anything happened. But now, if you're Patrick, you're definitely thinking, how can you prevent that from happening? It really felt like that Zacian just untouchable once it got to +1.
And I would agree entirely. I think a big thing Patrick needs to consider is that Koraidon's the key to winning this matchup. It gives you weather control, and it's also the only thing on Patrick's team that can really do a fair chunk of damage to Zacian. So I think he's going to be playing more around that. And he also, I think, he sees now that he can't let Urshifu get a coaching off of Zacian, because not only is the damage become ridiculous, killing most things it touches, but it also makes it a bear to kill unless he's in exactly sun with like a Terrafire Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, one thing to keep in mind if you're Patrick, it's, you know, you don't really have many pieces that are able to stop the coaching unless you do something like Fluttermane and the Koraidon get that photosynthesis boost online.
Yeah. I think an adjustment I'm expecting to see from Patrick is Zacian's dual stabs of Steel and Fairy are both resisted by this Ogerpon Hearthflame, and it can also provide, you know, a lot of redirection support for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an adjustment Ogerpon comes, and maybe Patrick tries to play into Trick Room with the Ogerpon Hearthflame, as well as the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Brute Bonnet. We see there's the adjustment of Ogerpon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, and now starting us off, we do see Riley Wilcox, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, going for that
Same
Incineroar
lead.
and that Urshifu again. But now if you're Patrick, you have to respect the option of maybe Riley elects to swap out. But if you're Riley, you might be a little more hesitant to swap out something like that Zacian, swap that Zacian in, because if Ogerpon chooses to throw an Ivy Cudgel, predicting that even with the +1 defense, that's a lot of damage. And Patrick instead elects to swap out the Ogerpon, reset that Intimidate boost, make sure the damage stays up, we
And
have
get the Brute Bonnet in.
coming out instead.
We also saw that he clicked Trick Room. I think he's aware that he wants to get in Trick Room, start putting things to sleep. Ooh, Brute Bonnet
back
takes
to
a
Brute Bonnet.
massive chunk off the U-turn.
Yeah, Riley definitely, you know, making a bit of an aggressive call, just trying to get that Urshifu out of there. If the Brute Bonnet swaps in better, that's a lot of chip on that. That 4x weakness does not mess around.
And out comes Zacian, putting a lot of pressure on the board.
Indeed, now, like,
And there's no Hearthflame to redirect this away. I think Brute Bonnet is under pressure even with Terra to this play rough.
however, one thing to keep in mind if you're Riley is because that Zacian is going to be faster than the Incineroar, Brute Bonnet could go for a Rage Powder and still let that Trick Room go up, sacking it. But it looks like instead Patrick's hovering that Terastallization to the Poison type. Not something we see too often. Brute Bonnet does swap out on the side of Patrick. Instead, coming in, we have Ogerpon. So keeping those redirectors moving, trying to make sure you keep them both nice and healthy. Now, unfortunately, unlike Brute Bonnet's modern counterpart of Moongeist, it does not have access to that regenerator ability.
So that damage is permanent, it's sticking, and it's only at like 30%, which really sucks. We see the Terra Poison come out, gives it a resistance to play rough if Riley went for that, as well as giving it a neutral hit to Behemoth Blade, so it won't go down in one hit. We saw the Brute Bonnet swap out, and we know that Riley is partial to clicking. Oh,
the
Behemoth Blade.
Wow, on that resistant Ogerpon, a strong
That was a
swap
good
from
chunk, though.
Patrick, allowing that Brute Bonnet to survive. Taunt comes out instead, not allowing that Trick Room to go up at any cost. Now we get to see what Patrick locks into, and it's the high horsepower into
that's
the
got a good
Zacian.
chunk.
Oh,
70%
that's some
to
good
Zacian.
damage. And now Zacian needs to be scared because Zacian doesn't really have a way to maneuver anymore. He can try and go for a KO into the Ogerpon. You know, that damage looks like it might have a chance to KO.
He probably needs to commit a Terra Stellar for it to KO, however.
But now that follow me threat pressure is strong. Zacian needs to be very scared of that high horsepower because
I would agree.
both Mons on the board do threaten a KO into that Zacian. So Incineroar's already on the board. You can't get the -1 from the Intimidate. So I think Patrick's in a relatively strong spot. Now that taunt could throw a wrench into things. It does remove his ability to slow the game down with that Protect. But it looks like he might instead be electing to go on the offensive instead of doing something like swap to reset. Going for that Glacial Lamp just to get chip on the board, especially if something like that Incineroar chooses to swap out and then bring that Brute Bonnet. Keeping those redirectors swapping around to make sure that Calyrex is constantly safe whenever possible.
Yeah.
So we see that Brute Bonnet hit the board.
Something else to consider is even if the Zacian isn't glacial, if it attacked it, the Rocky Helmet would probably bring it to glacial range, giving him a +1. The stun, knockoff. Ooh, critical hit.
crit.
That's a good chunk of damage, but more importantly, Clear Amulet is off this Ice Rider, allowing Incineroar to actually start neutering its damage output with Parting Shot and Intimidate.
Yeah, and especially we've seen how fast this Incineroar is compared to how they usually, they tend to run a bit on the slower side. And so
Yeah,
because
slow
of
and
that,
bulky, but this taunt, he wants to, stop the Terapagos from setting out, or in this case, the Brute Bonnets from clicking Spore.
Yeah, indeed. So instead, we see Patrick, maybe trying to slow down the game a bit. That Zacian does not have access to Protect anymore, which is good. Brute goes for the Protect, maybe expecting an attack from the Zacian. Riley understands that Brute Bonnet is very scary, and he does get it right. The Sacred Sword goes into the Protect. Brute Bonnet kind of eases this game off, but now we get to see what Incineroar locks into.
And it's Parting Shot.
Off, so now we have Calyrex at -1. Now, based on that damage that we saw the high horsepower do into that Zacian, even at -1, it still might threaten the
Probably
KO.
still does kill. It did like, what, 65%, 70%?
Yeah,
Unless that was a max roll and we see a min roll here.
Well, let's see what comes in now on the side of Riley. We have Arlong. I believe that is Urshifu hitting the more, and now we threaten that fast surging strikes.
Oh, Patrick clicked Glacial Lance. Gets a good bit of chip, but after the Parting Shot, the Zacian shrugs it off.
However, taunt does end here, and now one thing to keep in mind if you're Patrick is if you choose to use Rage Powder and that Urshifu chooses to go for the KO into Brute Bonnet, Zacian might be able to KO. It's still at +1, and Patrick doesn't really have
And
a
it
way to
also
mitigate
still
that
has
damage.
the Terra Stellar option available. Brute Bonnet can't survive this close combat. There's no Terra option out of it. So if Urshifu clicks close combat and we see a Terra Stellar from Zacian into a Behemoth Blade into the Ice Rider, this might be a rough spot for Patrick.
Yeah, so we see Patrick maybe trying to go
He
into that
locks in the Trick Room.
set up that Trick Room for the end game, maybe, try and maneuver through, but Calyrex is not very healthy right now, and that Urshifu does threaten another U-turn into the Brute Bonnet, and we saw how much damage that did already. So instead we see Patrick maybe electing to slow the game down a little, go for a Protect, but that will not help him in front of the Urshifu. But we do see the Ogerpon coming on the board. We did see that the Ogerpon can eat that Behemoth Blade pretty well, but I don't know if it'll survive a Behemoth Blade plus any other attack.
I don't think it survives the close combat by itself. And here comes Riley's Terra. This is probably Stellar Terra on Zacian to make sure that the Behemoth Blade picks up on Ice Rider, and that is Stellar. And Urshifu probably locking into close combat, trying to kill the Redirector. In this case, Ogerpon, as it swaps in to potentially sacrifice itself for the Brute Bonnet. And we see Protect come out from this Ice Rider.
All right, and now we get to see what Riley
U-turn.
U-turn. Ogerpon does survive, meaning Calyrex does get away without taking any damage this turn. Sensation cannot attack. However, it will still maintain its Stellar boost, meaning it might threaten a KO next turn, especially with that Incineroar hitting the board. Now it threatens Fake Out, and Calyrex cannot protect again unless he wants to roll for that 30% chance. And with the Intimidate, Calyrex's damage is further reduced, bring it down to -2. Behemoth Blade does bounce off that Protect, but now Patrick's in a bit of a scary spot. He can try and go for that double Protect to avoid the Fake Out, but Incineroar can always just Fake Out the Ogerpon
And stop the
and then go
redirection.
for an attack into the Zacian. Looking to see what Patrick elects to play here. It looks like he chooses to keep that Calyrex in there, maybe get some damage or Trick Room up.
One-
to set up for the end game.
Yeah, one thing Riley's got to be careful of is we know that the Brute Bonnet is on Rocky Helmet, and every move that Zacian has is a contact move. So if this thing even touches the Brute Bonnet, Zacian goes down. And Riley with... no, Riley still does have Kyogre, but he doesn't want to bring Kyogre in until this Koraidon goes down because he doesn't want to just give the speed control for free. I think Patrick might be trying to call a play rough into this Brute Bonnet.
Behemoth Blade
comes out.
The boost is used.
And it's
the
into that Calyrex.
See, I mean, without that weakness, but it does still
But the
KO
Terra Stellar
after
gives it the
Stellar
damage it
boost.
needs, yep.
And we don't see the Fake Out coming out, so Riley's saying, I know that you're not gonna let your you're not gonna let me fake out your redirector, so I'm just gonna go for a knockoff. And now that Rocky Helmet is gone. Brute Bonnet survives, but now how does Patrick react? Zacian doesn't die to an attack into the Brute Bonnet anymore. But now it looks like we're going to see the Koraidon coming out. So Patrick is the first to reveal their Weather Setter. Both players decided to play it a bit like Reg G, single restricted, keeping their Weather Setters in the back. But now that Koraidon does hit the board. And I don't know. So we know that the Zacian does outspeed the Koraidon, but Brute Bonnet does have access to redirection.
And he has to eat through these two redirectors, the Zacian, because he also still has the Hearthflame in the back. Even if they're both on, only 40, 50 HP respectively, that's enough to, Rage Powder once, Follow Me once, and take the hit, allowing Koraidon to get valuable damage off.
Patrick may be electing to give away that weather control. Even without weather, Life Orb Koraidon is not to be disrespected. So we see that Incineroar swap out on the side
And
of
out
Riley,
comes
and
the
in
other
comes
weather
Kyogre.
setter.
So now we're going to lose the photosynthesis boost on that Brute Bonnet. It's going to get its defense reduced.
I don't think the
although I don't think it
photosynthesis
really
boot was
matters
gonna help her.
anymore. But Koraidon's damage does get reduced even further, and if
And out comes Protect.
Protect comes out, we get to see what Riley chooses on his Zacian. Play
Play
rough
rough.
into the Koraidon slot. Now
And
we
if
get
this
to
is
see how
Crunch
much-
from Brute Bonnet into the Zacian, if this picks up, that'll be...
Crunch does come out into the Zacian, and it
And
does,
it does
pick up.
up.
Now, Patrick's in a very interesting spot, as is Riley. Riley does still have access to that Scarf Urshifu in the back,
As
meaning it is
well as the
fastest
Instant
thing on
to
the board.
start cutting down this Koraidon's attack damage, because without the photosynthesis boost, these Intimidate start adding up.
However, one thing that Riley has to keep in mind is Patrick
Urshifu.
still has a third Pokemon. He can fight for that speed control if he wants. Now, without the Rocky Helmet on the Brute Bonnet, Riley could honestly just go for something like a Surging Strikes if he so chooses to. The Brute Bonnet on such low HP and the Rocky Helmet down, there's not really much to punish him with.
Yeah, Surging
all-
Strikes into Brute Bonnet, yes, completely.
And with so much of Patrick's, Mons being chipped down besides that Koraidon, it's going to be hard to find something that can survive that, especially after an attack from the Kyogre or something like the Water Spout or the Origin Pulse, assuming it hits, of course.
Yeah, and because, Patrick probably wants to really slow this game down, but Urshifu's Unseen Fist ability says no, no, no. Hits through these Protects with the Surging Strikes that are sure to kill either Brute Bonnet or this Ogerpon that could potentially swap in. Patrick's definitely on the back foot here, and he's probably trying to figure out a way out.
Yeah, we definitely see Patrick maybe trying to play a bit more conservatively. Oh, and
Ooh,
we
I think
do
he
see the
times
timeout.
out.
I believe that means the Brute Bonnet will be choosing Crunch, Protect, and it does. The Brute Bonnet will not be receiving damage from the Kyogre, but the Urshifu is the one you need to be mindful of. U-turn does come out, knocking out the Brute Bonnet, meaning this Incineroar is going to swap back in on the side of Riley, getting that Intimidate off onto the Koraidon. With the Intimidate on Koraidon and the Sun being disabled, I'm not too sure Koraidon's going to be able to threat much damage into that Kyogre. I mean, Kyogre's not the most good physically defensively. However,
After this Intimidate with no Sun Boost, it's going to be hard. Patrick still might be able to get a crit here. Crit ignores the Intimidate drops as well as giving it a 50% damage boost, and that would allow this close combat to kill. No crit,
less
it
than
looks like
50%
less than
into the
50%.
Kyogre. Now we can see what Riley chooses with his Kyogre.
I believe this
I
Kyogre does have
this
Ice Beam.
Life Orb chip, Ice Beam
Ice
connects
Beam,
onto the -1
and at
Koraidon.
-1, it does
knock
pick
out,
up.
and I don't see if Patrick can win this 1v3 with a chip down Ogerpon in the back.
Yeah, somehow I do not believe that the Ogerpon locks in. And that means that Riley Wilcox likely takes us to the finals, beating out
Yeah, it looks
NAIC champion Patrick Connors.
It looks like our trainers are shaking hands. Patrick sees the writing on the wall.
And Riley Wilcox.
Will be advancing to our grand finals at the Versus Games Cup in Oviedo, Florida. Wonderfully played from both trainers. Riley definitely choosing to take a much more aggressive game plan, going for a lot of hard reads and a lot of big damage attacks very early.
The Zacian putting in so much work that set.
Yeah, the Zacian tanking so many hits as well. Zacian just able to put so much pressure. The speed that it makes it so hard, and then Riley being willing to make those super aggressive reads, going right on the swap in. Getting big chip on the Brute Bonnet makes it very, very difficult for Patrick to be slower, more methodical, and also a bit more, it takes a bit longer to get on the board. But if you can stop that momentum from starting, you can't do much, can you?
Yeah, and Patrick was kept on being put into positions where he was forced to reposition, and while he was getting the Mons on the field that he needed, he was taking a little bit of chip each time. And from Zacian, a little bit of chip is a lot of chip.
Yes, sir. But yeah, so it looks like we're going to be able to see Riley Wilcox in our grand finals.
That'll be exciting.
And
We saw a lot of Kyogre on stream, but most of it was paired with Ice Rider. I believe is this the first time we're going to see a Kyogre Zacian on stream?
I believe this is the first time we'll see Kyogre Zacian on stream, and I believe also waiting to hear back from what Riley will be facing in top 4. It will either be between the Lunala Zamazenta, piloted by Christopher Baez, or
Another
that
Kyogre
Ice Rider
CIR.
Kyogre, piloted by Kerry Yortona. Waiting to hear back from that, but beyond that, I still think that was a really, really fun
Incredible
game.
set.
Really, really fun game to watch. A lot of fast, aggressive plays on both sides. Definitely, a game of inches. Every single point of chip mattered in that matchup.
Absolutely. And one thing is, we saw the first matchup of the day was Kyogre Ice Rider against the Koraidon Ice Rider.
Really?
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how it plays out with the second restricted Zacian, in this case, swinging that matchup completely into the favor of Riley Wilcox. Even it felt like he was kind of in the driver's seat the entire time because of the amount of damage it was threatening into both
the Ice Rider and the Koraidon, both of them weak to Steel Stab and Fairy Stab respectively. It just put Patrick under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that Zacian starting so much damage, especially with that +1. But besides that, wonderfully played from both of our trainers.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and step off, let our casters come back from their little nap.
Yeah, they came back to life. It's a miracle.
So we're going to get ready for those grand finals.
Let's see if we got word of.
We're going to find out who's going to be in grand finals.
Do we know who won?
Who? Okay, so yeah, we're going to see who goes to grand finals in just a minute, but stay right there. Stay seated. Maybe go grab a quick drink, but make it quick. We'll be going to those grand finals soon. Thanks for having us, and we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been revived. We had revives. We had revives in our bag.
We got revival blessing.
Wait. You had a Palmon in your back pocket?
I mean, I have a lot of things.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Carlino, Brendan Nasir, we are back for the grand finals of the Oviedo League Cup. And Brendan, this has been an incredible season finale, has it not, my dude?
Honestly, it's been so awesome. So many incredible battles throughout the entire day today. Let's take a look back at our top players.
I mean, yes. Let's take a look at our top cut on the bracket. You guys do see our top 8 players were Patrick Connors, Elise Johnson, Jonathan Martin, Riley Wilcox, Christopher Baez, Alexander Phipps, Kerry Diortona, and Andrew Figueres. Now, in the top 8, Patrick Connors defeated Elise Johnson 2-0. And then Riley Wilcox defeated Jonathan Martin 2-1. I actually caught a little bit of that battle, Brendan. Game 3, Jonathan went for a snarl, and he missed.
Oh, man, I was overhearing it. It sounded like it was a really close battle right there.
He missed a snarl, and that actually really did the difference for Riley because his Kyogre did not lose a special attack stage. And then we had Christopher Baez defeat Alexander Phipps. That was a really good battle that we casted. And then Kerry Diortona, I believe Andrew Figueres was just like, here, I'll sign the match slip because I really want to cast.
Yeah, he was so excited to just jump on the hot seat and just tell you all about the battle between Riley Wilcox and Patrick Connors. They went into a clean 2-0 victory for Riley in that favor.
And in all fairness, that was an absolute masterclass from Riley in that battle because Patrick Connors is a notorious NAIC champion. He has won locals. He has won the international. He has top cut regionals. He's been on stream. He does everything perfect. And then when playing against Riley, who he 2-0'd in Swiss, Riley gets revenge when it matters most.
Exactly. That was really incredible to see. I overheard from Riley earlier. He has this feeling that when he's on the stream, he just locks in and he gets all of his reads right. I'm thinking that's probably what happened just now.
I'm thinking you're right because he really played that top 4 matchup. Like, we're watching it as we're getting revived by your Palmot. You did give it a Lepaberry, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And we're watching it, and he's just making correct read after correct read, getting that play rough onto the Koraidon on the switch in, then getting the Behemoth Blade. Now, granted, the Behemoth Blade was always going to knock out the Calyrex after the Terrestrialization was used on anything other than the Calyrex, but he was just making those correct plays every single time, and it was absolutely incredible. And what is this on the table? Wait, why is this on the table? Like, are we trying to show bias here or something?
Maybe a little bit of bias. We've been seeing Kyogre here all day today.
Well,
and then we got one more in the finals for y'all.
We do have Kyogre in the finals because Riley Wilcox will be facing off against Christopher Baez here. And yes, unfortunately, we do have a Kyogre as our plush, but that does not show bias towards who we want to win this tournament.
No, not at all. I'm excited just to see both of these amazing players just being able to compete in the finals here today on our final cup for the season.
And the winner is going to be the finale cup champion for the Oviedo Cup. And that is something that you can put on your resume, that I won the season finale here in Oviedo at Versus Games.
Exactly. You can tell that to people. You got the writing on the wall. People will remember that. You won the last cup of the season.
And let's take a look back at our trainers' teams. First off, let's look at Christopher Baez here. We do have that Power Herb Meteor Beam. Now, we saw Christopher against Alexander. He got that Meteor Beam play absolutely perfect in Game 1. He got the Meteor Beam off, and then he just was able to click Moongeist Beam and Moonblast pretty freely. And then in Game 2, he adjusts, and he gets that Trick Room off, and Alexander could not capitalize on anything. And also, his Landorus coming with that substitute, which was really beneficial to avoid any spores from Alexander's Amoonguss.
That's right. That Landorus, that did a lot of work for Christopher in that top 8 match. He just did so much damage to every single one of his Pokemon. He was able to just, safely go for Sludge Bombs into the Calyrex Ice Rider. You got a Pokemon like that where you're 4 times weak to it, and he just does not care.
And we also have to mention that Christopher Baez, he won the last cup here at Versus Games back in January, and 2 of his Pokemon on that winning team are on his team right now, Zamazenta and Chen Pao.
That's awesome to hear. He wants to run it back. He is going to defend his champion title here today against Riley Wilcox. Let's take a look at his team one more time for y'all. see that classic Swordfish combination right there.
With the Terra Stellar on that Zacian, giving all of his attacks +1 on the boost for the Stellar Terra on the first time that it is clicked alongside that Intrepid Sword, giving him a +1 attack boost the first time Zacian makes an appearance on the field. However, in the event that Zacian comes off the field, he has Urshifu with coaching as well. That allows for the Zacian to have an ability to keep its +1 on Intrepid Sword or even go to +2.
Exactly. Just keep racking up stats, just keep doing big damage right then and there. It looks like we are...
I believe that our contestant or our trainers are getting set up for game number 1 of this Grand Finals. They are just, they're very good friends, but also we have to keep in mind, Christopher, I believe, has not lost a stream match ever when he's been on stream.
Ever. Oof.
I believe, I have to go back on that, and I believe Riley has won all but one of his stream matches in his career.
I wouldn't believe that, honestly. I know Riley, he's just been a very talented player. And we're going to start this game 1 right here, right now.
Who is going to be our Oviedo Cup champion? And we're going to see it is Zacian and Kyogre, the Swordfish, making an appearance to start this battle. But we see on Christopher's side, it is that Lunala and Rillaboom.
All right, but it turns out that we are not actually going to be taking a little pause right here for a second with this game 1. Seems like there might be some sort of technical difficulties at the moment.
There might be some, a little bit of technical difficulties here. That does happen every now and then.
It's okay. We can keep talking about these great players, that we've known for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we've known them, at least for me, I've known them for about 2 years now.
Something like that, I mean, I know you also mentioned that you got back into competitive Pokemon back when Scarlet and Violet started. I'm more so the same.
For me, I really went into competitive in Scarlet and Violet, but I dabbled in it in Sword and Shield, and because they did mention it in the Milwaukee stream because they had to with Joey Pokegame,
yeah,
I was predominantly more of a singles battler per se. I did a lot more of the competitive singles side on the singles ladder. And then I just started learning more about the VGC side of it during the pandemic. Understood, hey, this is a lot of fun. Now, back then it was also closed team sheet. Now it's open team sheet.
I tell you, when I started VGC, it was actually way far back. So I got into competitive singles, like back in the black and white era. And then, I mean, I saw some YouTubers. They're playing doubles. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's like what I used to do when I played on the Nintendo GameCube, whatnot. So I start following them more and more. Then you see players like Sajin Park winning with the Pachirisu. It's like I gotta lock in. I gotta do that. So I didn't get locked in until I was out of high school, whatnot, being a little more independent. So my first event was back in early Sun and Moon, back with the, I believe it was the first year Sun and Moon at the World Championships for the Anaheim Open tournament. So,
ooh, and hey, what a way of the circle coming around, because Anaheim is Worlds this year.
Honestly, it's a really cool thing to see it coming full circle. We're going back to Anaheim, and we're going back to San Francisco. That's going to be 10-year anniversary of when Wolf Glick won, but I think we now restart our match, so here we go.
We have game number 1 officially in the books. It is going to be Riley Wilcox versus Christopher Baez, as Riley leads with his Zacian Crown and the Tornadus, but for Christopher, he keeps that Rillaboom and Lunala that we saw in the top 8, which really did a good job for him.
Honestly, it's a really good matchup right there because, with the fake out pressure right there, you're almost guaranteed a free hit if you can. And then you can have your Lunala just set up with a Meteor Beam into any target that you want, get that +1 attack boost or special attack boost, and be able to go do more big damage throughout the rest of the battle right there.
You're absolutely right, Brendan, but we also have to keep in mind that Lunala has access to that Power Herb Meteor Beam. So Tornadus is really in a very interesting position here, because if it stays out and Lunala goes for that Meteor Beam, Tornadus will most likely go down unless Meteor Beam misses with that 90% accuracy. But we're going to see Riley Wilcox activate his Terra Orb here on the first turn, and it is going to actually be in the Tornadus. This is a little bit of a change up here. Tornadus did not Terrastallize in Riley's top 4 matchup. In fact, I don't even think it came in that top 4.
No, I don't believe so either.
And we see a Behemoth Blade coming out into the Rillaboom. This is +1. Big damage into the Rillaboom. Bleakwind Storm hits both targets, and Rillaboom goes down on the first turn of the battle.
Rillaboom is down for the count, but we still got a lot to see from this Lunala right here. Charging up its meter, will it connect into the Tornadus?
And it's also going to be +1 as well. So we're going to find out if it does hit. It's a 90% accurate move. It does
There
hit.
we go.
It
Yeah.
makes the hit. Will it knock out the Tornadus in one hit? It does not. That is where the Terrastalization comes in handy for Tornadus. It allows it to survive.
Now we see Christopher, he is going to adjust. He brings in his Zamazenta right now. With a Dauntless Shield ability, get the +1 defense. He'll be able to take better hits from that Zacian right up in front of it right there. But it looks like Christopher's thinking, you know what, there's too much speed around here. Let's go change it around a little bit.
That is a possibility, but we have to keep in mind Riley's Tornadus has access to Taunt, and there's the Taunt into the Lunala! The Taunt coming out into Lunala, the Behemoth Blade coming out into the Lunala. This Shadow Shield is broken. A critical hit!
Into the Lunala. It is down for the count in this battle.
And the body press coming out doing over 50% damage to the Zacian. But suddenly, this Zacian Tornadus combination is in prime position.
All right, we got Landers coming in onto the field now. What can it do to really help Christopher in this really tough situation right there? It's going to be a lot harder now when you lose your Lunala so quickly, especially with a critical hit. That is such a loss for Christopher in this battle right now.
It is a huge loss for Christopher here, but Christopher now is going to activate his Terra Orb, and he is going to fire it out at his Landorus. Landorus is normally a ground and flying type, but it likes the rain, so it wants to be a water type now, I think.
I think, it's pretty safe to go for water type. At least it gives you some resistance into any potential Behemoth Blades coming from the Zacian. Keep it around a little longer, maybe.
We see the Sacred Sword come out, doing well over 50% to the Zamazenta. The body press will come out and knock out the Zacian. So Zacian has gone down, but it has done its job. And the Lander is going for that Earth Power. Tornadus will also go down, but Tailwind is up for Riley.
Tailwind may be up, and we'll have to see if Christopher can keep up the momentum throughout the rest of this battle right now. It's 2-1-2 left. Still got a grassy terrain, a little bit of chip healing, which can be pretty helpful for the Zamazenta right now with the high defense of it.
And it is Urshifu in the back for Riley, and his fourth Pokemon will be Rillaboom. Riley actually opted not to bring Kyogre for Game 1.
Didn't think you needed Kyogre right here. I mean, now you got, with the Zamazenta right here, it's going to make it a lot harder if he wanted to try to do any water attacks, especially from like a water spout with the White Guard on the Zamazenta.
And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. Here comes the Surging Strikes into the Zamazenta. It is going to do critical hit damage 3 times. And what's more important will be if the Zamazenta survives, which it does. The Pokemon gets hit 3 times. And the drum beating going into the Zamazenta. Will it knock it out? No! It doesn't!
5 HP!
But the speed drop and the Earth Power coming out, which allows Landorus to go first. And Urshifu goes down in 1 hit!
But now, Riley only has 1 Pokemon left. We got the Zamazenta with the body press, and we have doing so much damage. Riley's down to his last Pokemon.
And that was one of those risky plays right there, because you could have potentially gone for a close combat potentially, but instead you end up going for that attack into the Zamazenta.
Exactly. No, that Zamazenta, it just lived on such a smidgen of HP, but now we're going to get just a little bit more, Grassy terrain's still up, and try to get as much HP back as you possibly can in this late game scenario. Maybe try to keep as many Pokemon around as you can.
He really is going to try with that. And because Zamazenta got all of that recovery from the grassy terrain, and now the grassy terrain is gone, so Rillaboom is in a really bad position here.
Can't go for any grassy glides. It can only do drum beating.
But it's actually because of the tailwind. The tailwind was still up.
Tailwind's still up.
And without the grassy terrain, Landorus will go down. Will not go down to that drum beating. But the Zamazenta with a body press coming out, and Riley Wilcox loses his Rillaboom, and Christopher Baez is one step away from defending his League Cup.
Man, that was an incredible batch right there. Seeing how Riley had the upper hands in such an early game, but he didn't bring the Kyogre, and then Christopher was able to really catch up in the end right there.
He really caught up. That was just incredible. I mean, Riley opted not to bring that Kyogre, as you said, Brendan, and I wonder if that would have helped out with that end game, because by virtue of the Urshifu locking himself into Surging Strike, says something like the close combat there, it probably wanted the close combat just to be able to knock out the Zamazenta. I feel like it would have from under 50% HP. However, it's anybody's guess at this point.
Honestly, it's even interesting to think because, it was so close to knocking it out. Maybe having, instead of Rillaboom next to you could have the Kyogre, get that additional rain damage boost from the Surging Strikes. Do as much as you can. Zamazenta is such a bulky defensive Pokemon, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike is one of those key components that can really help you out if being able to do neutral damage into it, always getting critical hits, so it doesn't even matter how many defense boosts you have on your Zamazenta because it's always going to do the same amount of damage from those Surging Strikes.
You are absolutely right, Brendan, and we're about to get into Game 2 here. Will Riley Wilcox force a Game 3, a decisive Game 3 in this League Cup, or will Christopher Baez, fresh off his League Cup victory back in January here at Versus Games, become a back-to-back League Cup champion?
Man, I am telling you, I'm so excited to see this battle right now. We got both of our players ready. Game number 2 starting. We got the Tornadus and the
Zacian for Riley's side, and a little bit of a switch up on Christopher's side. He keeps the Lunala, but he changes the grass type. It is an Ogerpon Cornerstone.
As much as it is grass type, that has no grass type attacks on it, I believe. That's the one with the knockoff, if I'm not mistaken.
It does have knockoff. It does not have access to a grass type move here, which will be interesting because right now Zacian is very favorable in this matchup against Ogerpon outside of the Follow Me.
So he's got Follow Me going right now. Wants to take any attacks that might be coming in from that Zacian right now. Just goes for Behemoth Blade. Will probably bring it down to 1 HP at this rate. Surviving
bring it
only
down
on the Sturdy.
And we're going to see that because Zacian went first, that means Tornadus went for the
And
Bleak
it went
Wind
with the
Storm. It
Bleak Wind
will
Storm.
hit the
It
Bleak
is
Wind.
gone.
And a critical hit, too. Critical hit off that Sturdy will knock out the Ogerpon. And the Lunala's speed drops. So now Lunala will definitely be the fastest Pokemon in this Trick Room that it is setting up right now. Those dimensions are being twisted.
Those dimensions are twisted, and now Lunala can easily adjust right here and now. So we see a switch into the Landers. This will be really helpful since the Zacian is Terra Stellar. It can't escape any of its Earth Power weaknesses from that Landorus right now.
It cannot escape those weaknesses because Stellar Terra, as you said, Brendan, it keeps your original typing. It just gives you a boost if you use a move for the first time that is a damaging move.
Right now, and then you have Lunala right here. It still hasn't gone for its Meteor Beam yet. It could do that whenever it wants to and go straight into the Tornadus and knock it out if it really wants to. And we do see a Protect coming from the Zacian right now. Possibly predicting to see what he's going to go for. Just a taunt into the Landers right now. Make sure no Protects or substitutes are going up, but it's okay. Here we have the Meteor Beam charging up.
And it is overflowing with the space power +1 to its special attack. Here
But
comes
will
that
it-
power herb.
Will it land?
And it
does.
lands.
Goodbye, Tornadus.
Tornadus will go down to that +1 Meteor Beam, but now this Lunala is +1 special attack, -1 speed in Trick Room.
It is in a perfect situation right now. No substitute from the Landorus right now. Probably, I'm imagining Riley probably saw that coming to make sure that nothing happens later on in this match right now.
And what's important to note here is that Rillaboom is now the Pokemon of choice, and it could go for something like a Fake Out here into that Landorus because you are taunted. You cannot protect.
With Landorus being taunted, it can't protect. It could take any damage potentially from that Zacian right there, unless...
And we see Zacian is going for that Terrassalization. There is the Stellar Terra. It is going to get a boost to any move it chooses the first time that it clicks that move. and then it will not get a boost again. Here comes that +1 Moongeist beam, and it is going to go into the Zacian at +1, and it
Holy
survives.
moly.
Zacian survives. Here comes a drum beating.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He knocked out.
Oh no! He accidentally knocked his own teammate out!
Trying to adjust for the trick room, but he did too much damage to his Zacian right there.
Now, see, that was a strategy that Riley told me about that he had in his back pocket, but because the Moongeist beam did so much damage, it wouldn't work.
No, not this time. And we just see a low raw earth power going into that Rillaboom right there. All Christopher Riley has left is his Urshifu and his Rillaboom. We'll see how we can go. But I think it's just about over at this point.
And Christopher Bias officially retains his title here at Versus Games, winning the League Cup 2-0.
That was an amazing battle between both trainers today. I know they worked very hard all day today, winning all those amazing battles that they've had.
And you heard the scattering of applause from the gallery. They are excited for Christopher winning the title once again and defending it here at the season finale.
It was such an amazing match. I'm so proud to see Christopher being able to adjust right there. And I think right now, we gotta talk to him. We gotta figure out how we did. So let's go bring him over here and see.
Yeah, we gotta get our winner over here because that is something that we have to do.
Yeah. All right. Riley, get over. Not Riley. Christopher, get over here quickly. We got a champion.
Yeah, we do have a champion. Let's join our winner. Let's bring our winner in right now, Christopher Bias. Well, congratulations, Christopher. You are the Versus Games League Cup champion for the second consecutive tournament in a row. How does it feel?
It feels good. I will say I think it's been incredibly lucky that there's so many Kyogres today. Was not expecting that at all. Was expecting like Koraidons.
You were expecting the 2 bikes today, it appears?
Yep. I thought, since we're the Sunshine State, I thought everyone was gonna love Koraidon. Not the rain. Everyone's been complaining about the rain, but
yeah, it appears as though this Pokemon was it was okay, but as we all know, this is the better rain setter right here.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the better rain setter right here, the Pelican. But Christopher, I do have to ask you, when you were building your team for this cup, what was going through your process, and did you at least consider your team that won the January Cup? Because if you remember, that January Cup had a Zamazenta and a Chen Pao on it.
Yeah, so a bit of the team building process was I wanted to play CSR Zamazenta, but CSR was getting destroyed by opposing Zamazentas with Y guards, so I was like, oh, we'll just go Lunala for the single target ghost stab that Zamazenta kind of wants. And then I just started playing from there. The team was kind of built last minute, but the idea for the team is, I call them all Cinder Block Task Force. Every team is designed specifically to handle Kyogre. I will not lose to that fraud mob.
Well, you heard it here first that that Christopher does not want to lose to a Kyogre, so to speak. Now, when you were building this team, Ogerpon Cornerstone, I am curious, you do not have a grass type move on it. You opted for Ivy Cudgel and Knockoff as your damaging moves. Take us through that mentality. Why, for somebody who wanted to stop Kyogre, did you not have another grass type move on a team with a grassy terrain in Rillaboom?
Well, the idea behind it was Ivy Cudgel's already doing about 50% to a Kyogre, even if you Terra Grass or Terra Water, so it's neutralizing its damage. But Knockoff came to get was the final move I decided to do was for, in theory, to handle Miraidon on Miraidon Lunala teams, that if it Volt Switched out into Ursaluna, I can knock off the Flame Orb, and if they stay in, I can knock off Specs, allowing Zamazenta to take very little damage, especially with terrain control with Rillaboom. So an E-Drift was doing 30% to Zamazenta, and I could just free Body Press, Heavy Slam, whatever it is that needed to be done. But Knockoff has not unfortunately came into play except for one specific game, and that was into Carry. because he is running Life Orb Urshifu, and by getting rid of the Life Orb, it allowed Rillaboom to live close combat comfortably, as well as Zamazenta and other partner pieces from dying from like a Surging Strike.
Now, you did mention Karadirtona. I do know that you have a friendship with him. You have built with him. How did it feel to defeat him in Top Cut once again and work your way to the championship after defeating somebody of his stature?
Carrie's an amazing player. He's super sweet. He's super awesome. I love playing against him because we just play like the battles between him. It just feels more than just playing Pokemon. Like we're in each other's heads trying to read what we're trying to do. It really isn't just like a turn-by-turn basis. So it's always like hard and uncomfortable playing against him, but always very fun. He played it really well. I unfortunately had to play all his team building partners. He was team building with Andrew Figueres as well as Alex Phillips, and I had just gone back to back with all of that.
So now you are the winner of this League Cup. You have done it back to back. In your own words, how does it feel knowing that you started 2025 winning a cup here? You are ending the 2025 season winning a cup here. How does that feel for you? Because I believe you are going to NAIC, correct?
Yes.
How does that feel for you with that momentum going into NAIC?
It feels really good. I won't lie. I came here trying to maybe defend the title, but I was unsure with the team because I did build it like 2 days ago. I was like, I have no idea. But with the practice today, it makes me feel comfortable with what I want as an idea to NAIC. But I do not think I will be bringing this team, or at least like similar to this. I definitely think some of the pieces are required if I want to keep playing Zamazenta moving forward, but some things have to be looked into, especially like Lunala changes. Like no protect, no calm mind. It's just raw damage.
I mean, the raw damage definitely helped you out because you did get the meteor beams off, and it did help to hit the meteor beams.
Oh yeah.
Did it miss it all today?
Funny fact, I have landed every single meteor beam today. It has not missed once. However, I am 3, 4, 6 icicle crashes.
Oh.
I just landed one today against the carry set, and that was the third one out of all. Oh, sorry, 3 for 7. 3 for 7. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, that's what matters the most. But again, you are our League Cup champion, Christopher Baez. Congratulations once again, young man, and I look forward to seeing your performance at NAIC.
All right, thank you, Talon. You're going to NAIC too, right?
I am not.
Oh.
I am not going to NAIC. My season more or less is over.
Okay. Well, the rest of the Florida gang will definitely, represent us, our state.
I mean, we had the best scene. We had the best scene. I mean, tell me when I'm telling a lie that we have the best.
I don't know, man. I think the DC area is pretty strong.
The DC can lace our boots. But Christopher, thank you so much again, young man, and I look forward to seeing your performance at NAIC. Everybody, once again, your champion, Christopher Baez. Hey, Brandon, come on. You got it.
I got a fight pack now.
Ever see your second? Yeah, you better bring it to every event.
Yeah.
It's not illegal. Dude, you keep winning.
All right. Well, welcome back, Brendan.
That was fun for a few minutes. I was in the realm of just taking away the Kyogre for you.
Just taking away the Kyogre. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have to show congratulations out to Christopher Baez. He has won the League Cup here at Versus Games for the second consecutive time.
He is such an amazing player. It's amazing to see that he can just bring it back to back like that. They tell me that he's rare to come to tournaments like that, but no, when he does, he is prepped. He is ready to just tear through this competition.
He has put in incredible work. And the fact that he said that he was potentially going to run something like this at NAIC in 3 weeks. Now, that could be a little bit of a scouting report, but at the same time, Christopher has a wonderful amount of team-building partners, such as Patrick Connors, Karadirtona, Jonathan Martin, Andrew Figueres, Alexander Phipps, and his runner-up, his opponent in finals, Riley Wilcox.
They all did such amazing performances here today. It's amazing to see even then, the same team or very similar team just appeared so many times here today. Just Kyogre was just so dominant today.
Kyogre was very dominant today, and I do want to shout out our lone Calyrex Shadow Rider that made top cut today in Elise Johnson. She did make top cut. She played against Patrick Connors, showcasing once again why South Florida has some of the best VGC players, as well as the Orlando area and the Jacksonville area. But more importantly, it showcases that Shadow Rider still has a place in this metagame.
Shadow Rider does have a place in this meta game, but you know what? There are so many different Pokemon around with so much potential. You know what? You just can't win them all sometimes, but you know what? Elise did a very good job here today.
They really did a good job here today. All of our players did incredible, and honestly, this was a lot of fun, Brendan. It was nice to cast with you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. This is my first time with you. My second time casting back at, a few weeks ago. I did casting for just a little locals, but no, I've been enjoying this a lot more than competing for a while.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun because you get to get into that action, and it allows you to see more than you would normally as a player. Like, it's one thing to get those reads. We've all been there before, where we get those reads, we get those incredible moments, and just our adrenaline is pumping, and then it can all come crashing down in a halt. But it's how you adjust and how you adhere to the adversity that ultimately determines a champion, like we had today in Christopher Baez.
Exactly. You know, there's so many different things about just playing Pokemon competitively, so many different elements, and just being able to hone in every single one of those to prove that you are the best. That's just such an amazing thing to be able to do as a player.
Exactly, Brendan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to thank you all for supporting us here at Florida VGC. It was our 10-year anniversary officially. It will be 10 years of Florida VGC in September with the new season. So for the season that will end with Worlds in 2026 in San Francisco, Florida VGC will officially be 10 years old. That is incredible, isn't it, Brendan?
It is so amazing. You know, we have such a long-lasting community that's been around together for so many years. I am just so proud of everyone that comes together. Even if you're not competing, just supporting in just any little way that you can. That's what just makes it such a great community.
It really does make it a great community. We've had incredible players come out to every single one of our events. We've even had players come from other states to play in our locals. Usually it's up in the Panhandle area, but it's still, they are respecting our game enough that they want to compete against us.
They know we have such a high power level in Florida that they come from Georgia, Alabama maybe, and they're just think, I want a piece of that. I want to see what it's really like to play some of the best players in the country, or even in the world for that matter.
You are absolutely right there, Brendan. We also want to say that this will be the last event for Florida VGC for this season. We will be back in September after the World Championships, and we just want to thank everybody. We want to thank Versus Games for welcoming us in. We want to thank places such as Rockledge. We want to thank places such as Nerdy Needs in Brandon. We want to thank every station that our casting crew has been able to come out and just bring you guys incredible local battles for the state of Florida in this season. We want to thank our staff. We want to thank our production crew, especially our stream lead, TJ DiGiacomo, who is normally, for any person who wants to know behind the scenes, he is the video game subject rules expert in the credits, if you actually watch the credits like I do.
Yeah.
But behind every North American stream, he is the man behind the keyboard. He is the man, the myth, the legend. Without him, there is no Florida VGC. There is no Florida VGC casting. And to be honest, there's no opportunities for people like you, me, guys like Patrick Connors, Christopher Baez, Riley Wilcox. There's really nothing for us.
Exactly. You know, he's the bread and butter of this community. He brings us all together, and it's just, I'm so thankful for TJ. I'm thankful for everybody who just comes in and just we're all just here together because we all just love to play the Pokemon games.
We really do. And ladies and gentlemen, to sign off for this season, we have a special video for you all. We thank you once again. We love you all. We look forward to seeing everybody who goes to NAIC and the World Championships, and we will see you in the 2026 season. Now, please enjoy this following video.
it's always great to see so many great players in coming to these events. Florida's a huge state. Sometimes you have to travel, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
I just really enjoy being able to compete. I love to compete in everything that I do. I try and compete in majors. Our locals, especially here in Florida, like all these players are super strong. It's really good practice. Helps me learn matchups, helps me learn what I want to play, and helps me meet some of my best friends I met through here. So it's just a great time overall. It's a great way to pass the day.
Coming with my group of friends, I think we come here, we practice beforehand, and we just get to talk about the game. And sometimes we play against each other in these events, so it's kind of more one-on-one, it's intense, and it's kind of just, that's the fun of it.
Honestly, these events can be really stressful, but they always give me something to kind of compete for and care about. That's not just your everyday adulting things like work or college or something. So it's just a nice thing to get your focus off real life, I guess.
It's definitely the people, these events wouldn't be anything. I mean, they would still be fun, but they multiply like 100 times by the friends you make and playing. I could lose all my games, and as long as my friends win at least one, I'll be happy.
I enjoy casting, but I also enjoy playing. And just seeing some of my friends in person, it works out well. What with the fact that we can't see each other on a regular because of time and work and life and school, a weekend here, it's always the best.
The camaraderie between me and my group against like other people in their groups, we're all friends, but the rivalries and just seeing the same people every week and getting better with them is fun.
I like to come out before a big event just to get a feel for my team in real life play. Sometimes we can go online and practice on ladder, but sometimes you just don't get the same experience playing online versus strangers versus the in-person experience, which is really valuable when you're preparing for an in-person tournament. And the fact that you get to practice for big events, it counts towards your World's Invite, and you just get to compete against other people in your region and make connections.
I think the community is like really important because not only can you meet so many like amazing people and amazing players that can either help you build or improve, but it's just a lot of fun and there's so many connections. I've met so many phenomenal players like Landon, Chris, Riley Factura, and Patrick, who just kind of helped me out, and I've always enjoyed it and made it like both comfortable for me both at the local scene and when I go to regional. Watching Patrick win NAIC, that was such a for real moment that I don't think anyone had anticipated, especially for like most of our group. We were always joking like, oh, in order to qualify for Worlds, I'll just win NAIC, and just seeing Patrick's run as, just an underdog and an unknown player that no one had noticed, and just being able to see him on that stage against Aurelian Sola definitely got me like inspired and I think motivated a lot of us as the later on seasons, like for such as like Carey and then I think Andrew Figueres, both of them like showcasing why like Florida's a tough scene.
The hardships, the victories we have, everything, like it just feels, it makes us feel like connected. And Pokemon in general is a very like community-based kind of game. You have a lot of meta insights and developments that you can talk with people and discover from other people's experiences, and it's important both in the game and out of the game.
Connections, competition,
friends, rivalries, immunity,
community, community.
out its pages for a need to be reborn. Taking all of the last chances I can get. The distance multiplies in rhythm with the dead. For any prayers you send my way that I get by, I'll pay you back when I've returned. I'll pay you back when I've returned. You said the town last night for me, it wasn't big enough for who I'm meant to be. But it's not easy taking it along. Well, every street recalls the time I saw you last. Well, every avenue, moment in our past. For every story that I bottle up in time, I'll tell you each when I've returned. Tell you each when I've returned. It's getting dark now and there's not much left to say. Just leave the light out each night and I'll find a way back to arms and eyes where I want to be found. When not these silhouettes, they never make a sound. Candles that you burn so I might see, I'll pay